Hi everyone, looks like we are live, and I am a little bit sorry for just being a couple of minutes too late. That's that could be my issue. I nipped down the pub at midday and had a couple of pints. I think today's, early morning. I got up early. I was listening to, you know, things talking in my head about what I'd listened to yesterday, and I did the video that you probably either saw or didn't see. I don't know whether you saw it, but it's to do with my OCD, my childhood, my upbringing. It a lot of things were emotional for me. So I needed, after I published that video, I just had to go down the pub. I had a couple of pints. I'm a little bit more de-stressed than I was this morning. And yeah, so I think for today, what we're going to do is we're going to be talking for the next 90 minutes. But Claire's going to be running most of the show. I think we're going to let Claire take most of the weight today, which is going to be good because we've nearly got her to 1,000 subscribers. Excuse me. I nearly got her to 1,000 subscribers, and yeah, I mean she's almost there. She's about 30 away. It's fantastic. So, loving the title of the video, says Lucy Richardson. That I would like to claim ownership of that, but unfortunately, that's somebody else's recommendation. But it is good. It is good. Anyway, Claire, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay this morning. I got some rest, had some intellectual conversation this morning, and I'm ready. I think I'm ready for a good day. I'm looking forward to the trial today.
Well, I'm glad you've had intellectual conversation before, because today you're not going to get intellectual conversation from me.
Oh, that's not true. I'm sure when you do pipe up, it'll be quite the intellectual discourse, But we all have days like that when it gets to be just a bit much, and I can truly understand. I got no problem.
I know you haven't seen. I know you haven't seen the early video that I put out. I know that because we spoke before we went live. So I'm just going to tell everybody a little bit of a background about what.
Sorry.
Ow! Whoa! Right. Okay.
It's off. It's off.
So, ow! Oh, right in the ear.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was the stupid phone. Okay.
So I'm gonna tell everybody a bit about what the video was earlier. So for the most part, it was basically a recap about what happened yesterday with Johnny, and he said some things about Amber. A couple of things stuck out. One, that she took the shoes off his feet when he came in, and another that she wanted him to go to bed at a certain time. And if any of those routines were screwed up, she would lose her marbles. And to be honest, right, having suffered from OCD in the past, as a child, and struggled with it in adulthood, although it's under control. But in my childhood, it really wasn't. It was out of control. So I understand. I totally understand when he was saying that. It kind of conflicted with my image about this evil, wicked witch that was Amber, and I started to see the human side of things, and I started to understand that mental health problems do play a big part in these things. And Johnny's got his own struggles with narcotics and alcohol and stuff like this. So that I understand too. But to not be able to pin anything on Amber apart from this wicked witch up till now, and then you see these little nuggets that he's putting out about the shoes and the bed and things like that, and you realize that that's a form of OCD. And it's a very debilitating. We had struggle talking about this before.
Right.
Debilitating.
Right.
It's a very debilitating illness, mental health illness, and it affected me greatly. And I have spoke about this in the past on my channel, and today I've brought it back up again to tell some other stories about some of those issues that I suffered with it, and how it affected me, how it made me lose control when I wasn't in control. So when somebody else did something that I didn't have, if I was doing something that was part of my OCD ritual, and somebody interfered with that OCD ritual, I was not happy. So seeing that side, sort of like that conflict, knowing that, we know that Johnny is not the perpetrator here, but we also know that probably more than likely now that Amber's probably suffering from an awful lot of mental health issues that have not been treated properly. She might have the money to, but the doctors that she's employing or the people that she's hanging around with probably haven't got to the root cause of these things. And maybe she needs some stint in like a 6-month, rehab somewhere where she can actually get the medical treatments that she needs. That's how I feel. I mean, I don't have any hatred towards her. Yesterday, I had hatred towards her. Today, I have more of an empath towards her just because of a couple of things that Johnny said. So I'm a little confused. I do realize that she's got to take ownership of everything that she's done, just as I had to when I had suffering with some of my OCD issues. I accept my problems, and she needs to do the same. Johnny's accepted his with his drugs. She needs to accept hers and own hers and realize that the root cause of this was her, and whatever other issues she's got, hopefully there's treatment out there for her. So basically that was the video earlier.
Right. No, I'm going to be watching that during the lunch for sure, to get a better understanding of everything that you went through. But I can understand having some empathy for her, based on the more we find out about the behaviors that she has and what is going on. But at her, I do also
I didn't want empathy for her. That's the thing.
I know.
That. I woke up this morning and I'm like, no, that can't be right. I can't be having empathy for Amber Heard. What the hell's going on?
I know.
But
that could throw you for a loop because you're not expecting it. But you wouldn't be the human that you are with the compassion that you are and the passion that you have for these rights if you didn't, because you can understand and relate to it. So that speaks, it speaks to your understanding of the situation greatly.
I think, and I'm going to make another prediction. I am going to make another prediction. If Johnny Depp wins this trial and he is awarded $50 million from Amber Heard or $20 million or whatever, financial amount it is, I will make this prediction now that Johnny Depp will not cash that in. What he'll do is he will go to the papers and he will say, all I wanted to do was clear my name. The only way I could get this was to drag her to court for a $50 million amount, which would be enough to drag her to court to actually get her to defend herself. And I am now going to say that I do not want that money. I just want her to go into rehab and get herself healed. That's what he will say, because that's what I would do.
Well, he did show a lot of compassion on the stand for her. He, even with everything that is going on. So I think that's a bet I won't take, because you're probably right. I don't think he'll take the money. If he did take the money, he would donate it. I don't think he's going to use it for anything.
I don't think he would take it. I don't think he would punish her for a mental health illness, because I think that's what it is. It's ultimately, he got involved with somebody with a mental health issue, and he maybe knew that, maybe he didn't, but now he understands that she does. And do you punish somebody for having a mental health issue? I don't think so. I didn't punish my ex for the things she did to me. She dragged me to court. I could take her to court again for things. I'm not bothered about that. I don't, I got involved with somebody and I knew what I was getting involved with, basically. It was my mistake. And Johnny's done the same. Now he's having to go to court to defend himself. And I think he will. And I think he'll come out of this smelling of roses. But ultimately, if he gets awarded anything, I don't think he'll cash it in. I think he'll say, I don't want your money. I just want you to get better and lead your life and just get the help you need, because he's clean now. He's come off the opioids. I think that's what he's going to do. I would be amazed if he didn't do that. He doesn't need the money, and he doesn't need to punish her for what she's done. Just him getting his reputation back and have a clean slate and not have that mess anymore hanging over him, and allowing her to heal and get on with it. And that's why Isaac's testimony was so powerful, because I think that he thinks like I'm thinking, that he sees that she's suffering from a mental health problem, and he just wants her to heal. All of that wording, it's all coming back now. Makes sense.
Yep. He did say he wants her to just go away and heal. Just stop it. Stop the lies, stop the manipulation, stop all of these, and just heal. He wants what's best for her. He doesn't hate her. He wants it all to end. He wants this whole situation to be over with. I remember that part of the testimony. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just because I've seen how Johnny's been in the past, and his words were to you, they weren't unkind. It was like, we didn't have to do this, But now that it's here, now that it's out in the open, I don't think he needs the money. I don't think it was ever about the money for him. It was just about clearing his name.
I think that testimony yesterday kind of proved that it's about his reputation for his children and his future, and not losing his credibility in a career he spent so many years building. It's more about his reputation in just, the worst thing you can do to somebody that's been through an abusive relationship like he was with his parent and everything like that is to know he knew that was wrong. He came out of it. He's got all of these issues because of it. And the one thing that he cannot tolerate is for anyone to think that he would be an abuser. Like, that word on him is too much. It's too much to bear for this man. I don't blame him for fighting back the way it is. I think he should. I think it's one of the worst things to label him that way, knowing that it is the last thing he could do. He could not even bring himself to fight back. So, like, I can't, I can't even imagine the struggle he's had dealing with it.
Yeah, agree. And, I mean, just, and that's only a limited amount. That's all I took away from just two particular instances yesterday about what Johnny Depp was saying. Because having lived with OCD myself, I understand that is what somebody with OCD would do. And I understand that when that doesn't go your way, when somebody interferes with your routine, it will make you angry. And that's probably why they got into fights. And her admitting, well, the counselor saying that Amber admitted to always striking first, wanting to be the person that got involved. That was because she had a fear of him leaving. She had a fear of things going wrong. She could, if she wasn't in control, she would lose it. And this is all a mental health problem. It's not that she's probably a bad person. It's just that she's never had the treatment that she needs. And so, as much as Johnny is the absolute victim here, the 100% victim, and she needs to own this, she needs to have also some better people around her and be taken away to some kind of fucking treatment. That's what I feel.
Yeah,
she needs help.
She definitely needs treatment, and I agree. But let us not forget, if it helps you at all, let us remember that she did get through the divorce. She manipulated her way out of that. She got everything that she wanted. But she still would not let go. She still needed to torture him more. She still needed to come from him more. That says more than just OCD, if that helps you at all, Ranty.
I agree.
It says vengeance and petty and a whole other bunch of issues that she is going to have to be held accountable for. As much sympathy as I have for any mental disorder that she has, for her to win in the way that she won during the divorce and still come for the man, it wasn't enough. She needed to take everything away from him that she could, because she couldn't have him. And that's just wrong. And that needs to be righted. That needs to be held up to the light,
Yeah, and I agree. I absolutely agree. And these other undiagnosed or even diagnosed illnesses that I have no idea about. I mean, I don't know what it's like to be a sociopath or to be borderline or to have ADHD. I don't understand. I cannot put myself in those situations to understand how they would impact me. But one thing I do know about is OCD. So when he talked about what she did, I understood the implications of what it would be like for me suffering under those conditions, and I can understand the trigger points. But if you add a whole concoction of other mental health issues, because she alleges that she was sexually abused when she was a child. She was also abused when she was a child. So, I mean, as much as I would like to say that I was abused, it was more neglect for me, more than anything. Whereas she's alleging abuse with the sexual added onto that. So how would that change your personality and make you a different person? Probably, I couldn't even comprehend that. I couldn't go into that mindset to understand what she's going through. So if all of that stuff is undiagnosed or untreated properly, then it's going to manifest itself like it did. And
it is, but I still draw the line that every single person, regardless of what they've gone through or what has been done to them, still has the ability and the capability to draw those lines themselves, to pull themselves up, to take care of. It is up to us as the individual to take care of our triggers and to not damage other people. No one has the right, regardless of what you've gone through, to take it out on another individual. I know that they say that hurt people hurt people. Yes, they do. It doesn't give them the right to do it, and it does not excuse them from the consequences. I have great empathy for people going through it, but I must believe in this world, the world I want to live in, that people are accountable for their actions regardless of what has happened to them. Listen, if
agree.
there's the story of, like, say someone, let's make something really extreme. My example is going to be really extreme, so I'm sorry if I upset the chat or anyone on YouTube. But if someone in your family was killed and murdered, yes, and you took vengeance and you went and did the same to the other, does that not make you a murderer?
Yes.
It doesn't matter the reason you do something. The action is the action, and the consequence should be the same. That is where I come from. I don't want to have such a hard life, because I don't usually have such a hard line. I'm a very sympathetic, empathetic bear. People will tell you, like, I listen to everybody. I will hear everyone. I can empathize with all sides of everything. But when it comes to accountability, I have no patience. I can give no wiggle room. Every individual must be accountable for their actions, or we can't live in a world together. It doesn't, we can't. So, that's where I draw my line. It's a hard one too.
Yeah.
I feel for her, but she must be held accountable. She must.
You're right. She must, and she must face justice. She must face ownership for what she did, for whatever health problems she has. That needs to be addressed, and it can be a mitigating circumstance. Absolutely. When I was going through, I explained in my earlier video about losing control when I lost control of my OCD and my routine was interrupted, and I got, as a child anyway, I got incredibly angry over that. So I would have to face ownership for that myself, and I still do. I own that. That was me. It wasn't their fault. They didn't expect what was going to happen to them, because suddenly they interrupted my routine, but that was just me. That was my routine, and you snap. So I can definitely understand that, but you have to still own it, and she has to own what she's done, and then get the treatment that she needs. It's as simple as that. But I don't think Johnny will punish her financially. I think he just wants his name cleared. He wants to draw a line under the sand and move on and say, do you know what?
He's not spiteful. He's not vengeful.
Yeah.
He's not spiteful or vengeful. He was humble, caring, empathetic. He was honest and just speaking truth yesterday. We saw a man who has been damaged through his whole life and yet still can care for individuals on such a level that was humbling for me. I saw a man that my heart broke for him. I don't know if anyone will be able to be a true partner to him, knowing everything that he's gone through, to give him everything that he needs. But he can still care for people. He still does care for people regularly every day. Look at his friend pools. Look at his loyalty from people that are around him. He has not let what happened to him totally corrode the person that he wants to be. He's constantly growing and changing, as he said. He's constantly learning and moving towards what he wants from the world and what he wants to represent and who he wants to be, as a good example for his children. He's trying, and he's taking accountability for his mistakes at the same time. And he wishes the same for Amber, but it's up to her to do it. It really is. And I think that they can take into consideration on the punishments how she will be punished, but she must take accountability. She must be held accountable, just like it would in any legal trial. It could be part of the sentencing, but you're still guilty. It doesn't matter the reason why, you're still going to be guilty. They just may take these things into consideration for the sentencing and things like that, if it was a criminal trial.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think it'll all come out what personality disorder she has and what effect that has on, why she does what she needs to do. But still, there was a victim in this, whatever, that there was a victim. And she's 30 years old now? She's more than 30, isn't she? So she should have had, treatment, like you say. We were talking about this earlier, but she should have had medical treatment long ago for this. And if it's been left undiagnosed, that's a mitigating circumstance for sure. But the
Well, with
one thing I
all the
took from all
doctors
of
around
this,
her, I mean, that's her choice, Randy, right? Because she's under how many therapists has she been under? There's plenty of professionals around her. She has her own private. She had the marriage counselor. She had doctors around her. There's plenty of help available
yeah,
if she wanted it.
who knows what whether they were qualified to actually treat her though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but now that is something. Now we're in the if zones, and we can't be doing the what ifs and the what aboutums because that can just like turn us into a tizzy. Like we'll go round and round in circles for the rest of the day. She is still has access and she has ability and she is of an age where she could know better if she liked. She's not a teenager. She's fully developed.
Well,
She
not
has
just
some,
could, but
yeah,
should know better.
should. Right. So like I can only grant so much grace, so to speak. It is a polarizing discussion though, because so many people in the chat will say absolutely not. She deserves not a moment of our empathy because she is the abuser in this case and she needs to be held accountable and she's going out of her way to be evil, about certain things. And yes, that's all true.
Again, it all comes down to the friends she has as well. What egging her on. All of that plays into this. Maybe under different circumstances with different friends in a different situation, with the right medical treatment, she would be better. But one thing's
look
for
how
sure,
she treats them too, though. Like, look how she treats her sister. And listen, I'm sure her friends cycle because no one could be the way that she is and have the kind of loyalty she's going to need to stay that way. People are going to cycle in and out of her life, which contributes to the problem because she always believes everybody leaves and no one's going to stick with her through it.
We just got a super chat.
Mm.
That's from Perp. So Perp has given 10 Australian dollars, who says, I'm wondering if Fox News saw the same JD testimony as we did. They still make him out to be the bad guy. Shaking my head. Thanks, Ranty and Claire, for all your input on this and support. Well, thank you very much for the super chat there. I really do appreciate that. And I haven't seen the Fox News, but the testimony was pretty... I don't know how much they could pick out of that, to be fair, to make a headline. I'm sure there was probably one or two words that they could just snip out to make a sentence, to make a headline. But
well, in my humble opinion, putting Fox News together is an oxymoron anyway. So if that helps you, you don't have to worry about watching it. I don't really know if they do news. It is mostly opinion, and it's usually on the wrong side. But yeah, that's just my humble opinion on it as an American over there watching it. That channel makes me crazy. That Fox News, they make me crazy.
Well, here's the thing with the mainstream. The mainstream media are going to essentially back Amber Heard up right until the verdict, right? And if the verdict comes back that they support Johnny Depp, then what will happen is the media as a whole will throw Amber Heard under the bus and roll over her and say, how could we have all been, taken in by this evil woman, etc., etc. This is what they will do. But up until that point, they won't admit ever that they were wrong. You have, it's like, if you've been arrested for some kind of crime and you deny it until you actually showed video footage of you doing it, and then you go, okay, well, I can't deny that. That's what the mainstream media will do. And it's just the life we live in. We've got to suck it up. That's why I think alternative media is pretty good. Things that you get from YouTube, different people's personal opinions with other people. We have friends all around the world. I have friends all over the world. This isn't my first YouTube channel. This is like my third YouTube channel. And I've still got friends from all those different communities all over, everywhere. And if I wanted to, I could go traveling for the next 10 years and stay at people's houses all around the world if I wanted to, right? That's just a fact. And the thing is, I could contact them and say, well, what's going on in Virginia? If I really want, who's in Virginia? What's going on there? And I'd get the real news. Don't listen to the mainstream.
Right.
Come to alternative news to get the truth.
This is true. You got to get local. You got to get down into it. And this I have found. Like never, when you Google something, don't ever believe the first 5 entries that come up. Like go to go to
No.
page 2, please. Go to page 2, because you're gonna really find more of what you're looking for, and expand your searches and double check everything. If you don't have 3 sources, you don't have a source. That's my motto. I got to go with 3. Like often if you ask me something and I will tell you, well, it's not been confirmed, but I've heard or I've seen, but I've only got like one. I've only seen it in one place or whatever. So to me, that doesn't necessarily mean a fact or that it's true or confirmed in any way. But yeah, there's a lot of compassion here in the chat for yesterday's testimony, for sure.
Johnny was amazing. Johnny, I mean, I don't, like I said, I think I say this in the, in my video earlier. I don't know whether or not it's normal process for Johnny to have allowed to just tell his life story from start to finish. And if that's the only way, listen, if him taking Amber to court and it's costing him, I'm going to imagine somewhere in the region of $8 or $10 million for all his legal fees. I mean, I was adding up yesterday. Somebody was mentioning about the cost of a barrister or a lawyer or whatever over there, and then your paralegals and everything else that goes on with it. And it was running an extortion amount of money. I did it up, and I figured that this trial alone is costing JD probably in about $2.5 million just for being in the court, right? Just for being in the court, not all the other stuff that they've done in the past,
right?
So all of this money that he's investing. Is that because he's just allowed them to have a couple of days to sit on his own and tell the world his story about how he was basically fucked over by the media, right?
Oh yeah, and you know what happened then? After the ACLU filed charges to get the fees back for what it cost them to attend the trial and to do the depositions and everything. They're trying to get him for $85,000 to have him pay it because he's suing. It was an affront. It really is, but it's on the court to decide right now. Yeah.
See, I haven't seen that, so I haven't seen that evidence yet, so I don't know what that is. I did hear about it, but I wasn't too sure about.
No, there is a filing. They have actually filed against him for it. Yeah, they're asking the court to provide remediation for all the fees that they've had to put out to attend the depositions and for the subpoenas and things like that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know whether they can do that, can they? I don't think they can actually sue him for them having to provide evidence of their non-existent payments.
Well, here they are kind of contributory. Aren't they also the ones that helped write the op-ed?
Exactly. So I don't know how that's going to, I don't know how they can try and charge him for that.
It's just quite messy, actually, that they would even try. But, I think they might be wanting to help rectify this instead of fighting it.
Well, I guess we'll find out eventually. I guess we'll find out whether or not he would probably pay it. That's the thing. He has endless trunks of money, and I'm sure that he would definitely dip into it to give them a little bit of his pirate's treasure. So
I don't know. The people that wrote the op-ed, I think you're being funny. You're being sarcastic. I don't think you can say. Yeah, because there's just no way.
Well, it would be important information, right? I mean, obviously it's going to benefit him in the long run, but I don't think money is his major concern. I think he would throw every penny he owned at this to clear his name.
Yes, I absolutely think that is true.
And and he would start over again from nothing. He would literally live on the streets and build himself up again from nothing if he cleared his name. That's how I feel Johnny Depp would go about doing this.
I think the way he's approaching the case, that is absolutely true, especially with the testimony that we heard yesterday, and what he focused on. And we're going to hear more of it again today. When they open up, it's going to be the plaintiff again. I don't think they're finished. They've got a lot more foundation to lay. We've got to talk about the incidences in Australia and the traveling. And the incidents in the penthouse. We have to talk about all of that yet, and he's got to lay down his foundation in his testimony as to what happened. In order to be able to go against what she's going to be presenting.
I think on the other side of the coin, you've got to ask yourself, is it normal human behavior for people like Amber to act the way she has with the claims that she's made, with the, with the makeup, with the putting makeup on, over so many different years to take photographs to allege bruising, this scheming, the idea that, you can stage a scene, is that normal behavior from a normal person? And it's clearly not normal behavior. It's totally out there. It's totally in the realms of psychotic kind of stuff, right? So there's got
Yeah.
to be some kind of mental health issue going on there for that to have occurred.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's
Oh,
to me at least, it's pretty clear cut what's gone on, but the issues behind it, not so clear cut unless we get medical records from her diagnosis. We have a suspicion. Let me put this image up. We have a suspicion about what could be her underlying causes. Could be this. Made by a doctor, borderline, toxic narcissist, sociopathic, personality disorder. I don't know what those issues would entail and how it would affect me because I don't have these issues. Now, if they'd have put OCD in there, right, I would understand that. But Johnny, when he talked yesterday and spoke about her behavior patterns, it seems like she does have OCD, so I can relate to that. But
right.
all these other stuff, ADHD, I don't understand how that affects. I don't understand what a codependence issue does. So putting myself in that situation, it's kind of difficult to empathize. And I think for most people, if they don't have these, they wouldn't empathize either. So it just comes down to, I think, what the diagnosis is for what she actually has.
I get it. I do. But I'm looking. The ACLU filed in New York, for those fees. They actually did. They filed against Johnny Depp to get those fees. Look at that carpet stain. Look at that.
And it's not just a mini carpet stain. I mean, even this here
No,
isn't
it's huge.
This isn't the full extent, actually, because there's another image that I did of this that shows that it's actually greater than this when you actually do the contrast, etc. So you can just see that's right outside of their door, exactly where Isaac said it was. And
Yep.
the police had to walk through. 4 police officers had to walk through that. 4 police officers had to walk through that. And you're telling me they didn't notice it?
No, they didn't, because it wasn't there until they left, Randy. It's just the way it is. It wasn't there until they left.
Done afterwards. But what sort of human being behaves like this? I mean, there has to be a mental health issue to do this, to frame somebody like this, That's not normal behavior. It's not what normal people, average people do, right? Or is it? I don't know. Maybe I'm the odd one who thinks that it isn't normal for people to behave like that.
I don't think
maybe it is normal to behave like this, to try and screw your ex over like this,
No, I actually hear about it a lot. I mean, I have brothers and they have exes, and I have friends and they have exes, and I hear about it a little too often. Not to this extent, though. Not to this extent, but I do hear too many horror stories, which is what has made me draw such a hard line on this issue at all. And why I will actually come out and speak my mind on it whenever the conversation comes up, is I believe strongly about evening it out, making it more equal. The equality of it is just not fair. A lot of it is just not fair. And exes on both sides can be crazy,
This was Amber yesterday when Johnny was giving his testimony. This is the face that she essentially pulled the whole time. Now, I have to say that because they kept cutting to her, and the droopy mouth at the side, that was normal. That was a normal. Well, not normal through the trial. Normal through the trial was straight lips. So you could literally draw a straight line across a mouth. So it was sort of like pinned to a straight line. But when Johnny was testifying, the entire time she was there, she had this sunken mouth. Like upset.
She had like no affect. Actually, it was hard to tell what she was feeling, and I was wondering if she She does take medication for anxiety and things like that. I was wondering if she was medicated at the, for the testimony, because she had no effect at all. Like, she was kind of blank to me.
Yeah, she was blank, but her facial features were different. It was more droopy. The mouth was drooped at the sides. And the
Sad.
way
Yeah.
sad, very sad.
Mhm.
Very like she was looking at the one that got away. It was.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. And he should get away. It's a bad place to be next to her. Well, I don't know.
So this was Johnny yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And the day before. So this was Amber Heard. I wonder what she's going to
Mm-hmm.
turn up today dressed like.
I don't know. She's definitely gonna copy him though. Robski, I have no idea what creepy pasta type horror stories are, but I'm down for it. I do readings on my channel anyway. Send it to me. I will read it for you. Promise. Just send me one.
So this was Johnny today. So yesterday. So he had a grey grey jacket on, black
Right.
shirt, and
Another one of those beautiful flowy, it's like a scarf tie. It is so full, right? It's like not a regular kind of tie. That's why she has that bow thing going on her blouse to mimic it, I think.
I wonder. Well, this was from yesterday.
I know, but even the day before, he had a similar tie, the same style,
Oh yeah,
but a different
this
color.
was
See,
Yeah, this was.
you see
This
how
was the day
billowy.
before.
See how
Yeah.
billowy it is, and it's like a scarf tie, and I think that's why she did the blouse the way that she did to mimic it.
Well, this was from yesterday, so let's pay attention to what Johnny was wearing today. Now then, everything that she's doing is making me, kind of assume that this mental health problem that she has is something to do with this copycat wanting to be someone else thing. Because every single day she's copied Johnny from the day before. Yesterday, she let's put yesterday's on.
You mean
The
bunny boiler
ponytail.
syndrome? Yeah.
Well, yeah, the ponytail, the lighter color shirt, the dark jacket, the flowery tie kind of thing. Now,
like Fatal Attraction, yeah.
And Johnny yesterday had this on, so let's see whether or not she has some kind of brighter colored tie on, as opposed to the rest of the colors that she's wearing underneath. So whether it's a darker color underneath and a brighter color on top.
Yeah, I
and that
agree.
could be a mental illness that she has to copy him. That could be part of her.
Or she's just harassing him, like, just to be a pain in the ass, like, which it could be also that she's just trying to get under his skin and unnerve him because she likes to poke him and to harass him and unsettle him. Could be, I think it's more like just that she wants to have some type of control over him.
Possibly it could become that, or it could be this OCD that whatever he wears, she has to wear. See, that could be a symptom of if she doesn't wear what he wears the day before, something's bad's going to happen to her. So with OCD, you always think if I don't have this in place, or if I don't do that, or if I move this and it's not in its correct position, then something bad's going to happen to me. So if she's got this in her mind that she needs to copy Johnny, because if you've seen the way she was when she was with him, she copied his style, right? So now she's copying his style at court every day, every single day. If she doesn't wear what he wore yesterday, if she doesn't copy that today, then in her mind with her OCD, she's going to think that something bad's going to happen. So she will do it.
I don't think that's it at all. Yeah,
I do.
You can. I mean, I'm sure you see similarities there, but the way that she took off her makeup for this is very calculating. No, I see a manipulative, entitled person trying to get their way. If she's got the mental health that is contributing to it, I might grant her a little grace. But above all and beyond, I see a manipulator.
I don't see anything because we couldn't see her face this day.
No, not that day. No.
Her entire face was hidden from the world. She wasn't hiding though. That definitely wasn't a thing.
And because I see a manipulator and she was calculating enough to take that makeup down before his testimony. Come on, you do see it. Yes, she's manipulating. So if she does, yes, she may have OCD, but she's using it to her advantage to harass this man.
Well, I'm going to make the prediction, like I say, that she copies Johnny's from yesterday, Johnny's attire. a darker shirt, lighter top with some kind of flowery, even lighter kind of tie. And if she does that, then I'm gonna say that is a form of that she has to copy him. And if she doesn't, she's going to think something bad's happened to her. We shall see. We shall see. And you can think it's harassment. I think it's a mental health issue.
Well, I think something bad is going to happen to her. She's going to lose this trial.
Oh yeah, she's definitely going to lose the trial. Well, she's not going to win the trial. She's not going to win her claim. That's for sure. Right, so we've got Catsy Lane, who says, I feel she was doing this for him to see her pouting. She wasn't doing this the entire time until he got up there to speak the truth. Yeah, exactly. I mean, she stood, she didn't take her eyes off him, right? She sat bolt upright like this.
Exactly. And with the big pouty lips. I know. Like, come on. Manipulation 101. We all have exes. Come on. You know that look. It's all your fault. Look at how sad you make me. Yeah. Come on. Manipulation 101. Come on. Every girl knows how to put out her lip like that. I'm surprised she wasn't batting her eyebrows too. You know? I'm sorry. Oh my God. I turned it off. I don't know why you did that.
You didn't turn it off.
No, I didn't turn it off well enough. That's for sure. I'm so sorry. Okay. It's definitely down now. All right. There's no volume whatsoever. It can't do it again now. Hopefully.
Oh, interesting. Read that. Cassie Lane. The one guy that testified said she was pouting on the plane. That's very interesting because she was pouting yesterday. I didn't pick that up. That skipped past me, that.
You mean Keenan Watts? Yes, he did say when they tried to press him about the plane stuff, he got some stuff in there against Amber instead of against Johnny. Yeah.
Right. What does Karina Cook say? I think it might be more the way she wants the public to react to her. She sees how people are supporting Johnny and maybe trying to manipulate us psychologically into thinking she is just the same.
It's true, Almin. Not everyone has an ex. I apologize. Not everyone, but
who?
Yeah.
Who doesn't have an ex?
Almin says not everyone has an ex. It is true that not everyone. I shouldn't have spoken such grand terms that way. That everybody should know about exes, but because you're right, not everyone does.
Oh, Almin.
Enough of us do. Yeah, Almin. Yeah.
Almin's the a 40-year-old virgin, by the way.
Okay. Well.
Sorry, 60-year-old virgin. 60-year-old.
60. Okay.
60-year-old. Yeah, ex-army guy.
Then you will not have an ex. I understand, and I am corrected, and I'll take
it. What's this, Stin? It's been diagnosed with BPD and codependency disorder. She could be emulating his behavior as a lack of self-identity, maybe. Yes, I definitely agree, because that all comes down to the testimony with the marriage counselor, right? Who kind of tied that loosely in. I mean, this is something that's running through, the whole thing. It does sound that this is what she's doing. She doesn't have an identity of her own, so she leeches an identity from somebody that she's close to, or a book that she's reading, or a film that she's really attracted to, including like Gone Girl. That's going to play a part, I think. And whenever she's close to somebody, she becomes them. She wants to emulate them, and she wants to look like them. She thinks they look great. They've got a great style. She wants to be that. She wants to be that person. So that is also a personality disorder too. It's another mental health issue.
Yeah. All of that could very well all be. I mean, just still, I look at. I think she has more control than that. I think she tries for more control of that. I think her me type personality says that she does have some self-worth there, probably too much, because the woman reeks of entitlement to me, Randy. I can't help it. She just reeks of entitlement. And to have that kind of entitlement, you do need to have some self-worth. She just thinks she's definitely entitled to all of this. And she targeted Johnny Depp from the beginning in 2011 when she met him on set, and she played cat and mouse with him until she got him. And then he saw her for who she really is, and she can't handle it. That's what I see. mental health aside, I see a very troubled young woman who just didn't get what she wanted. She played a game and she lost. And she lost the key prize, which was Johnny. He walked away. And her actions afterwards speak that might be true because she became spiteful and vengeful and attacking, and she did everything she can to ruin him. That doesn't speak, I mean, there could be mental health there contributing to that, but it just speaks of entitlement and spoiled brat to me. Very
I
much so.
suppose. I mean, if you think about famous people in the past, let's go to, I don't know, Genghis Khan, right? So,
Which one? Okay, Amber Heard is Genghis Khan. You know, I could get there. I could get there, Randy.
No, but but at the time, right? He was either seen as a liberator on one side, or he was seen as a destroyer of continents and countries, and a complete terrible person. I mean, I think, is it 10% of the world have his genes in him? 10% carry his genes because he raped so many people. That's how bad he was as a conqueror. He didn't just conquer. He shagged his way around the world, right? Yeah.
He violated.
And so a lot of people will say, "Oh, that was just him, being powerful and strong, and protecting his country and making them more powerful." Some people will say that. Other people will say, clearly, he was frigging nuts and a sexual deviant and a psychotic idiot. I mean, a lot of people, and I'm assuming that he probably did have a lot of mental health problems, right?
Yeah.
But you never get to assess them. The same with people in more recent times. Let's go to World War II. Let's say the leader of the German party in World War II. I'm not going to say his name, but let's just say that, we could psychoanalyze him. Some people followed him blindly, whereas others would be like, let's analyze him and say, this is your issue. But does that make him less culpable for the crimes that he committed or what he did? Or the same with Genghis Khan, does that make them less culpable? And I think when you put it in those terms, you're right. You bring me back to reality. Maybe I am being too empathetic with her. Maybe you've got to just say, you own it. That's you. Your own mental health problems are your own issues. It's nobody else's. You still need to be held accountable for what you did.
Exactly. Even yourself. Aren't you actually owning everything? When you're actually being empathetic towards her, you're still owning the everything. But she is not. So that that's the problem. She is not. She refuses. And that is an issue, a big issue. Okay.
She refuses, but Beaver's unit in the chat, she definitely wants to have Johnny's genes in her.
Beaver. Ay, boy.
And
and Owlman, I am impressed. Congratulations. 49 years and 1 month. I'm rightly impressed. And I'm glad. And I am glad you don't have an ex like that. Good on you. Good on you and the missus.
Who's that? Sorry,
or the partner.
Who said what?
Alman. Yeah, if you go up, it says that the marriage is 49 years and 1 month, and he revels in the fact that everybody says it'll never last. And obviously, they are all wrong, and I'm glad you're proving them wrong.
Yeah. That's amazing. Well done. Some people just find the love of the life to start with, right? They find the first person they go to school with, or they see down the road. They could be a few doors away, and they stay with them for the rest of their life. And those stories give me a bit of, like a.
I know, right?
Bit of a heart thing, Because
I was married a good long time to my best friend. Good long time. It can be, but people change too, and sometimes best friends, they aren't friends anymore. Or, we're still friends. I shouldn't say that. We're still actually really best friends. We're just not in that kind of marriage, Well,
yeah. Well, how did we get on this subject?
I don't know, but Beaver's now in there in my genes. I think she's too fickle for me. I don't know. You're a little fickle there, Beaver. But I love that girl. She's crazy, but I love her.
Yeah, so I mean, I've been single for a time now, and I joined that. I don't know. I joined that Plenty of Fish.
Oh no! Oh,
Yeah, terrible. I
oh,
was drunk. And it
yeah.
said something like £10 a month for a year, and I thought, oh, that's not bad. I'll pay it. And it was like
Okay.
I thought it was £10. And
So
then the
have you
next
gone on any dates with it?
well, no, hell, I mean, you should see him. No, the next morning I woke up and they'd taken the whole year. They'd taken £120 out, which, okay, fair enough. I must have, clicked whatever. Right, okay, no big deal. And and then I actually started using the site, and the recommendation. I mean, you see a beautiful girl and you think, oh, she's nice, and then you click a profile. She's 75. You're like, your image
How
looks
did
like 30. Oh, this was me airbrushed 25 years ago.
Okay, she's all right. Oh, so you no dates yet off the site yet, huh? Having some
No,
trouble finding someone?
I've been on a month, and I've still not found anybody that's appealing in
Okay.
any way. So
Now, is this one of those apps where you got to swipe left or right, like that kind of stuff that they show you?
yeah,
Like, I don't know. I've never used the dating site, so I don't know.
yeah, kind of. It's just like a website that's like pictures on. This is me. This is my job, my hobby. If you want to contact me, blah 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 blah. Go on a date. I assume it's for dating. I haven't seen that it's not.
I have concerns because the only time I've ever heard the words "plenty of fish" it's been in a catfish episode.
Right.
With that guy who does the catfish episodes and he exposes these people. So like you gotta yeah. That will be some of your new content. You'll be exposing, 75-year-old ladies pretending they're 20.
I could do that right now. I could put my profile on right now and show you the recommendations that I'm getting. And you'd say, she looks beautiful. Yeah, let's click on her. You click on her, 63. Like, why did your picture look 40?
Maybe she aged really well.
Yeah, exactly. And then quite often it'll say in the profile, because it'll give an age. You might say 43, and you go into the profile and say, I'm actually 63, but my profile screwed up, and it was, it just made me 43. Yeah, right, okay. Well, every single one.
Well, at least they're being honest enough when you get in there. Like, you didn't go on the date and find out like that. That would be horrifying. At least you're finding out before you go. So they're not being that deceptive. They're just trying to get you hooked so you can talk to them first, thinking their charm is going to win you over. And maybe it will. You never know,
So what's the deal today? What do you think is going to happen? What do you
think? That's right.
We got Johnny Depp on the stand. We got Johnny Depp on the stand. What's gonna be the next thing that comes out? What do you think? Because we had a great way to finish yesterday. Finished good.
Right. We do. They were he was talking about his father, and he didn't finish. I did see some stuff on Twitter about that. People were concerned they wanted the rest of the story. And I don't know if they're going to start with that, but I do know they got a lot of foundation to get in there from Johnny about all the episodes that Amber's going to be talking about, the things that happened to her. And he needs to get his side out on that. So I would expect a long day of trial about that. And then once they start the cross, well, I don't know. Who do you think is going to cross, Rotten Bottom or Elaine?
Oh yeah, I think we've heard that Rotten Bum's going to be the one that's crossing.
That's the rumor. That's what I heard. Yep, that's what all over Twitter and all over the legal sites they were saying it. I don't know how they know, but they were. So.
Well, I just want to say to Chris, who says I would totally date Ranty if I were a 30-year-old woman. Thank you so much. Yeah, it makes my heart palpitate to know that if you were a 30-year-old woman, you would date me. It really does.
That's a nice sentiment.
It is. So I think Johnny's he's gonna carry on from yesterday. He's a great storyteller. I assume that when it comes to the cross-examination, Rotten Born's gonna be fire, trying to trigger Johnny. But I don't think he's gonna rise to it. I think he's gonna be very calculated and calm, exactly his same demeanor. And I think the pacing that he's done already has established a pace that he's still quick enough to, when he's asked a question by a rotten bum, he still has that 5 to 7 seconds thinking time to then speak before rushing in with something that could be interpreted the wrong way.
Yeah. I think, the objections are going to be flying left and right once they talk about the actual incidences. It's not going to be story time like it was earlier, where Johnny got to just like tell it in a story format, you know, his past and things that were going on and stuff like that. I think it'll be more directed, and I think there'll be more objections based on his interpretation of the actual incidents that Amber has put down in writing. So.
Yeah, I think it's all going to come down to, I believe, because it's only a 6-week trial, and we've already heard from the judge that she isn't going over the, you know, the time's the time. If you go over that, that's your fault. You don't get to present your case. It's as simple as that, because this case will end at that in 6 weeks. It will end. It's done.
Yes,
So,
the judge has been emphatic about that. She has said that repeatedly. So, yep.
In fact, I've got a video. I've got a video of that. Do you want me to play that? Just so
yes,
that everyone knows.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we
I know
go.
6 weeks sound like a lot of time, but it's only 24 days, and we've already done 3 days. So you have 21 days left. You know, stipulations is one of my favorite words, so you might want to consider looking back through all the evidence that you have and stipulate on a lot of information, because I promised this jury would be done by Memorial Day weekend, and we will be done by Memorial Day weekend. So when your time is up, your time is up. My law clerk, Sammy, is tracking everybody's time, how much time has been used by each side. So he'll keep doing that throughout the trial, and we'll let you know on a weekly basis how it's going. But if things don't speed up in the deposition, you're just not going to get through this. So I want you to keep that in mind, okay?
There you go. Pretty definitive there. So I believe that Amber won't be able to throw all these other allegations. I think it's all going to focus on three instances. We've got Australia, we've got the plane, and we've got the apartments, you know, the penthouse. So we've got 3 instances that are going to be under the scrutiny of everyone. And I think Johnny's team has put a very good argument out already that's going to disprove most of her claims for each of those. It's a shame that the testimony of Gina got struck, because she was actually on the plane. You know, she was on the plane. And although we did get another witness that came in yesterday that was on the plane, it's a shame that we didn't have 2.
Yeah, well, there's still security, you know, they still could, they can recall. Security was up for recall. So was Isaac and a few others. But remember, we were talking about that. A good attorney is going to have more than one source for every point they want to land. They have to be ready for things that can happen. So it's like,
hi, Queen of Amazon Phones. How are you doing?
Yeah, there's a lot of people still coming in. The trial doesn't start for another 30 minutes. So, but based on everything that we saw yesterday, I can imagine it's going to be a little emotional in the beginning today again. And it's also going to get like a little tense when they start talking about the incidents. I would expect the attorneys to be going at each other a little bit about this, because this is going to be key, laying the foundation to what Johnny says actually happened instead of what Amber has put down in writing.
Well, the battlefield's going to be won or lost on these 3 instances. So in the minds of the jury, they've got to either go more than or less than probable. So basically, it's 50-50. If you're 51% sure that it didn't happen, it didn't happen.
Right.
But if you're 51% sure that it did happen, then it did happen. So it's really a knife edge. Either it did or it didn't. Flick a coin, whatever. But there's 3 instances out there. There's the Australian, the plane, and there's the penthouse. So Johnny's already laid his, he's getting his defenses in to say, look, in Australia, we've got 2 doctors there, well, a doctor and a nurse, that never saw any injuries at all on Amber Heard. And because of the regulations that they fall under, they would have been obligated to report those if they had seen them. Otherwise, they get fined to death. So they would have had to report them. They didn't write it down. They never saw it. And that's 2 professional people that should have seen things, never saw them, never documented them. So that kind of already is pretty damning towards Amber for claims that she was the one who was abused in Australia.
Exactly. Everywhere, though, like not one scrap of medical evidence from 2011 till now. Okay, not one. Not one scrap of medical evidence.
Yeah. Then the plane, we did have 2 witnesses on the plane. Now we've only got 1. But there was still the testimony that she was on the plane and didn't see anything. So we definitely know that. Of course, that'll be still in the ears of the jury. But we did have the testimony yesterday from the sound technician who turned around and said, I was on that plane and I didn't see anything. So if they can get another witness on there as well to also validate that, then that'll be 3 witnesses that never saw anything happen on the plane. So that'll probably be enough to fall into the side that it didn't actually happen on the plane. And lastly, we've got the penthouse so-called staged event, which I think there's so much evidence out there already to prove that didn't actually take place. But it already shows that that's the nature of their friends and their cohorts and their conspiratorial way of thinking, that they could actually perform something like that to try and throw someone under the bus. So, yeah.
I would like to bring, I'd like to mention something that Intrigued and I were chatting about yesterday. That, we've found it quite odd. I always have, that there is absolutely no medical documentation of any injuries whatsoever. If she says she broke her nose in her ribs, to this day, she could still provide medical evidence by going and getting an examination and having some x-rays done to prove prior injury, like they do in a lot of domestic abuse cases. But that is not coming forward that we know of, unless we get surprised. We haven't seen anything or heard anything about it. But Intrigued and I were talking about that yesterday, and we find it quite curious that has not been presented, because
it's not going to be presented. Do you remember she went on the was it the James Corden show? She went on the James Corden show.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, I mean, perfect complexion, no bruises, no broken nose. She's giving it rock all, back and forth. She's bouncing up on the couch. This is with broken ribs, bearing in mind, that she supposedly had from the day before. Broken nose.
Very next day, photo shoot in the Bahamas, stretching all out, doing those big red rib back things with the bikini on and everything, and no flinching, nothing with broken ribs, anything, perfect skin. It would have been impossible. I mean, the whole photo shoot is documented.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can barely breathe with broken ribs. With broken ribs, it is so painful just to twist or move. I mean, your body, when it moves, it's the entire midsection is all connected. It's all frigging connected. You move, you twist, you move, you walk, everything. It's all controlled with your midsection. So yeah, that's just total garbage.
I like Kyle's goldfish. She said, Claire, and by curious, do you mean bullshit? I think I do. I think I actually do, Kyle. Yes, thank you for the correction. Yes, curious. Yeah, AKA BS. For sure. Yeah, it wouldn't be impossible. She said she had black eyes. She said she had a busted nose. She said she had cracked ribs. She put this all down in writing, and it didn't happen. No physician who was there saw any of it. No evidence. You would see something, All they have evidence of is her being upset about things that happened, her being emotional, her needing to be medicated because she was just crying and overly and saying how sorry she was about the finger to Johnny. She needed to be medicated. So.
Exactly. So I'm just doing a quick search to see where I am on this search list of live trials that are going right now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're in competition with 10 other people. That's and we're right at the bottom. I don't know why we're right at the bottom, but
we're on the list at least there. But
share.
Yes, please share the stream. I shared the stream earlier this morning. Beaver, I hope that Elaine doesn't talk dirty to us. That was weird. I don't need Elaine talking dirty to us. That was gross.
God, that was awful.
And I'm not a prude. I run the Mayhem show. I mean, everybody knows I'm not a prude. But that was gross. It was definitely not something I wanted to hear.
It was awful. I mean, you just don't hear that language coming from an old woman. And to have that word pussy
so flippantly, like it was poof, like I don't know. She was trying to be She was wearing the cardigan of evil after all. She was trying to be a badass. Let me come on.
You don't. I mean, literally. I mean, she already asked him. She asked him 4 questions. She said, "You didn't hear him saying this particular thing." No. You didn't hear him shouting this particular thing. No. At that point, then, if you're not hearing anything, there's no point asking, did you hear the next 2 things? And the next 2 things was, oh, you didn't hear him saying something about her pussy.
Yeah.
Like, why did you need to say that? And then the last one was, oh, in your wet pussy. And I'm like,
yeah.
Shut up. What are you doing?
It was offensive. But here he is again, Elaine with the evil cardigan, getting into the jury's ears things she can't admit regularly into testimony. Shame on you, Elaine. Shame on you. This is not good manners. This is not good legal manners. You know,
it's not. It's dirty, underhand, bad tactics. They're trying to. Basically, Johnny Depp's team is trying to play by the rules. They're literally playing it straight and narrow. But they're literally in a like a fist fight. Right.
Yeah.
And they're still trying to be the prim and proper. Let's pugilist it. Let's be a pugilist. Whereas they're like, okay, well, anything goes. We'll scratch. We'll pull your hair. We'll bite you. We'll kick you. You know, that's what their side is doing. And he's like, well, no, we're just a pugilist. We'll just use our fists. And this is how it seems to be. It's like there's no tactics that they won't go to try and win this. Dirty.
You know, and that's like any tactics. I mean, I guess if you're paying for a lawyer, you want them to be doing anything that they can. I don't know. To me, it just, the way the different sides are playing against each other is a testament to each of the parties in this case, the defendant and the plaintiff. Their lawyers are very much like them. The way I look at it, their style and everything. You know, Johnny's team is trying to play by the rules, you know, doing what they can, you know, following procedure. And Amber's is a little bit on the shady side there with the multiple objections to try to disrupt the testimony of the sister who was getting rattled. That was just like unreasonable. But she held her own, thank goodness. And then Elaine, with her opening statement, getting all of that in that she knows she's not going to be able to submit with medical testimony as if it ever happened. But she got it all out there in front of the jury, the best that she could. And again yesterday with getting those raunchy texts out there. And then actually accusing the witness of not, oh, come on, you don't remember? Of course you remember. You remember that? Like telling him what he knows and what he doesn't know. Like, it was very aggressive. I don't find that a good look for attorneys, but if Amber's going to be aggressive, Amber's side is going to be aggressive, you know.
Ginger Lee says, speaking of manners, I appreciate how Johnny gave someone a bless you when they sneezed. That didn't go unnoticed in the whole court picked up on that as well, because that'll stick in the minds of the juries too.
I saw that repeatedly mentioned on Twitter and also in several of the post commentaries last night. Did you get to watch any of those, Ranty? Like, I watched a few. I think I watched Tug, the umbrella guy.
I went to bed. I was tired. I mean, don't forget. I mean, I'm doing these recaps in the morning, so I'm up early, and I've got to record them. Then I've got to edit them. Then I've got to put them out. Today, for instance, you know, this morning, that took me an hour and 45 minutes to do that. So I've got to do all that beforehand, and then I do the stream. So it's a full-on day. So by the time I'm done with this, I'm just beat. I just go straight to bed.
And then by the time, you know, like we did see the whole trial, so I'm sure they're not going to really tell us anything we didn't actually see for ourselves. Just sometimes I like to check in with the legals to make sure I'm heading down the right legal path in my thinking, you know, because I'm not a lawyer. I like to check in with them. I like to talk to people about it a little bit to see what their other opinions are. People that work in the medical field, the paralegals and all. And my friend Mandy, who like keeps the facts, she gets the dates, the times, the names. Like, she's got the filing cabinet in her head of this stuff. So it's good to check the facts with her back and forth for things from the past. So I spent a little time doing that, but then,
Well, I mean, there are some great streams out there. You know, Legal Bites seems to have blown up on on social. Let me just check that Social Blade for Legal Bites. I'm sure she's done amazing.
And Nick Wallace too has petitioned the court. Let me just see. You know, remember Nick Wallace that we were talking about? You know,
Oh yeah. So monthly gain subscribers for Eagle Bites. Yeah, she's blowing up. She's got how much she got this week? She's got 4,000, 6,000, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. She's got the last month. She's got 18,000 subscribers. Pretty good. Is everybody subscribed here? That's the question.
Oh. Well, Nick
If
Wallace is petitioning the court to get transcripts every day of the court, like he did in the UK.
Right, yeah, I mean, I tried to get him on. I did message him. I did email him, but he didn't get back to me. So, yeah, his loss. What can I say?
Yeah.
I would have liked to have a, chat with him to find out what it was like inside the court and hear it from the horse's mouth. But I guess he's kind of busy over there. He's got early starts and the like, so is what it is.
I have a question here from someone to be addressed. I just want to answer that. Yes, Samantha McKellen, the former makeup artist of Amber Heard, is on the witness list for Johnny Depp. She was, and I don't know if they have contested it, but she was on the original one.
Okay, so what's this? Did many others pick up on the judge's expression when they broke that you picked up on? As I have noticed, a lot of things you point out in stories I see online. All right, okay, that's kind of interesting. And so basically, you're saying that whenever I see something, a lot of other people do too. That's cool. It just shows that I've got a good eye for these things.
Yep.
Okay, I pay attention. Blue Feather says, "No, I refuse to like and I refuse to subscribe."
Oh no!
Hang on. If I can I put a sad face on? Here we go.
Uncle, all right. Can I? My avatar is pouting right now, Blue, just like that. You see that lip that he's got out there? I show you my avatar is pouting. That's no way to be.
There we go. That's my sad lip look. I might put a community post out as well, try and get a few more people, and we've got 15 minutes, haven't we? So I think I'll do that.
Yeah,
now.
that'd be good. Okay. Oh, I should go and retweet.
I don't share as much as I should do. I never really say, "Oh, this is it,"
I put it on the community tab, and I tweeted out this much earlier, and I did a promo for us on a YouTube short. I did for us, Randy, about Johnny Depp want to do the trial again. I'm going to do testament. Good morning, Mocking Media. Good to see you too. And Bubblegum, welcome. It's nice to see so many people coming back.
There we go. I've put the post out. Yeah, we get a lot of people returning. I think they like the niceness over here.
I think you could stop pouting because now Blue Favor says they liked and they subscribed. So you got to pull your lip in. Okay, we'll pull it up. We'll pull our lips in.
Oh
my goodness. Oh my God. Chandler Bing. That can't be the Chandler Bing. That's a cute name. That's a cute name for an account. Yeah.
You need more tags in your description to get more views. How? What tags do I put in? I don't know.
Well, the first three are the first three will show, but then like I use vidIQ. Do you use TubeBuddy or vidIQ? That will help you with tags towards the end. I think I got like 20 even on my promo. If you look at my promo, you could copy those. Yeah.
Where's your promo?
My YouTube short. If you go and you look in the description and then you go down, you'll be able to copy them, I believe.
Okay, hold on then. One sec. Let me find you first. Right, I found you. Let me find. Oh, 967 subscribers. How well are you doing? That's pretty cool.
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you. That's a good number. I like that number. Yeah, it's getting close.
So you've got so this is your short, right? Okay.
It should be pretty blue for today.
Yeah, I can't find the tags on it though, so it won't allow me to do that.
Oh no, it doesn't. Hold on. Let me go. I can go copy it for you, and then I'll put it in the chat for you. That.
Cool. That would be pretty good. We should have Johnny Depp back on the trial in 13 minutes. That would be cool. Yeah, we need 200 likes to make it happen. What do we? Right. Okay. So everybody needs to like mad. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, we're in a very competitive marketplace currently, and there are a lot of great streams. I mean, these guys, they do all the legalese kind of stuff. So if you're interested in all that, maybe this isn't the place, because here we just wear our hearts on our sleeve and we just say it as we see it. We see it like the average individual person. So yes, we're up to date with all the bits and bobs behind the scenes. We've followed this, we've got the information trail from the past year, at least for me, and longer for you. But we have that information stored up here, so we can always let you know what's going on during the trial for those of you that haven't followed. So yeah, it's just a different stream over here, I think, and it's nice when people keep returning. Who else do we have in? Don't recall from Nimrod. I like that. Let me put this image up for you guys. I've got an image. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I don't recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall.
I don't recall.
Do not. I don't recall. That's it. I just don't recall.
Well, it was written down. It was written down. It's in my, yes, that's what it says in the thing. And do you recall anything about it? No, I don't recall.
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't recall
right.
that.
There, I put my tags is in your Twitter because it was a photo. So it's like coming over. All right. There you go. Oh, thank you, Queen of the Amazon, for the for subscribing.
Oh, I've got most of those tags already in,
Oh, okay. Yeah. They're all the ones that came up.
Yeah, very let me just see what else I've got. Yeah, I've got Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard versus Amber Heard, sorry. Johnny Depp trial, Amber Heard trial, Virginia trial, live coverage, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp live coverage. So I don't know what else I can put in there, to be fair.
Well, okay, so there we are. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, Arcanics, that's very nice. Yeah, we'll keep you sane. I hope so. I do.
So let's remind everyone what I'm going to make a prediction. This is the image from yesterday. On the left-hand side, we have Johnny Depp. That's what he was wearing yesterday. Now, Amber, I think, is going to copy him in some way in this look. Whatever it is, whatever she wears, she's going to wear something very similar. What do you say?
I think she's going to mimic him because she's a harasser. You know what I'm going to say. I was going to say that too, And thank you, Mipit, for reminding me to go put it in the room. I'm going to go put this over there in one of our other Discords. I should remember to do that. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Or I Stand with JD. That might be a good one. That was trending on Twitter today, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I Hear You was also in there. Like you remember yesterday we started that I Hear You. It was actually trending this morning. People were using it last night all over the place. Yeah, it was cool.
Oh, right. So when I said everyone go and use it, people went and used it. Awesome.
Yep, they did. They listened to you. Look at that.
That's good. Well, that's the power of social media, right? And
it is. That's what I love about Twitter. If you can promote, that's all right. Where is this room?
I'm going to have a quick look, see whether they got the court feed up now. It shouldn't be far off.
Okay, I have shilled us.
You've shilled us?
Yes, I shilled us over at the shills in the shill yourself room. So there'll be some.
See, I don't even do all that either. Maybe I should do more of that. I'm not really.
Well, I do shill you in my server, in my Discord server, but I've only got like 62 people in there. Well, I do shill us every day in there because I got a bot that picks you up if you go live. Yeah. that will tell everybody that you got a stream to go watch. So,
Right, so we're waiting currently.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it up so that everyone can see.
Wait, Sandy, what do you mean you're not going to be my mod when I hit 1,000? What the heck? Wait, you're supposed to want to stay with me forever, young lady. What's that? That's no celebration.
Right, there
He's
we go.
so handsome. He's so handsome. That's yesterday's look. He was quite dapper.
Are you sure that was yesterday's look? Oh, yes, it was. Dark, yeah, grey.
Yes, it is. That
grey
is
with a black shirt. Let's see how Amber looks today.
Yeah. Believe me, Ranty, I stared at him enough. I know that's yesterday's look. It's emblazoned in my mind.
Pervert.
I'm not a pervert. He was fully dressed. Come on. No.
Right, I'm just gonna nip away for about 30 seconds, 60 seconds. So do you want to take over?
I gladly, sure. You come back and tell me to be quiet again. So here we go. So no, Sandy, I'm not gonna let you give me my ranch. You're not gonna turn that in. Okay, you can be quiet about it, but that's it. Okay. You don't want people following you home. I don't think that happens at 1,000. You automatically get stalkers. Does anybody know about that? Is that what happens? No. Let's see some messages here. Mia, I think you're right. I think he will wear a ponytail, and he probably will wear, I would make a bit a dark suit of some nature, but I do hope to see one of these lovely scarf ties. I do think that these are the ones that Shane McGowan makes for him, and he's very close with him. There's some pictures floating around on Twitter about that. Especially on my feed, people have been tagging me to them. Paul, thank you very much for shilling over at Creaky's server for Ranty. I'm sure he appreciates it and remind him when he gets back. Yes, it is a good time for a cuppa if anybody wants to get your last, snacks and cuppas in, because we got 5 minutes before the feed is going to start. And then we're anticipated after the judge comes in and asks if there's anything that needs to be brought to order, where they have motions or anything to add to evidence or anything from the day before. And then they'll bring in the jury and we'll get started. Johnny's already been sworn in and he should take the stand again. Lucy, I hear you. I've used up a pen and half a notebook already. It's only on day 5. So I understand with the note taking. I do like that too, Ginger, that he is very close and he is very fond of his friends and keeps his memory alive. He keeps Shane's memory going. And that is very sentimental of him, and it shows his heart. Oh, I did notice that the good morning or good evening. Okay. Now, is that an ale? Because it's definitely too dark to be a beer. Yeah. What do you think?
Oh, it's Carlsberg.
Yeah.
Carlsberg Export.
Oh,
lager.
Okay.
A lager.
It's a lager, so it's dark. Yeah, it's very dark and rich. Yeah, Ranty's back. We have to stop talking about him. Everybody, don't.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't hear anything that you were saying at all, honestly. I
No?
wasn't that paranoid that I was listening on my phone. I wasn't doing that.
Well, one of your friends shielded us over at Creaky Binders server. Paul Kohler. So that would bring it to your attention when you came back. And besides that, we were just talking about what would Johnny be wearing,
Yeah.
And I told everybody to go get snacks in a cuppa or a lager, if you want a lager like our friend here, Me, I prefer later in the afternoon a nice glass of wine. Or if it's a trying morning when I'm hanging out with the Australians first thing in the morning. You see, it's their evening and it's my first thing in the morning. So sometimes I'll have cognac with my coffee, just to, keep it even, so that we're all in the same mood. Well,
So, Queen of the Amazons Fine says, are they in the courtroom yet? Well, they will be probably, yes. I mean, there's 2 minutes to go before we actually see that. So, yes, they will be there. Johnny will be ready to take the stand again. And we'll get to see Rubber Face for the first time.
Are you actually looking forward to seeing Rubber Face? And, you must be feeling better because now you're calling her Rubber Face again. I was worried there.
It was a powerful, it was a powerful emotion for me to wake up this morning and actually think to myself, bloody hell, what if this woman is suffering from this, that, and the other? And then sort of like put myself in that situation. So, yeah, she still needs to own up for her crimes, as far as I'm concerned. But, I believe there's probably mitigating circumstances that can be addressed down the line that may make it that she can return to this kind of, I don't know, maybe semi-fame at some point down the line. Who knows? But, she's damaged herself beyond all recognition. PhD Tony says, I, for one, refuse to believe Claire's claim that you relax using orchard-perfumed enemas.
PhD Tony. Hey, I thought you said you were keeping that conversation between the two of us. Oh, I've been shamed. No, PhD, you're funny.
It's not. It wasn't orchard perfumed. You got it wrong.
It was
Rose.
daisies.
Rose.
It was rose. Oh, rose
petals. Perfumed. Yes.
Oh my God.
Get it right at least. If you're gonna spill the beans, get it right.
Yeah, where the heck did that come from? Anyway, you've got some funny friends. I like your friends.
PhD Tony's great. He's very, very, very clever fella. Creaky Blinder. Yeah, I've been on his show a couple of times actually. I know Creaky. We speak quite a lot on Twitter. We're going to be working, I hope, soon on a collab.
I do like his content. Yeah, he's a good one too. I like his content.
Yes, definitely.
Oh, Nimrod. Now they're going with it. Like apparently, there you go. Oh my goodness. Here we go.
Yeah, what a shit.
Amber is wearing yellow. Okay. Yeah,
yellow.
It's a chit chat. Why is she wearing yellow? All yellow? Like, oh my gosh, what is this?
Hang on, what did Johnny wear yesterday? Let's just check. What color was his
Johnny
tie?
wore. It was like a grayish and with yellow.
Tie.
What? His tie had a little yellow in it. It looks like, doesn't it?
It did.
Or is that just the camera light? I don't know.
No, it had yellow in it. It did. I was right.
Oh my. Okay, here we go. Today's got a dark one on. I'm going to mute so they can hear. You can turn it on.
Well, Amber, how's she looking now? She's got her hair down, so she's looking more mummified. She's wearing yellow. This is definitely dressed down. This is what I would have suggested, that she wear if this was...
Well, that doesn't look like she's copying him today. Maybe she got the memo to knock it off.
Yeah, well, she's got to appear more humble and mummified and, more womanly.
You mean less creepy and stalkerish? Is that what you meant, Ranty? Yeah.
Yeah, I could have meant that.
Okay, I did. I did. Boy, yeah.
Well, they had to do something.
Ladies and gentlemen, all right, you can have a seat. And so just a reminder that you're still under oath, Mr. Depp, okay? All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honor.
My bad.
Oh.
I've got it coming up. Don't worry. It's coming back up.
Good morning. Yesterday, you told us a little bit about the beginning of your relationship with Miss Heard. When did Miss Heard's behavior towards you begin to change?
I believe, as I said yesterday, there was a hint of something with the having to do with the boots coming off and breaking routine. It her attitude, or her the way that she would begin to speak to me. First things started coming up, and I was suddenly just wrong about everything. If I made a statement about something that I had been familiar with, for example, in my work that I'd been chopping away at for a good 30-something years, I was suddenly wrong. And then beyond that, if you tried to explain yourself and correct the problem, the misunderstanding, it would then begin to heighten as Ms. Heard was unable to be wrong. It just didn't happen. She couldn't be wrong. So these little digs, and it would commence with sort of demeaning, name calling, berated, sort of to be made a fool of, and those would escalate into a full-scale argument. And in the beginning, as one does, one sticks up for oneself in a debate, as it were, or an argument over something to try to prove the point. But when it escalates, and then it's hard to explain, but the argument would start here, and then it would roll around and become this circular thing of its own. So you get back to the beginning, essentially, of the argument. Now it's heightened even more, but it's still circular, and there's no way in or out. You, if there's a dialogue between two people, both people need to speak, but there was no way to fit a word in. It was a sort of a rapid fire, sort of endless parade of insults and you know, looking at me like I was a fool, and I just couldn't. I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart, dealing with that sort of barrage. And part of that is I was confused as to the fact that whatever her age was at the time of these various arguments, she was mid-20s to late 20s and into 30s. I couldn't understand how I had somehow arrived at where I'd arrived from where I came from in the beginning of my life, and worked for 30 plus years doing these things. It was astounding how wrong I was about everything that I'd experienced. within the movie and within the film industry, or within, well, in just life itself. No, I was sort of not allowed to be right, not allowed to have a voice. So at a certain point, when what enters your mind is, you start to slowly realize that you are in a relationship with your mother, in a sense. And I know that that sounds perverse and obtuse, but the fact is that some people search for weaknesses in people. That is to say, sensitivities. And when you've told that person your life, and what you've lived through and what you've been through, just as happens in relationships, the more that became ammunition for Miss Heard to either verbally decimate me, or to send me into a kind of tailspin of confusion and depression and well, it's not a happy day. It's not a happy week. It's not a happy month when you're constantly being told how wrong you are about this or that, what an idiot you are, or anything. It just then it increased, and it became an endless. It became that endless circle. Like, so as it escalated and continued to escalate, I went straight to what I had learned as a youth, which was to remove myself from the situation so that it couldn't continue, because there's only so much your ears can hear and never forget. So I would remove myself from the situation, as I'd done as a youth, as much as possible. Because I certainly didn't believe that there was any need for these various subjects or arguments to come up and travel the distance that they did so very quickly, to ramp up so fast. It was like you were pinned to a wall and had to just listen to it and take it. So I found the only way to find any sort of peace was to try to walk away. If she didn't allow me to walk away, there were times when I would just go and lock myself in, the bathroom or anywhere that she couldn't get into, and that happened constantly over the years.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry, what would happen? Well, if they continue to escalate, if I continued to try to present my version or my side of the story, when you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred. It seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with, throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be uh, throwing a glass of wine in my face. But all in all, it was just it was a constant. Uh, there was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences, which I gave to Miss Heard, those things were those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when when it came to my kids. So yeah, I did. There was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
You mentioned that Miss Heard would use information you gave her against you like a weapon. Can you explain that a little bit?
I mean, I've said this before in various interviews, but certainly in life. If I have one ambition, and ambition for me, when you equate it with Hollywood, has become an ugly word in a sense, because ambition means I want to be famous at any cost. I don't care what for. I just want to be famous. That's one thing. That's one part of it. If you have hunger or a need or a drive to present your work, that to me is the way to go about it. Fame has nothing to do with it. So I was more, I mean, basically the only ambition that I've ever had in my life arrived the second that my first child arrived, and which was to be a good parent, to be a great father, to be the best father I could. And there were several occasions where Miss Heard would tell me what a bad father I was, and that I had no idea how to parent. And again, it falls into the same category as before. I couldn't understand how in 52 years or however old I was at the time, how I could be so wrong about everything. I mean, one learns along the road. The result of the road is not important. It's the road that's important, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 10 years. We don't know. So the road is what I pay attention to, and paying attention to trying to spend as much time with my children as possible. Even that would that could send Miss Heard into a monumental tailspin, where I could hardly ever go and see my kids and spend time with my kids, because she had to have me there at all times for her own needs.
So,
And I that was something that, once you realize that that's happening, and then there are hassles between the children and her, the situation starts to get a little more grim and a little more dire. And that I was not prepared to take. I would not hear the words, "You're a bad father, you're a terrible father, you're an awful father." So one can only take so much of that before bits of your brain start to just, bits of your brain, bits of your heart begin to, the valve gets shut off because you can't hear it anymore. And you know that it's not true. And you know that it's meant as a weapon. It's to slice you up. It's to bring you down. It's to demean you. It's to bring you into a place where you start to believe that there's something wrong with you. And there's plenty wrong with me. There's plenty wrong with a lot of people. But in all of these situations, my main goal was to retreat, because I think in life, most important is pick your battles. If there's a battle to be fought that is grave and important, then that must be dealt with. But small insults and kind of teenage sort of high school tactics, this bullying, if you will, was becoming too much to take.
so why did you stay with Miss Heard given this type of behavior?
That's a very complicated answer. I can only say that I stayed through all that. I'm sure that it's somehow related to my father remaining stoic as my mother would beat him to death. I'm sure it had a lot to do with having been in a beautiful, wonderful 14, 15-year relationship with Vanessa, the mother of my children. Raising those kids was, there was, I had no interest in being a, the words that they use that I dislike very much, a celebrity or an entertainer, or fame is a strange word because I could never equate it with myself. I pumped gas, I worked construction, I printed T-shirts, I dug in, I had many, many jobs before any of this happened to me. So I've been able to live both sides of that life, of life. I know the very lows, and I know the very highs of where my life has gone. And it's not, I don't, again, it would be pure idiocy for me to sit up here as an actor who's been very, very fortunate over the years. And I can only say it's luck, in the sense that someone hands you the ball in the beginning and you run with it. and you run as far as you can before you get tackled. So that's what I've always done. But what happens is when the word celebrity or when you are a, what do they call it, public public figure. That's what it is, a celebrity or a public figure. Again, not complaining, but there are things that are very uncomfortable, and that is to say that at that point anybody can say anything they want to about you, and that's happened to me over 36 years or more. That things can be printed in the newspaper that are utterly false. This is even early on. So this is where that privilege, I suppose, that they call the privilege of celebrity, that's where that sticks a knife in you. Because it's one of those that's one of those situations where your arms are too short to box with God, you know. There are too many of them coming at you. So yes, I don't know what her motivations were, if there was some species of jealousy, or there was some species of maybe just hatred. I don't know. But in any case, the elevation and the escalation of these day-to-day arguments were simply unnecessary. It was not to help the relationship. It did not help the relationship. It wasn't meant to help the relationship. It was meant to feed her need for conflict. She has a need for conflict. She has a need for violence. It erupts out of nowhere, and what I learned, the only thing I learned to do with it is exactly what I did as a child. Retreat. Just take a step back, which I told her, we need to remove ourselves from each other, even for an hour, a day, anything. Because this can't go on. No one can live like this, you know. But why did I stay? I stayed, I suppose, because my father stayed. I suppose because I had been in that relationship with Vanessa, and that was lost, and I didn't want to fail. I wanted to try to make it work. I thought maybe I could help her. I thought maybe I could bring her around, because the Amber Heard that I knew for the first year and a half was not this suddenly this opponent. It wasn't my girl. It was she had become my opponent, and everything that I did just didn't fit her. It wasn't. She didn't accept it. So I stayed because, of course, I didn't want to fail. I didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Miss Heard. I didn't want to break her heart. I remember very well that when my father left and my mother, Betty Sue, had that first attempt at suicide that I woke up to, and that visual in my head, and that was a direct result of my father's leaving Ms. Heard had spoken of suicide on a couple of occasions, so that also becomes a factor. That's also something that always lives in the back of your brain, and that you fear. Because when I would leave, sometimes, I mean, well, many times when I would try to leave, she would, stop me at the elevator with the security guards, crying, screaming, I can't live without you. I'm gonna die. But you had to get out. There were even a couple of times when I did escape and I got to my house, arrived at my house in Sweetser, and then 5 minutes later she would arrive in the I don't know what car she was driving at the time, but she would arrive in her nightgown, screaming in the parking lot in front of my house, screaming to high heavens. It'd be 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It was ludicrous. It was out of control. It was uncontrollable.
Did there come a time when you and Miss Heard started recording your arguments?
Yes, in fact, I was the first person of the two of us to record conversations, and it was for this reason. We would have been talking the night before or arguing the night before, and she would say something. There would be these demeaning, berating insults. There would be these jabs. There would be anything to make me feel small and like nothing. So what I thought was, I'm going to record the conversation. And I told her this. I'm going to record. I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to record our conversation because I want you to hear what you've said to me tomorrow. So that because she would deny having said those things. What are you talking about? It was surreal. She had completely denied things she'd said directly to my face in a heated and volatile way. And she denied it. So I went to her and I said, I'm going to record us. And I did. And we recorded the conversation, which when she was on tape, the first time it escalated a bit, but it was clear that she was performing for the tape because it was being recorded. So that was another clue that something was slightly rotten in the state of Denmark, as it were.
What did Miss Heard say to you about you recording the conversations between you and her?
I mean, initially she said, sure, go ahead.
Did that ever change?
No, then she then she started recording, but surreptitious, without telling me that she was recording something, which is fine, but not so fine, if you know what I mean. Even in those tapes, it never took me to a place where I would go switch into some other entity, which is as she has used the term monster, never switched to violence. Violence was unnecessary. Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? I don't think it works.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned the term monster, and I think we heard about that in the opening statements. What does the term monster mean to you?
Well, the term monster means to me, in the beginning, she had used a different word to explain the same thing, and she would use the word demons, that my demons were coming out, that she had noticed that there was a great change in my attitude or my aggressive nature, or she would say that the demons had come out and they had control of me and that sort of thing. I don't remember exactly how monster came out, but that word stuck and it stayed, well, until this day. What I believe the monster was in Ms. Heard's mind was her intense,
Objection, Your Honor.
intense.
His belief about what monster meant in Miss Heard's mind is
All
not
right.
relevant. There's no foundation.
Let me ask a
All right,
different
all right,
question.
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
When you use the term monster, what were you referring to in your conversations with Ms. Heard?
When I used the term monster with Ms. Heard, I was placating. If she had referred to me as being a monster, there was no way that I was going to sit there and go through a 45-minute argument about, you're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. It was an impossibility. So what do? You accept her vernacular. You accept what the word that she uses, and then you use that word to placate her so that it would at least calm part of the aggression. It would lessen the attacks. So explaining the monster was for me I mean, she had told me many times that the monster was only me when I was using drugs and alcohol. But even when I was stone cold sober off of alcohol and substances aside from my meds, the term the monster was still there. When she accused me of being high on cocaine or drinking like some sort of drinking like I was some kind of 19th century sailor. It's that was the word she clung to describe, but it was in her mind, not mine.
How did your relationship with Ms. Heard affect your substance use?
Well, for example, when we were on the road, when you're traveling from, if you're on a press tour, or if you're making a film and you're staying in hotels or this or that, I would always have to get a different, or we would always have to book an extra room that I was able to escape to, so I didn't have to lock myself in another bathroom. It breaks you down. The constant haranguing breaks you down. And, there's a part of you that says, listen, if I'm going to be accused of this, might as well just do it. But it never exceeded, it never, my substance abuse or use, the alcohol that I used or drank was, again, purely, it's that little boy who didn't want to hear or didn't want to feel the pain of his mother turning him into some kind of ball of insecurity and pain. So, yes, I was more inspired by Miss Heard to reach out for a numbing agent because of the constant clashes, because of I mean, maybe a few days here and there, but there wasn't a day that you'd wake up and you'd expect something was going to hit the fan, and pretty much like clockwork, it did. So yes, I had to have something to distance me and distance my heart from those verbal attacks. I had to have something to be able to maintain me, and I'm afraid for a while, because of placation, because I didn't want to rock the boat, as it were. Again, you pick your battles. So placation seemed the best route if I was unable to escape her clutches.
How, if at all, did Miss Heard try to support you in abstaining from the drugs and alcohol as she requested?
Well, I mean, verbally, and she had been quite clear verbally and pretty bullish and brutish about wanting me to, telling me that I needed to stop drinking. But drinking was basically drinking wine with her, and I suppose maybe from youth, I don't know, but I've always had a pretty high tolerance for alcohol, especially it's not spirits, I had a pretty good tolerance for alcohol, substances, and things of that nature. But there was no, I had no. I've worked with therapists, drug counselors, who have actually said the words to me because I wanted to know. I wanted to know, am I an alcoholic? Am I an alcoholic? Or is this just the same thing that I did as a kid when I took my mom's nerve pill? Do I have a drinking problem? And it essentially came down to this. Do you have a drinking problem, Johnny?
Objection calls for hearsay. What the doctors told him.
I'm not sure he's saying what the doctors told him.
I think that's what's about to be testified to.
I don't know. If you can make that clear, I guess.
No, it's not. It's what he's thinking.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him object to another one.
How often would Miss Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always. Well, yeah. Miss Heard drank, she took a shine to a very nice Spanish wine called Vega Sicilia. She and all her friends did. Yeah, the wine would come out, and Miss Heard could very easily drink 2 bottles of wine per night. Well, not a problem. What I found strange was when I did get sober from the I was off the opiates that I had been addicted to prior to a year or so before, a couple of years before. She asked me if I would stop drinking to save the relationship, of course. And I stopped drinking. And I always found it odd that in support of me not drinking, that she might stop drinking. But she did not. She continued. And I didn't make a big deal about it. In fact, I would open her wine, I would pour her a glass, and that went on for many, many months, in my sobriety. Like I said, I think I was sober for around 18 months. Then there was a time when I was asked to, and I'd been off of alcohol, I'd been off of drugs, everything, except for the medication that I'm prescribed. I had to go to London to give a Lifetime Achievement Award to a dear old friend who was an elderly man, great actor called, his name's Christopher Lee, and he was a dear friend. And I was surprised, he was being surprised by my showing up on stage. I'd just flown in from the States, and he was surprised by me arriving to give him this award. And Christopher came up and accepted the award. We walked, they brought us backstage to this beautiful library where I was with Christopher and his wife, and a waiter came up and had 3 glasses of champagne. And Christopher handed one to his wife, he handed one to me, and then he had the other. And there was a photographer there. And the glass came up to toast. And I just, in my head, I thought, it's just champagne, a little bit tink to toast Christopher and his Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I'd had half a glass of champagne with Christopher Lee and his wife. After that, immediately after that awards ceremony, I went to pick up Miss Heard and take her to dinner at a restaurant. And I told her that I'd had a half a glass of champagne with Christopher. And I thought, listen, it's not like, you know, you're sitting in a pub guzzling pints of snake bites or Guinness or doing shots of Jägermeister, or it wasn't even, at that point, it wasn't even for need to bury feelings or emotions. It was literally a joyous occasion for Christopher. And I said to her, I enjoyed it, you know. It gave me the opportunity to enjoy the actual champagne, the drink, and my appreciation for wine and winemaking, and that I've been fascinated with for years and years. And I saw nothing wrong in it. And I said, I'd like to have a glass of champagne. As she was sitting there with a glass of wine. And we were in the restaurant, and she absolutely lost it and got up and stormed to the ladies' room. And I told my security and driver, I said, I think we have to go. I think we're gonna have to leave. So we left the restaurant and went home. And the mere suggestion of me sipping a glass of champagne or having one glass or two glasses of wine, she went apoplectic. It was, I was weak. I was a complete mess. I was an alcoholic. I was gonna ruin everything. Your kids are not proud of you. They can't stand what you're doing to yourself. So at that point, I said to her, okay, listen, how about this? You want to support me not drinking? I've never asked you this before. How about you stop drinking? How about you get sobriety and share this sobriety with me to support me and help me through this?
What did she say to that?
No. No. She said no. She said she didn't have a problem. But I've never had a physical addiction to alcohol. I don't.
How often have you seen Ms. Heard use other illicit drugs in your presence?
Several times.
And what drugs were those?
Well, she was always quite fond of MDMA, which is ecstasy, and mushrooms, and she had some medications that she was on already that were. Well, one in particular was quite a high velocity speed, if you will, called, I don't know if I can say the name. Am I allowed to say the name? It doesn't matter.
That's not necessary. How often did you see Ms. Heard take MDMA?
A dozen times, 20 times, over the course of the years, during the course of the years.
And what about mushrooms?
Mushrooms a little less. Mushrooms probably 6, 7 times.
Mr. Depp, do you recall at the beginning of her opening, Ms. Heard's counsel mentioned that the first time you supposedly struck Ms. Heard was in response to a comment about one of your tattoos?
Yes, I remember.
And what is your response to that?
It didn't happen. I've never struck Miss Heard. As I said yesterday, I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life. I'm certainly not going to strike a woman if she decides to make fun of a tattoo that I have on my body. That's like going into someone's journal and picking out things you don't like. She had made mention. There was no incident of argument when the tattoo thing had been brought up many times, and I mean, there's really nothing I can do. I've always thought of my body as a journal, if you will, to mark experiences, to mark life experiences. You know, for example, when my first child was born, I had her name tattooed over my heart, which is where her little head used to be when I rock her to sleep. I marked my boy's birth by tattooing myself for him. So no one can go back, or no one should go back and rewrite their journals. Why would I take such great offense to someone making fun of a tattoo on my body? That allegation never made any sense to me whatsoever.
Are there any tattoos that you had that Ms. Heard had an issue with, to your understanding?
Well, a tattoo that I believe is up here, which used to say Winona Forever, who was a former girlfriend, and we'd been together for a few years. Winona Ryder, and when we broke up, how do you fix that? I did go back and rewrite my journal to some degree. I took off the last 2 letters and had it say Wino Forever, just because I thought it was again, through pain comes humor. Humor has to come in there at some point into the pain, and that's how you play it out in your mind. So I have, I think sometimes abstractly, in that sense, so I changed it to Wino Forever. Any other tattoos? Well, she was very encouraging in me getting a tattoo of her name or whatever, and I waited a while, and then I did it. I got a full tattoo of her, and it ironically wasn't long after that 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 everything started going sideways. I was doing anything I could to bring a smile to her face, as opposed to the frown and then the onslaught of whatever whatever problems she was seeing or experiencing. Um, I, I I even I would try to wake her up with laughter. Um, singing stupid songs in her ear while I generally just tried to keep bringing her mood up. Sometimes it worked, many times it didn't. Um, but I tried, and I wanted to try because, as I said, I didn't want to fail. And at the time, not knowing fully, not understanding fully what I was, if you'll excuse the term, up against, I kept trying. I kept trying, but to no avail whatsoever. Okay, it just got worse.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to fast forward a little bit to May of 2014. Could you please tell the jury what project you were working on in May of 2014?
May of 2014. May of 2014. There were a number of films that I made in succession. I can't remember if that might have been Pirates. No, I can't. Mordecai, or May of, I don't remember what can you remind me what May of 2014 film was?
Were you filming Black Mass in Boston of May of
Yes, okay,
2014?
yes, excuse me, yes, yes. Oh, yes, I was filming a film called Black Mass in Boston, and Mr. Hurt had come with me, um, um, and I had to, for the film, I had to. There were very early calls to work because I had a number of prosthetics glued to my face and blue contacts, um, so that I could resemble the actual. It's based on the true story of James Whitey Bulger, and so I had to go in quite early to get the prosthetics glued to my face and all that, and work. Then you'd work, the whole day, and then at the end of the night, uh, they would remove the prosthetics, which takes if it took 3 hours to put them on, it took about an hour to take them off. So on top of what could be anywhere between a 14, 16, 17-hour day of work, what with the application of the makeup and then the taking off of the applications.
Was Miss Heard staying with you in Boston during the entire time that you were making that film?
Yes. Yes, she was.
And who from your staff was in Boston with you during that time?
Jerry Judge. Keenan Wyatt, Stephen Duders, Nathan Holmes, I believe. And I believe Malcolm Connolly was there as well. So I would have assistants, sound technician, security, I believe that was it.
Mr. Depp, we heard yesterday from Mr. Wyatt about a flight that you and Mr. Wyatt and Ms. Heard were on from Boston to LA in May 2014. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what you remember about that specific flight?
I remember that as I was still shooting, filming Black Mass, before I did Black Mass, the film, my sister Christy and I were talking about the oxycodones that I had been. Again, that was the monkey on my back. That she came to me. She told me she'd read this book of Dr. Kipper's book, and I read Dr. Kipper's book, a good majority of it, and I agreed that I would do the detox. I would kick the opiates, but there was no time to do it before the film. So when the nurse, which was Nurse Debbie Lloyd, when she came to Boston, she had asked me, "What is your dosage? How many of these are you taking per day?" And someone who had been under under the kind of lock and key of a prescription drug that is highly addictive. I mean, with built-in barbs, that this drug does not want you to stop taking it. She asked me how many I took per day, or my dosage, and of course, as any person who is addicted and essentially a fool to the drug, and you know how important it is because you have felt the sting when you don't have it. So I'd agreed to the detox, and she asked me how many I took. I told her, obviously, more than I was taking, purely because when you're in that frame of mind, the one thing that you do not want a situation you don't want to find yourself in, is having no access to the thing that will make you not high. It gets you only get better from it. If you start to get the shakes and the tremors and you could feel this traveling into your system. Your receptors are out in mass, and your receptors are demanding that drug. If you don't give the drug to the receptors, you will start going into a pretty nasty withdrawal, and it could, which could and has ended in sort of seizures. You can go into pretty nasty seizures. So I had told Debbie Lloyd more than was necessary, so that I could always have one or two in my pocket on the just in case. So I didn't find myself, on a plane or anywhere without one in my pocket to stop the inevitable body cramps and nausea and stomach cramps and seizure of the bones and shaking and also it's quite an emotional ride as well. So yes, before the flight, Amber and her assistant Savannah McMillan wanted to be picked up in New York and then have the plane fly to Boston to pick me up to bring us back to Los Angeles. We had spoken the night before. We had argued the night before. She was most definitely looking for a. She was looking for a fight, actively searching for a way to instigate a fight with me. And I had taken 2 of these opiates, these roxycodones, and I can tell you now, some of you may be very, very well aware of this. Opiates are extreme downers. So if you have enough opiates in you, you will essentially go on what's called the nod. You'll just drop into sleep. So I've heard the words blackout used, and there's a grave difference between a blackout from alcohol abuse, because that is a person who has ingested enough alcohol to render them they can still behave and they can still stand and talk and scream and yell and cry and do whatever they do, and never remember a thing. And generally they're always embarrassed by it. A blackout is a very, very different animal to the opiate taking you into dreamland. So when I arrived on the plane, I was not feeling any pain, and I knew that she was ready for some kind of brawl, and I sat on the plane drawing. I was drawing in my notebook. She would verbally heckle, hassle, accuse, poke, prod physically, poke and prod psychologically, emotionally. It just and finally, as was my the one thing I learned: if you're gonna hide someplace from somebody, go straight into the bathroom. So I walked back into the back of the plane. I grabbed a pillow and I went into the bathroom, locked the door, and lay down on the bathroom floor and went to sleep. And that's where I remained for the rest of the flight.
How much, if any, alcohol had you had before you got on the flight?
I honestly don't recall having any alcohol. I mean, maybe there was the sort of glass of champagne when you got on the plane or something like that. The initial thing, people order glasses of wine. People also tend to have a few drinks before a plane takes off, because some people don't like the turbulence and the this and the that. So it's a little bit of a liquid courage, But I certainly, after ingesting 2 of the roxycodones, alcohol was not necessary. So I can tell you now that I was not drinking to excess, certainly not. And if I had, I'd probably been in the bathroom hugging porcelain as opposed to sleeping on a pillow.
Who else was on that flight that you can recall?
I remember Jerry Judge was on the flight. Savannah was on the flight. Ms. Heard. Keenan, Wyatt, Stephen Duders. I believe that's it.
What do you recall happening after you arrived back in LA?
Well, generally what would happen when we'd land is everybody'd go their separate ways. There were several cars waiting, so Keenan had his car, and we would get in the car and leave. I mean, do you mean once we got back to downtown, or?
Did you and Miss Heard go back to the same home together after that flight?
No, I don't believe, no, we didn't. I don't believe we did. I think she had decided if this is the time. Pretty sure. I believe she had decided to check herself into the Chateau Marmont. There's so many of these, it's hard to sort of keep them all straight.
Who would have paid for Miss Heard to stay at the Chateau Marmont?
I would have paid for it. If she wanted to go to the Chateau Marmont, I wasn't going to let her pay for it, no matter the circumstances. I wasn't going to let her pay for it because I knew that might get expensive for her. So generally, I would take care of things of that nature.
And why did Miss Heard tell you why she was staying at the Chateau Marmont?
No. Well, I mean, she was clearly upset, and she was irate, and I can't say that it was a bad idea for her to stay at the Chateau Marmont at that time. I don't know why she went to the chateau, since she still had her apartment on Orange, I believe. The penthouse. Because I could have gone to Sweetser, but she went to the Chateau Marmont.
Mr. Depp, do you recall why you were flying from Boston to LA in May 2014?
I can't remember if it was a break from the film or if I had finished the film. And that was before we went, before I was supposed to go to the island to detox from the opiates.
I think
Is that
I'm about to switch gears, so
Okay,
if this is
that's-
a good time for a break.
All right.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and have our morning recess. Please do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, and we'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you.
How did you think
Well.
that went?
Well, there was a lot of information and a lot of foundation against everything that has been laid out already by the other side with the.
Do you think he's
about
getting
the-
in? Do you think he's getting in front of everything?
I think he's laying a very good foundation for it. Yes, it's going to be more like he said, she said now, because it's total contradictory testimony. It is the exact opposite of what she has laid out and what they tried to portray. In a lot of the situations, times when he wasn't drinking, where they think he was, times where she was and he was not. He was able to lay foundation for her use of drugs, her use of alcohol,
Oh
which
yes, the
they've been
MDMA,
avoiding.
the
Mhm.
MDNA and the mushrooms, and that's interesting because we had the testimony from her PA or her ex-PA, and also from Gina Dutas, and both of them alleged those things: mushrooms and MDNA.
And right, and the of course the personal assistant testimony is definitely going to stay in. Gina's has to be excluded, but as we said before, there's always another source with a good attorney for everything that they want to put in. So now they have two foundations for the drug use of Amber. They can't actually act like she was so innocent in all of it. They have been hitting him hard about the drugs and the alcohol, and yet his testimony kind of takes a lot of that away. He was under treatment most of the time. So,
And he also raises some good points. You know, why would he need to be drinking when he's taking oxys? That makes no sense.
exactly. And, and why was she so antagonistic during him getting, if what I finding hard to wrap my brain around is that the whole time she has said she wanted him to stop doing drugs and stop drinking. So he enters treatment for it, and all she does is antagonize him over it. Like, I don't get it. He's
Could have been a long-term plan, right? You know, she could have had her mark. He could have been the mark from very early on, and all of these, you know, I mean, you just don't know. I mean, maybe I'm going into the realms here of like a deep dark film that I've seen in the past.
I know
where,
it does sound like a really good one of those great dramas with all the twists and the turns. But I'm wondering where all the support is. If this is a goal that she had for him to be clean, where is the support and where is the actual, helping him along with it instead of being antagonistic and getting in the way of it,
I hear you.
Mhm.
And that
And-
hashtag
and-
is actually trending as well.
Yes, and Brilliant brings a good point. Again, he showed how he avoids conflict. He is not going to get into these physical altercations with her, that he went into the bathroom like he normally does and hides and went to sleep. He always leaves the confrontations. Even on a plane, he found a safe place to go rather than have that type of argument, that type of altercation with her. He's a retreater. That has been said over and over again in testimony, not only by Johnny, but others as well. So,
Juliana, pay me compliments. Thank you so much. Auditing the absurd. Ranty, that's me, Ranty, is like the fun uncle everyone cares so much about. Oh, thank you.
oh, the fun uncle. I like that. That's a nice thing.
I'm the fun uncle. Don't you worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the guy that will dress up as Santa Claus at Christmas.
So we're taking our short break here. Yes, Beaver, she would rather drink in front of him and antagonize him. And yep.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. It's like if you're a smoker and you're trying to give up smoking, and then you sit in a room all day with somebody else that smokes. It's not, you've got that nicotine smell. It's not good.
I don't care what's going on. I don't think I could treat a partner this way. I mean, as far as the antagonistic and the disrespect and stuff that was going on, I just couldn't. Is Marmot, when she was seen with the mystery guy of Franco? I do not know about this Beaver with Franco. And she couldn't unselfishly agree to abstain from alcohol to support him when in his presence. Usually I would say it's the person with the alcohol problem's responsibility and no one else's. Yeah.
Well, let's not forget Ben Chu's been the orchestrator of this. He's the guy that's literally had this on his mind for the past few years. He's laid out this roadmap of where they're going to go in this trial, and every single person he's put on so far has been building a story. It's been laying the foundations. It's been building the story for this testimony right now. And what's going to hammer it home finally is the police turning up and giving their testimony. That's
Right.
what's going to seal the deal.
So, Randy, you're a funkle. You're the funkle.
Funkle.
A funkle. Yes, Charlie. What is that? Sorry.
You keep getting messages.
I know it's my Discord. I just turned it off the laptop so it can't be heard. There you go.
Yeah, imagine this though. Do you know something? A lot of people were probably a little bit, oh my God, I can't believe Johnny said that. But when he objected to him thinking about what he said something along the lines of, so if I was talking to myself, how I would, respond or what. So he's sort of like inwardly thinking about how he would, sort of like explain his drinking. So he's like, he wasn't bringing anyone else in. He said, hearsay. What? Hearsay that he's thinking about how he would think. What? So he's calling hearsay because he's referring to his thoughts about how he would think. And I was like, what on earth is he just objected to? And then Johnny Depp turned around and went, yes. Say it again so we can just object again. Something like that. Yeah, some more objections from him, literally putting him on blast. I bet he felt this big, Mr. Rottenbum, because imagine being slapped down by a big celebrity like that in the courtroom. Yeah, let him object again. Oh, so embarrassing for him.
One of the messages was that another one of Amber's hit squad for attacking Johnny Depp's people was Christina Taft was also escorted from the courtroom and is asked to leave.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so,
bye bye.
Bye bye, Christine. Yeah. So.
We've definitely got a few more likes today. We've got 127 likes already.
Oh, good. We're getting towards that 200. Yeah.
If I could get 200, I don't know what I'd do if I got 200. I think 200. Normally, most of my videos normally get 400, 500, 600 likes anyway. But this is a different genre, so this is kind of like out of the wheelhouse. I don't expect to get so many, but 200 would be lovely. 200 would be lovely on this, because then the algorithm tricks in and people start coming over and taking part. So the more likes you give, the more potential people you have in the chat to have a chat with. So, this is it's good for everyone.
Well, it definitely is. Yeah, it definitely is. Yes, Christina was in the court. Yes, she was. Exilipilaf. Yes, she was. She was part of that Eve Barlow, that whole big crew there, but now they're quite all disbanded, so it looks like. I didn't see anybody really sitting in that first row, did you, today? Like, I was like...
Say that again, sorry, what?
Did you see anyone sitting in the first row behind Amber today?
We can have a look. We could have a look if you want. We can go back and have a look.
Just to look at how fast you go. You're going to find me a shot.
I shall try and find. Oh, there we go. Where was she? Where's bitch face?
She does have quite the resting. He does look, quite dapper today. A lighter suit. Did you notice? It's not black. It's lighter.
See, we don't get a shot of who's in the room today, but
there's another picture on Twitter today that is alluding to Elaine having a little bit of a mark under her eye. And asking if she's going to use some Amico cream to take care of that. Wondering if Amber has, hit her up. Oh, look, there's one person in the first row.
And it looks like whoever that is, that's the security guy walking up towards her.
Oh, but that's not Christine. Christine's already out.
Who's
there's
this?
another
Who's
one.
This?
I don't
Who's
know.
This
I don't know. Oh, behind Rottenbum. Okay, I can't see her.
Sort of like... hidden.
Both of them look very familiar.
Oh no! The judge, he's walking straight up to her. Look at this. Oh no! Oh, why couldn't we have seen it? Oh damn!
Yes, I see. Yeah. There's two, and they are the same two that have been there with Barlow in the other one all along. You remember they were all huddled together. I remember this blonde sitting next to Eve Barlow, and the other one in the corner all the time.
So what did you think of Amber's expressions today? Did you think it was still, kind of like, she wasn't interested, or do you think she was super boring into him?
I think she was actually looking, and I think she was thinking more on how she's going to counter this testimony actually this time.
You think so?
Yep, we're back.
We're back.
Thank you, Lena, for making me a cool aunt.
We're not back yet.
No, I thought I saw. Oh, that's right. You fast forwarded. That's what it was. Oh, what an idiot! Oh gosh, you caught me out. You caught me out. Like,
Some co-host you are.
I will. You're in charge of the buttons down there. Like,
Look at this emotionless face. I don't get it. I don't know how she's going to win over the jury if she's like this. Or if she gets on stand and then she puts in a completely different performance. They're going to have noted what she was like originally. Listen, I've got an image to show you. I saw this on Twitter.
You're going to scare me again. Oh, Lauren book. Oh, Lauren. Oh.
What does this say? Do you remember what was said yesterday? What Johnny said?
Is that why he calls her slim, to go after Lauren Bacall? Yeah.
Do you remember he said he called her slim?
Yes, he did. Yeah. Yep. And in Casablanca, doesn't he call her slim?
Yeah, but look at the open top sort of like jacket, sort of like the V-neck jacket.
Yes.
The hairstyle.
I get it. I think I'm picking up what you're laying down there, Auntie. She's copying again a fantasy of Johnny's. Here we go. Oh, thank you, Julianne. And Verillion, yes, I'm working on the coffee. I'm going to pour some right now because...
Yeah, she's living in this fantasy world, right? Everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose maybe we're scrutinizing absolutely everything that she does, But,
well, let me ask you, Ranty. Do you feel like she's a little obsessive about him? You think she's still obsessed with him, like completely?
I would say that the face that she has when she's looking at him would suggest that she probably is, yes.
I remember yesterday we talked about how she was looking at him like she had made some grave mistakes. It's all her fault, and this is the one that got away. And she may regret it.
But her face hasn't changed. Her demeanor hasn't changed. I mean, I can literally scroll through. Wow, it's not changed, has it? I literally moved 10 minutes forward. It's not moved.
So
wow.
the rubber face has used the arnica cream and turned into stone face again. It's just not unmoving, just unmoving at all.
She's moved, but now she's back to this death stare. It's
I don't even want to think about her Google searches, Beaver. I'm just terrified of the prospect, actually. Can you imagine Amber Heard's Google searches?
Please, somebody in the chat tell me, because I don't want to be too biased on this, but I would like opinions from the chat. When you see somebody behaving like that, imagine Johnny. Well, you've heard Johnny's testimony. You've heard him talking about the ups and the downs and his problems and problems with her. Even you've heard this. This face never changed in that entire testimony. What does that say? What is she trying to say here? That she's not bothered about anything that he says, or she's just emotionless? Because I don't know how. I can't for the life of me think how this is doing well with the jury when they're looking at this. I don't know.
She could be trying to put on a concerned look of interest, and it's failing. I mean, it could be her attempt at that. I'm not sure.
But it's almost like it's an emotionless, nothing.
Verillion, you think she looks for her own nudes? That's funny. She is a bit of a narcissist. She may have. She did. There was testimony from the personal assistant about how she had to get all of the stuff that was written about her, all of the magazines, everything. She had to have all of it. Every single word had to go out every day to get it. You could be right, Brian. You could be right.
Listen, I've seen her nude. She's nothing to look at.
Well, there you go. Now we know what's in Ranty's Google search anyway.
Oh, you have no idea what's in my Google search.
After that last statement, that's okay. That's okay. We can keep. We don't have to share that.
I just wanted to check out that she was human.
Was she? I don't know. Is she human? Okay. Did you
Um,
find that out? Yeah.
Well, yes, just about.
Okay.
I think.
Well, okay. Did you answer the question that was in the chat yesterday about the so-called third nipple because of the blouse she was wearing yesterday?
Third nipple. Have we got a third nipple image? We might have a third image. Let's just. have a
Oh,
look.
well, you saw the nudes. That's why I'm asking. I didn't see the nudes. I don't
There
know.
we go.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see
There's
them. So
there's the nipple. I don't understand about the third nipple though. Where's the third nipple?
I don't know. That's a joke about like. Oh, never mind. I don't know. It's a joke about a person having a third nipple, like being weird.
Must have skipped me. I'm afraid.
Okay. I'm afraid it's skipping me too since I didn't see the nudes. So there's no verification either way. That face. Oh my God, that face. Ah. You kill me with these pictures because they're sitting like right in my laptop and they pop up like right in front. Oh, that stink face. Oh my gosh. Yes, Joe Black. ... Yes, that is just very cold. She's cold. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Look out, Ranty. Amber is watching you. She's
staring.
Look. She's
staring.
The thing is, that's directly above the camera because Johnny's beneath the camera, so she's looking directly at him. She hasn't. She's not taking her eyes off of him.
Alice has a very good question for us. Who thinks she will take the stand? Do you think she'll take the stand?
Don't think she should take the stand. If I was her legal counsel, I would say don't go anywhere near there.
Yeah, knowing her personality, or actually what she has displayed as her personality and all of that we've heard about her, I think she's going to want control and she will probably want to take the stand very much and try to push for it. But I think it would be a bad move. I think her legal team is going to fight to keep her off of the stand, actually, and just try to submit evidence that they have of the depositions, read her words, not let her do it.
Well, can I just say that from the very first day that we streamed this, I said that it would be wrong for her to take the stand and predicted that she wouldn't. Can I just say that? Put it out there.
You can say it. You're putting it out there. That's you. And I'm thinking she's going to push for it, though, because I think she's a little bit egocentric. I think she's going to want her say, especially after hearing Johnny.
I think it would be a bad move, though, on her part, because she's going to have to answer some very, very... She's going to have to go against the police. She's going to have to go... The police are going to get up and say... There's going to be 4 police officers that get up and say, we saw everything, we didn't see anything. And she's going to have to go up and testify against them.
I agree. It would be a bad move.
So we are back.
For the jury? Okay. Thank you. Seated. Thank you. All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, who's Dr. Kipper?
Dr. Kipper is he's been my doctor ever since I'd met him in, I believe it was that May of 2014, around there in Boston.
And why were you connected with Dr. Kipper?
My sister Christy knew, of course, that I had been addicted to the opiates, and she was concerned, and she brought me his book, and talked to me heart to heart and asked me if I would be willing to go through the detox.
And what was your answer?
Yes, of course.
And you mentioned Debbie Lloyd. Can you please explain to the jury who she is?
Oh, Debbie Lloyd is a nurse who my doctor, Dr. Kipper, had assigned to my case to be the to oversee the detox and deliver the meds, the medications to me that would help with my with the effects of withdrawal that one goes through. To essentially try and knock you out so that you don't go through the nastiness of the affair.
Did Miss Lloyd stay on after the detox process as your nurse?
Yes, she did.
And when you were under Dr. Kipper's care, how often did you see Miss Lloyd?
On location every day. Yes, on location every day. Even when after a year or two, I was still seeing her at least on a bi-weekly basis, 2 to 3 times a week.
When did you start the detox process that you mentioned?
I know that I believe it was in August, July or August of 2015, 14. I cannot remember the year. 14, I guess.
And where did you do this detox process?
We did the detox process happened on. I have a place in the Bahamas. I'm never comfortable saying this, but it's an island. It's a very strange thing to say, but I thought that would be the best place, the most private place where there were no worries of paparazzi or any of that. So it was a place where I could literally be, the only place where I can have actual anonymity. So I thought that would be the best place to do it.
Who came with you down to the island for the detox?
Nurse Debbie Lloyd traveled with me on the plane. Ms. Heard. I believe that was it. On the plane to go to the island for the detox. I was not bringing security. I was not bringing assistance. In fact, initially, my sister Christy was going to go there to help Ms. Lloyd and the doctor through the detox, which made perfect sense since that the whole thing had been born out of her desire for me to get clean. So initially it was supposed to be Christy coming in place of Ms. Heard. there was a great part of me that was very uncomfortable with Miss Heard coming along for that um, detox, uh, because as things could fluctuate very rapidly in our relationship, um, I was wary that that those things would come up during what needed to be a very straight um, detoxification of these substances. And I was well aware that it was not going to be pleasant. I was well aware that I was going to go through quite a bit of physical changes, physical. Um, yes, I was afraid that it would be too much for her, and I also felt that she might be too much for me at the time.
So then why did Miss Heard come down to the island with you during the detox process?
Um, she insisted. She switched places with Christy.
Could you please describe for the jury, Mr. Depp, what it feels like to go through a detox from opioids?
I would say the best way to describe it is it feels like it feels like the inside of you, the very inside of you, is trying to escape the body. So it's it becomes obviously very physical, and so therefore you'll go into a withdrawal would mean that you would go into you'd have immense cramps in your stomach, your muscles would seize, you, my body would shake. The pain is like nothing I've ever experienced before. Part of it was so the best way to explain it. For example, there was a situation that when we were on the island and I was going through the detox, and it was hitting pretty hard at that point. And Ms. Heard had made a deal with Nurse Debbie and Dr. Kipper to stay at their end of the island, and that she would administer the drugs to me, administer the medications that I needed to not go into the, for lack of a better word, these intense, sharp, painful heebie-jeebies. And there was a moment when I could feel my body starting to tense, and I could feel the withdrawals coming on, and they come on quick, and they're not discreet. They go straight for the jugular. I mean, like I said, when your receptors are in full bloom and begging for the substance, the drug, the opiates that my body had become used to, these receptors that were being fed by. There was a moment when it was coming on very fast, and I I was sitting on the couch in the little house that we all saw on the island. Miss Heard was at she was in the sort of kitchen area, and she was chopping vegetables, I remember. And I think it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and the effects of the withdrawals were really coming on. And I said to Miss Heard, I'm going to need the meds now. And she said, she looked at the clock and she said, it's not time. And I said, no, you don't understand. This is not about clocks and watches and things. I'm going into the ship, and it was visible. And I hate saying this, and I hate to have to admit this, but that was, I believe that was about the lowest point in my life. That was the lowest I'd ever felt as a human being, because I had to say, please, may I have the meds, because it's really kicking in. And she was adamant, no, it's not time, it's not time. So in explaining how these withdrawals start to take over your body, when I was begging at that point for the meds, I found that I had sort of rolled off the couch and I was sitting on the floor crying. Tears streaming down my face, begging another human being to please give me the meds that will take this away. And she would not. She was adamant that, nope, it's not time, 4 o'clock. So the only thing that one can do in that situation is you have to trick the body. You have to manipulate your body out away from those. Well, you have to trick the body to get away from the receptors. So the only thing that one can do is you go straight to the shower. And you put it on scalding water, and you stand underneath the scalding shower, and essentially you're burning the top, your skin is burning from the heat of the water. And what that would do is it would trick the nerves away from the receptors, because they had an immediate problem that needed to be dealt with, the nerves. So what it does is the scalding shower would reverse those nerve endings, and they would go up to the top of the skin, because there was a problem there. So that's how I was able to bypass those withdrawal symptoms at times. It doesn't fully take them away, but what it does is it tricks your body into thinking that there's something going horribly wrong on top. So it keeps them away from the receptors. After that, I had a conversation with Nurse Debbie and with Dr. Kipper, and I said, I don't believe, I told them that she had denied me the meds when I was in need, and Then I told him that I don't think that this is going to work here anymore. I think we have to leave the island, and I need to be. She can't be with me while I'm going through the rest of this detoxification. So I told them we should leave the island. Um, I asked them if if they understood what I was doing, and they did. So we went back to Los Angeles, and then I asked Miss Heard if she would please uh, allow me 5 days, 7 days, whatever it took to get done with, finished with the rest of this horrific detox and the pain.
Did Ms. Heard give you that time?
She did, reluctantly, yes. I was immediately accused of throwing her out. I was accused of abandoning her. I was accused of not appreciating all that she had done to get me to this point where I was, which was kind of an interesting argument for me. I begged her, please, can I get a place at the Beverly Hills Hotel? I'll get you and your friends a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where you can all stay together and have a grand old flag. You can have fun, you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to sit around Mr. Shaky. And she wasn't happy about it, but I, it was very necessary. So she did eventually leave for about five days or so, and I sat in after a few days, I sat in just a metal chair with one song on a loop that I could focus on the lyrics and the power of the song to help me get through it. And even once the deep the effects started to go away, that is the pain, I was still in this something strange that happens. You feel electricity in your body. You feel this electric, very foreign, and you're just sitting there like going through it. And I didn't understand what the electricity was until probably, and this lasted for, the electricity, that feeling lasted for a month, 2 months. And I finally realized at a certain point what that electricity was. And I was feeling, that's what it was. I was actually feeling without the aid of the drug, without the aid of any drugs. I mean, I had refused with Dr. Kipper and Nurse Debbie and Amber at the table before she left for the hotel with her friends. I had refused to continue taking the phenobarbital and the lithium because to me it was just another drug in the way. It seemed like it was just another hurdle to get over. And I would rather just get it out of my system now and move forward. Maybe I wouldn't have had the electricity. Maybe I wouldn't have felt as quickly, but I didn't want to take phenobarbital and lithium and Seroquel and Neurontin and all these other things. And the worst of the two, I believed, were the phenobarbital and the lithium. So I went through that end of the kick without those two drugs.
And as difficult as that process was it successful?
It was indeed successful. Yes, it was indeed successful. And as I said, this newfound, well, this electricity was kind of jarring, and I suddenly felt this energy, and like I said, I realized what was actually happening was I was simply feeling things without being provided um, anything to really numb it. So I was feeling for the first time in many years. Um, there was nothing to cover or to hide or to suppress the feelings. It was just me and that electricity that I got to know as what actually feeling was like in many years.
Mr. Depp, how long were you with Miss Heard before the two of you got married?
Um, 4 years, 4 years maybe, was it? I don't 2012 or 13 to 2000. We were married in February 3rd, I believe, 2016.
And where was that wedding?
Excuse me. That since my mother, my mom, Betty Sue, who by this time in her life had mellowed quite a bit, and she'd been through a number of illnesses. Since my mom was ill, and one doctor had told me that she had no more than 3 months. I went to Ms. Heard, and we knew we were going to do something on the island, but I decided, or asked her, and we both agreed that her parents would come to my mom's house so that my mom could witness the wedding and be there and all that. So yeah, we held it at my mom's house for that reason. So there was my children were there, Ms. Heard's family and friends, and so that was, yes, February 3rd, 2016.
And is that the ceremony that you mentioned or the
Oh, no.
celebration on the
Was
island?
it 15? I don't know. Sorry. I'm sorry. What was your question?
I said, is the date that you just mentioned, is that the actual ceremony or is that the date that you celebrated on the island?
No, the actual ceremony, the actual wedding that goes down on paper was February 3rd at my mom's, at Betty Sue's house, and then we all immediately left for the island for the well, the dream wedding, I guess.
Whose idea was it to get married at that time?
Well, I had proposed to Ms. Heard a couple of years before, I believe, and so we talked occasionally about when would be the right time in terms of between schedules and how could we make this so that we could actually have a wedding and a honeymoon and then go on to do the work. At first, my sister Christy was handling um, all the all of the details and things uh, that, for example, that Miss Heard wanted for the wedding and what she and Raquel had decided that they were going to design or what the wedding was going to be like. At a certain point, Miss Heard was getting very, very. She started to get very upset with Christy, my sister, and accused me and Christy of trying to slow the process.
Were you trying to slow the process?
No, no, I wasn't trying to slow the process, but what I couldn't understand was when Miss Heard and her friend Raquel Pennington had decided to take all that away from my sister, and then they jumped in and made
Objection,
sure
Your
that.
Honor. Testimony about what Ms. Pennington had decided is hearsay.
We can move on.
All
from
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Good one.
Directing you to the celebration on the island. Who was invited to that celebration?
Close friends, family, obviously. My father, my dad came. My son was there. He was my best friend. My daughter, Lily Rose, did not come to the wedding. She and Miss Heard were not on particularly great terms for several reasons. There were a number of Miss Heard's friends and her family. So I'd say all in all, maybe there were, seems like there could have been no more than 20 people, 25 people, maybe.
Was there any alcohol served at the wedding?
Yes, there was alcohol served at the wedding. There was champagne. There was all the accoutrements. And then, yes,
And was anyone ingesting any illegal drugs at the wedding?
yes.
And who was doing that?
Well, there was a schedule that was written out and printed out and sent out so that everyone would know exactly the time that everything would happen. And on that sheet, the schedule, there was like some kind of rehearsal type thing. There was also there was a great dilemma in who was going to be who. That's where the argument between Ms. Pennington and Io Tillett Wright.
Mr. Depp, who did you observe taking drugs at the wedding?
A number of people were taking MDMA. As I said, the list, there was after the wedding, there was it was like dinner, dancing, and drugs on the schedule that came from Miss Heard and Miss Pennington. So Amber, Raquel, a couple of friends of mine, Savannah, her assistant, Tillett Wright, all of her gang were all partaking of the MDMA.
What if any MDMA did, what if any drugs did you take that day?
Again, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know how much MDMA they had, but for me, that was, for me to have taken MDMA would have been a waste of the drug. If you understand what I mean, it would have been essentially taking someone else's high, because it wouldn't have an effect on me.
So how many drugs did you actually take that day?
The day of our wedding,
Yes.
I smoked marijuana, and I don't remember drinking. I don't remember if that I was drinking then. This was right. This was right before she was going to London to do, I believe, London Fields, and I was going off to Australia to do Pirates 5. I'm pretty positive at that point I wasn't partaking of alcohol. My drug of choice is, or was, and it is marijuana. That's all that was fine for me. So dipping into a little tiny baggie of, licking your finger and dipping into a little tiny communal bag of MDMA, it was pointless for me.
When you and Miss Heard got married, did you have a prenuptial agreement in place?
No, we did not, no.
And why not?
There always seemed to be some reason or another why she wouldn't discuss it, or if we did discuss it, it became an issue that would turn into it would springboard into unpleasantness and then arguments. And then it was also too late. At a certain point, it was just too late. So then the idea of a post-nup agreement was brought up to Miss Heard, and that was in Australia. That was the beginning of the Australian
Well,
fight.
let's talk about Australia then. But first of all, why were you in Australia?
I was just working on Pirates of the Caribbean 5.
And who from your team was with you in Australia?
Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, Nathan Holmes, Stephen Duders, Keenan Wyatt. I believe that was it. Oh, and yeah, no, that's it.
Was Miss Lloyd in Australia with you as well?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes. Miss Lloyd, yes, Miss Lloyd traveled to Australia with us.
And did Dr. Kipper come down to Australia at any point?
Yeah, Dr. Kipper came down a bit later.
Mr. Wyatt testified yesterday that he observed you have a meeting with Sean Bailey in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury who Sean Bailey is?
Sean Bailey at that time was, I believe he was the number three man at Disney in terms of hierarchy. He was upper echelon Disney, so he was under Bob Iger, and initially under Dick Cook, who was removed from Disney for some reason. So yes, he was number three man at Disney.
And why were you having a discussion with Mr. Bailey?
The discussions that I was having with Mr. Bailey, with Sean Bailey, were they had to do with, well, as I think we've established, I have always, from the beginning of that series of films, I had always rewritten my character's words and jokes, if you will, and situational comedy and things that I would add. And Mr. Bailey was very complimentary about some of the things that I'd done. He'd come over to me laughing after a
Objection,
take.
calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, this is just discussing generally what they were talking about.
He was getting specific. I'll sustain that if you want to continue. That's fine.
Mr. Depp, was Miss Heard in Australia with you?
She came a little later, yes.
Do you recall when she came down?
I don't recall. Well, no, I do recall. It was March. It was March.
And what happened when Miss Heard came to visit you in Australia?
Ms. Heard was upset because, as I stated earlier, as it was too late for a prenup agreement, there was discussion of post-nup agreement. And I had called my lawyer at the time and asked him if he could have one of his lawyers sit down with Ms. Heard and give her a basic rundown of what a postnuptial agreement meant, and I was told that they showed her.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is what something he asked an attorney. It's not a statement of fact that's being offered for its truth.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did Miss Heard tell you she was upset about when she arrived in Australia?
Ms. Heard told me that the attorney that she met with was rude and dismissive, and all she was being shown was an example of a postnuptial agreement. Ms. Heard then stated to me that she was very upset. She stated to me that that what she had said was, she said to the lawyer, the woman, that this Johnny can't, he must not, he doesn't know about this. He's never seen, he doesn't know that this is what this is. No way he would agree to this. And what Miss Heard then expressed to me was that the lawyer, the woman, had laughed at her and said, "Oh, he knows. Yes, he knows everything." Which sent her into a tailspin. So by the time she arrived in Australia, that was sunk very deep into her psyche. I mean, so much so that what really surprised me was that she kept saying, "I'm not even in your will. I'm not even in your will." I thought that was an odd thing to say, especially since I don't think anybody had had time to change wills or anything of that nature. So those things just didn't, it felt wrong. And she could not let go of the fact that I was in on this post-nup agreement, and that I was trying to trick her into essentially getting nothing if something were to happen.
And how did you respond to Ms. Heard?
So I just told her those were not my intentions, you know. And at a certain point, you don't know what to do. I mean, the person is telling you, she's telling you, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, and I can't speak about legal documents. I can't speak legalese. I can't explain to her these things. All I could do was try to calm her down and say that I was not out to screw her over or put her in a position that was uncomfortable.
Did that work?
These were stock, these normal things to do. It did not work. No, it escalated and escalated and turned into madness, chaos,
Can you please
violence.
Can you please describe that chaos and violence?
Yes, she was irate. She was irate, and she was possessed. And when I tried to remove myself, as I normally would from a situation, and that is to say, you know, as she's hammering me with sort of brutal words and you know, I don't, pardon my language, but I remember that it wasn't nice sort of being called an ass kisser to lawyers or a pussy that didn't fight for her or stand up for her. I, again, tried to remove myself from the situation, but to no avail. As I literally, the house that they had rented for me in Australia was quite a large place. It was quite a bit of a labyrinth, you know, and a lot of rooms, a lot of extra rooms. So I would go to, well, I'll just cut to the chase. I think that I ended up locking myself in about at least 9 bedrooms, bathrooms, that day, as she was banging on the doors and screaming obscenities and wanting to have a physical altercation.
So how did it come to be that your finger became injured?
There was at one point where I'd stayed in one of the, sitting on a bathroom floor, door locked. She's banging away, screaming, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly she stopped, and I could hear her walk away. I could hear her sort of receding into the distance, if you will. And I you know, yes, yes, it became very emotional because you can't win for losing. There was nothing I could do to make her understand that I had, if that lawyer had in fact done that, and I did call my lawyer at the time, Jake Bloom, and I had him get these people on the phone, and I'm ashamed to say that I had taken, at that point when I was on the phone with him, I had taken Miss Heard's words to heart, and I laid out a ration of very I was very upset that she was pushed to that limit because I had believed it, and in fact none of it had happened. So it was all getting too crazy. And again, I had been sober for many, many months from alcohol and substances, aside from the marijuana. And I left the place, the room that I was hiding in, or not hiding, locked myself into. And I went downstairs in the house. Downstairs in the house, as soon as you walk in the house, you can go upstairs or downstairs. Downstairs, there was a sort of a rec area, pool table and such. And there was a bar. And I was a mess. I was a wreck. I was shaking, and I just didn't understand why all this was happening. So I went behind the bar. I grabbed a bottle of vodka that was there and a shot glass and sat at the bar. She was nowhere around. And I poured myself 2 or 3 stiff shots of the vodka. First taste of alcohol I'd had in a long time. And then she came down to the bar and found me there. And of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, yeah, the monster," and all that. So she walked up to me and reached and grabbed the bottle of vodka, and then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me, and it just went right past my head and smashed behind me. So I stood up and I walked behind the bar, and there was a larger bottle of vodka, the kind with the handle, on it. I grabbed that and I went and I sat in my seat again. I opened the bottle and I poured myself a shot, drank it. Miss Earth was flinging insults left, right, and center, and She then grabbed that bottle and threw that at me. And the way that the bar was situated and where Miss Heard was. So if I could show you, so if this is the bar where the glass was and the bottles, if this was the bar and I'm sitting here like this, she would grab the bottle and she would go there. She went there. And so I was leaning like this in the chair, looking at her. First bottle went, then got the other bottle, shot, takes the second bottle, which was the larger one. I'm in this position again, and my hand is on the edge of the bar, like that, and leaning over, the fingers like that, and she threw the large bottle, and it made contact and shattered everywhere. And I honestly didn't feel the pain at first at all. I felt no pain whatsoever. What I felt was, I felt heat. I felt heat, and I felt as if something were dripping down my hand, you know. And then I looked down and realized that the tip of my finger had been severed, and I was looking directly at my bones sticking out, and the meaty portion of the inside of your finger, and blood was just pouring out. And at that point, I think that I went into some sort of, I don't know what a nervous breakdown feels like, but that's probably the closest that I've ever been. Nothing made sense. And I knew in my mind and in my heart, this is not life. This is not life. No one should have to go through this. And as I said, this feeling of nervous, being in the middle of some sort of nervous breakdown, I started to write with my blood, in my own blood, on the walls, little reminders from our past that essentially represented lies that she had told me and lies that I had caught her in. And then the next thing, you know, amongst all the madness, I would again hide in the bathroom or wherever, and I texted Dr. Kipper and I said, you might want to come over. You know, I've cut my finger off here.
Which finger was cut, Mr. Depp?
It's the middle, it's the funny looking one. It's the middle finger here. You can see you can see all the sort of, from the initial wound, all these bones up here were crushed, and it looked like Vesuvius, you know. And so this this part of my finger now is, so that because of not having use of the tip here, this is basically arthritis that kicks into the joint once that upper part of the finger is mangled.
So is that the right middle finger?
Right middle, yes.
And is that your dominant hand?
Yes, it is, yes.
Mr. Depp, after Ms. Heard threw the vodka bottle at you and severed your finger, what, if anything, did she say when she saw the injury?
I don't recall anything, but just it was almost like white noise, just someone yelling. It was just a high-pitched, constant attack of insults. It was just jumbled words to me in a very high frequency, and I was in a bit of shock. I was in shock.
You mentioned that you reached out to Dr. Kipper. Did you receive medical attention after that?
Yes, Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, I believe Debbie Lloyd was there. Yes, Debbie Lloyd was there. Ben King had arrived as well.
Who is Ben King?
Ben King was he's essentially he's a house sort of an estate manager, and we worked together in London a few times, and he's a wonderful guy. So I brought Ben along to Australia to manage everything. He's very good and very nice. And then there was also I mentioned Malcolm and Jerry. Yeah, they were there as well.
Which, if any, of the medical professionals that you saw that day did you tell what happened to your finger?
When Malcolm and Dr. Kipper, when they took me to first we went to Malcolm's apartment where he was staying while we were shooting the film, and tried to clean my hand because I had worked the day before, and obviously when you're playing pirate, Captain Jack or whatever, you're covered. They paint with alcohol, with rubbing alcohol. They paint dirt all into your hands and into your face and everything. So they were worried about getting my finger clean, so they tried doing that at Malcolm's, and then Kipper said, "No, we got to get to emergency room, and we've got to get hold of the tip of his finger." So we went to the emergency room. The doctor asked me what happened, and I lied to him. I said that I had smashed it in these large accordion doors, that it got caught in the accordion doors.
Why would you lie about that?
I lied because I didn't feel, I didn't want to disclose that it was what it was. I didn't want to disclose that it had been, I didn't want to disclose that it had been misheard, that it had thrown a vodka bottle at me and then took my finger off. I didn't want to get her in trouble. I didn't want to, I tried to just keep things as copacetic and as easy as possible for everyone. I did not want to put her name in that mix.
Did you tell Dr. Kipper what had actually happened to your finger?
Yes.
After you returned from the hospital, where did you go?
I went to Malcolm Connolly's apartment and slept on his couch.
And to the extent that you know, where was Miss Heard during this time?
Ms. Heard was, I wasn't there, but I had, it was clear that she had to, she needed to leave. And I'd asked them to get her on a flight from Melbourne or Sydney or wherever back to Los Angeles.
Why did you ask for that?
I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to have any more arguments. I was, for all intents and purposes, I was just done.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a picture. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 145. Mr. Depp,
Yes.
what is this a picture of?
That is, that's me in the emergency room. I see a detail that I'd forgotten, which is Ms. Heard had taken my cigarette from the ashtray and stomped it out in my face here.
Could you mark on the screen where you see that?
It's right above that green dot.
And do you know who took this picture?
I do not know.
Can we please publish this to the jury?
Do you want to enter into evidence?
Yes, please.
Any objection? All right, 145 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
And so, Mr. Depp, now that the jury can see the photograph, can you again explain what that green dot is identifying?
Just above just above the green dot is a wound from Ms. Heard taking my cigarette, and this is after the finger had gone away, and she stubbed it out in my face and on my cheek. So that's the result of that.
If we could please take this down, and I'd like to show you, Mr. Depp, Plaintiff's Exhibit 144.
Yep, it's
What is this a picture of, Mr. Depp?
the remains of my finger.
And was this taken shortly after you were injured?
I believe this was taken at the emergency room, I'd imagine.
I'd move to this into evidence, but I'd like to also warn the jury and the people in the
All right.
audience that this is a very graphic picture.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 144.
We can take this down. Thank you. Mr. Depp, how long after your finger was injured did you return to LA?
After the emergency room, the following day, I was sent to they'd found a surgeon in Australia, so that I could go. They wanted me to take have X-rays taken and all that. So we went to that doctor, the finger surgeon, and he asked me what happened to my finger, and I again lied, and I stuck to the story that it was smashed in an accordion, a large accordion door. And he looked at me as if I were lying. And the next thing I heard was, "Sir, that is a wound of velocity." And
Your Honor, this is a communication in the context of medical treatment.
I'll sustain the objection. Moving on.
So Mr. Depp, this was a surgeon you saw in Australia.
yes,
When did you return to Los Angeles after seeing that surgeon?
I believe it was probably the next day, where might have been Kipper or someone who had hooked me up with a wonderful, a great expert in reconstruction of hands, fingers, digits, whatever. So I went to see the surgeon, and we prepped for surgery, pretty quickly.
And what type of surgery did you have on your finger?
The majority of this was all missing, and essentially, to some degree, hollowed out, if you will, because the bone had shattered, and then there was the bone that was sticking out down there. So he had to do a skin graft from this part of my hand, and graft it onto my finger, to give me a finger again.
Anything else that was done to your finger to stabilize it?
I don't think it was initially that they put the pin in. I think the pin, feels like the pin came later. I'm not sure, but you just, I had to go after the surgery. It was bandaged up, and they give you all kinds of things on what to do, what not to do, keep it elevated or this or that. And I just walked away with a very large middle finger it was all wrapped up to like this, and then, you know, medicated. They've given me shots in there and such.
How long did you wear that bandage that you just described?
Well, the bandage was from the time of the surgery all the way through the remainder of finishing Pirates of the Caribbean, which was, I think I finished, the injury took place in March. Finished Pirates of the Caribbean 5, I believe, in August, beginning of August, end of July.
And you
So
had
there
this-
was a bandage on it the whole time. What I had to do was wear, because of, there's a special effects trick that they had planned. Basically, whatever bandage I had on, as long as they could, they would put more little green dots, for example, on the splint and the finger and all that, and the bandages, so that in post-production they could use what's called computer-generated imagery, CGI, to erase the bandage and replace it with a normal finger. That's how we finished the film.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 61. And if we could scroll to the second picture, or third. Can you keep going one more, please? Another. Sorry, this is a series of pictures, and to spare everyone, I don't think I'll show you the immediate injury again. This was right one right here. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's reflected in this picture?
This was taken in the surgeon's office. Where I'd go in occasionally. Well, I had to go in every couple of few days to have it checked out for infections and such. And so the finger, non-finger, was wrapped quite heavily, and there was this medicated, kind of greasy medicated thing on top of the wound itself. And this, I believe, seems like when the pin was in here, and the wrapping is, the bandage is, well, I had my choice, and I thought, well, may as well take the kiddie bandages, dinosaurs and hearts and unicorns. As I said, at least have some humor to deflect the pain.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Plaintiff's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Do you want the whole exhibit or just this picture?
If we could publish the whole exhibit.
You want the whole picture, the
Yes.
whole exhibit? Any objection to 61?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 61, but you just want to publish this part of
Yes.
61? Okay, thank you.
So how long after your injury was this picture taken?
After the initial injury,
Yes.
I'd say no more than, it would seem to me, no more than 5 days, a week.
And how long was this bandage on your hand for?
Well, I was wearing bandages all the way up until I finished the film, and then yeah, through August for sure. And then beyond, I had to keep it. I had to keep it covered. I had to keep it protected.
Do you recall how long after the injury that how long after the surgery the pins were removed from your finger?
I would say maybe, I think it was about 2 or 3 days, because I remember that there was maybe more, but I just remember that the pain seemed to be getting worse and worse as Debbie would rate it, from is this an 8 out of 10? Is this a 3 out of 10? That kind of thing. At a certain point, it became kind of a 12 out of 10, because it felt hot, very, very, very hot, and it felt there was throbbing. It was like it was throbbing, and the pin in there. It was like I could feel the pin in there. So we called the surgeon. I called the surgeon, told him. Actually, I think it might have been Debbie Lloyd. Actually, called, but I knew I had to see the surgeon again, because something felt very wrong, and I went there, and he removed all the bandages, and he found that that my finger was indeed infected, and that I had contracted MRSA, MRSA, which is like I believe it's like the flesh-eating disease or something. But it was a pretty grotesque sight. After with the pin in, and what they had to do to save it.
Mr. Depp, while your finger was injured and healing, did you ever take any opiates during that time?
No, ma'am. No more.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears, so if
All right,
it makes
we can
sense to
do
take our lunch break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Come back at 2 o'clock. Just make sure you do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. And we'll see you at 2. And again, sir, since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with your attorneys or with anybody else, okay? All right, see everybody at 2? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
No, it looks like we're going to be taking our lunch break.
Indeedy.
Mm-hmm. I have a side picture of that injury, of the burn, if you would like. I also put my Canva of all the injuries from Australia in the link, but I have it down there if you want to pull it up for them before we go to lunch.
Ooh, that's horrible.
Yes, I know, but it is the side one. I can make it bigger.
Ew. You don't actually get to see it though. You don't really get to see the stubby stuff.
Well, you can see where the. Well, no, I have it. Where do you see? Yeah, tell me
God.
when, and I will move it. Yeah.
Right, just right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh my God.
Okay. That way you can see
Right.
the brute. You can see the burn now on the side. Yeah.
Hold on,
Just
I'm
tell
sharing
me
your
when you want.
I'm sharing your screen right now. So yeah, you can see the burn on his cheek.
You could see the burn on his cheek now. That they were talking about. You could see the side view here. and this is from the ER. They were taking pictures. That is a little blurred out, but that is the whole top of the missing finger from the photos that they took, his friend took in the ER. And there's another a little bit closer up to see how deep that it was. I know, I'm sorry. But yeah, I have other pictures in here of some of his, look how distraught he looks here.
Where?
This is not a happy man. That was in August. There's another mark of it healing. These are the scratches on the side of the face from the other day. Bruises on his chin, on his eyes. This is when they got back from Australia with Vogue, and he had to wear glasses to go to dinner. She did not. When she got back, they went to dinner afterwards when they got back to New York. And he had to keep his eyes completely covered. I know, Mandy, you're just so awesome. They're all dated. This was in 2016. You can see he still is carrying bruises and marks on his cheek from another altercation with Amber. All of these have been entered into evidence at some point, but they're not showing us. So, this is from his Discord. This is how to get to his Discord. But anyway, I thought that they could benefit from some of those pictures, just to show.
Hold on. There we go. What do you think about Johnny Depp sort of like going to war with Rottenborn? That's twice that he's been interrupted and twice that he's snapped back at him. The first time he said, you know, he said, "Oh yeah, just another objection" or something. And then the second time he said, "Good one." You know, when he was talking about Rachel Pennington.
I said good one. And the one time he says, "He's only going to object again. He's going to do it again," is what he said. But yeah, of course he's going to push back because they don't want they were trying to say hearsay, even though it was a direct conversation. So it just got reworded. She just decided to ask the question again so he could say who said it, which was a direct conversation he had with the doctor. And the other one, as you said, was about Rocky. But they got it in both times. So even though they were objected, they still got the pertinent information out there. So I was happy to see that. Seems like they're working together around the attorney. So that's good.
So what do you think this protection of Pennington is all about? Because the two times that they objected was both times when he tried to talk about Rachel Pennington. What is he protecting about her? There must be something that Johnny Depp has on her that Rottenborn doesn't want to come to the public. Do you know what that is?
No, but I do believe that there was rumor. I have to see documentation actually still, but there's been something back and forth about Raquel's testimony not being exactly what they thought it was going to be. They may be trying to not get that out there, that there's been some kind of discourse, but I'm not exactly sure. Well, Mandy does bring up a good point that Johnny should never push back on opposing counsel in any way, because that's a bad look. Absolutely. He just needs to make no comment. He needs to let the lawyers do the pushing for him. He needs to stay as neutral, against the lawyers as he can.
Yeah, I agree, because, if I picked up on it, but, I suppose him sort of like highlighting the absurdity of the interruptions at the time and what they're trying to protect is, I get it. It's like Johnny's trying to say, look at what he's or when he's objecting. Pay attention, people. Pay attention.
Yes, but like in regards to Raquel, it is about hearsay, which is not acceptable. They have to have direct information. They can't do hearsay. So that was the objection at that point, and he may have had a point about that. That's why they redirected the question and got it from a different source. So,
well, I think Johnny will be, he's not supposed to because he's on the stand, but I'm sure that somebody will have a chat with him and say, look, under cross-examination, if there's a couple of instances that he stopped you at and you want to try and get them in, wait until he leaves that door open for you. The problem with Rottenborn is he's very did you, yes or no? Did you, yes or no? He doesn't leave many.
Yes.
He's not like an Elaine, is he?
No, and he leads. He likes to put the words out there that he wants you to say and push, push, push. So we're going to see a lot of pushing, I'm sure. But you know, he will not be. He should with counsel at this point because he's already sworn in. So he's not going to get another lecture on how to answer at this point. He's already sworn in, so it's a little too late. If they come back with if they're coming back with opposing counsel after lunch, then it's going to be what it's going to be. But I'm sure he was, well, you know, it's been years, so I'm sure they have talked to him about what to do the whole time, and hopefully he will keep his cool and only answer what is being asked of him.
Yes. In answer to Lena, who says, "Is there a JD Discord?" Indeed, there is. I'm actually a member over there. Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And so, let me just see. I don't know if we're able to. Let me just see if I can go get the
link.
Invite. See if I can drop a link in the chat for them.
So I guess this is all leading up to the fact that, you know, he nearly died, you know, with
yes,
yeah.
a panic attack, bleeding, you know, for her to put that cigarette on him after the injury is just, a lot of people were mentioning that in the chat, like they could not believe that they actually did that after. Well, yes, that is what happened.
But then again, that's hearsay, isn't it? You've got to say is he said, she said that he stubbed the you know, the cigarette out on his own face. So
yeah, well, you know what, he is allowed to speak on what happened to him, though, without it being like hearsay. But you're right. He said, she said. I'm sure she's going to be telling a different story. I mean, she's not going to want that one out there, right?
No, she can't go on the stand. I'm telling you, she will not. She can't. Well, if she doesn't, she's losing. But if she goes on, it'll be even worse for her. So she's in a no-win situation. Yeah.
I know. I don't think today's testimony was in her favor at all. I think this was not a good. I don't think it was a good look at all. It actually goes against everything that she has said. I was happy that he got to tell all of his story, all of his, you know, the truth as far as what happened in his eyes, you know, what actually happened, and so that it's out there in the format, because nobody was listening before. As heart-wrenching as it was to hear.
We've not even got to the penthouse yet. You know, it could be the whole day that we've got Johnny's testimony all day today.
Just on the defense, you think, and then tomorrow cross, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it might make sense for them to see out the day just with something good, like, you know, leave it with all the incident that happened at the penthouse.
I'm
Johnny
wondering
talks slow, right?
Yes, he does, and he likes to answer in story form. Like, he likes to tell the whole story. Like, when you ask him a question, he tells the whole story around it. It's not just a yes or no, for sure.
Is there a link in his website? No, there isn't a link in his website.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the link for this thing. It's taking forever to load because I closed down my Discord on my laptop before. Okay.
Well, maybe we can add it to the stream after. You know, we can put it into the channel description.
I think I got one.
You got one?
Okay, we'll try.
Awesome.
Yeah. I'm going to try to put this one in the chat. Okay, it takes a couple of tries. It took me a few tries. They don't only allow so many in at a time, but give it a whirl in its process. Follow the instructions. It is an open Discord. There's a lot of people in there. His art is in there. They have contests and clues and a lot of stuff.
So we did have when you posted that, we had 130 people watching. Let's see how many drop off to go and jump on his Discord.
Well, on your way out, make sure you have liked the stream, please. That I've granted you the Discord link. Please like the stream for Ranty. Let's see if we can get him up to 200 today.
I think that's a fair trade. You know, you give a Discord out with access to Johnny Depp, and we get a like button on the stream. I think that's fair enough.
I think it's fair enough. And we gave you the close-up picture of the burn that you could not see from the
Ugh.
evidence submitted. There you
Ugh.
go. Yeah. I got the gory stuff. Come on. I also have the black and white photo shoot from the Bahamas that show that she was in perfectly fine condition.
There isn't a single cut on any of the photographs from Amber Heard. Not a single trace of a cut or blood. Nothing. It's all
Nothing from that. No. Nothing.
How is that even possible to get so many bruises and breaks and all this kind of stuff without a single cut? I think it's impossible.
Would you like my considered opinion as a bear? A bear on YouTube giving opinion on this? It's because she's lying, Randy. She's outright lying about the whole thing. How do you like that? That's my considered opinion on it. Didn't happen. That's how.
We've already seen the evidence, so we know that's the case. Come on, you can't give all the good things away. We already know this. We already know that the evidence is faked.
It's like
you're just pretending to be. You're just trying to pretend to be a psychic now, aren't you?
Or just knowing a liar when I see one. There's it. I'm just telling you, like we've seen, Mandy and I have looked at this evidence. We've seen different shirt collars. We've seen pictures that are obviously on a different day, and she's trying to say it's the same day. We're looking at makeup, and like one day it's all dark and over enhanced, and the next day it just disappears. We were matching up pictures left and right, and showing that on some of the presentations that are on some of the streams that Mandy and I did for the last 6 weeks, Mandy, it's been 6-7 weeks. We did pre-trial once a week, an hour or so, going over different events, and Australia was one of them. We have that one clearly marked out as the Australia event.
Well, don't forget, that's what all the testimony, foundation work from last week was. All the boring stuff that everyone was getting a bit, cheesed off at. We're now getting the good stuff. But last week, that foundational work, that's all going to play out when it comes to photographs, evidence, dates, past testimony from Amber and her friends. This is when it's all going to play out. This is, they were laying those foundations so they could refer back to them and go, do you remember that time that you said you had a broken nose and then the next day you were on the James Corden show? And how about that time that you had the broken nose and broken ribs and then you was lying on a beach the next day? Or the day
exactly.
After?
Exactly. Mandy's reminding me of pictures that were like one day she had her eyebrows all done and the next day they were all grown in. Like a miracle overnight. They just like, poof, they were there. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. It was like, she's like magic, right, Mandy? She has magical powers for these, Of course, that's not what the evidence says. It says that the metadata has been corrupted in some way.
Oh, they are back in 50 minutes, aren't they? That's right. That's when
yes, they are. So we're going to take a lunch break, or we're going to stream something while we break?
Yeah, I might stream something whilst I break. I've got a little something planned. Hashtag Anger Heard. I like that. Anger Heard.
That was Verilion, I think, was putting that out there before. Did you put that out there before too? Yeah.
Oh,
I put
did, yeah.
I hear you and anger heard. Yes, anger heard.
Right. So so I prepared a little something just for this lunch break because I've got 42 minutes. I've got 42 minutes of video to play, which means that we should be back 7 minutes before it starts again. So everyone that's in the chat right now, if they want to hang around and listen to this, it's kind of like it's the old stuff from the pre-trial, but it's all good stuff to remind you of what's going on. So it'll keep you up to date. It's refreshing.
Robsey's got a good question. Would you rather have lunch with Amber Heard or Nathan Oakley? That's a tough one.
This face can't answer.
that face, Rovsky, you got him. He stone-faced us. That's a good question. Okay, I will see you back here. I will not be late today. I don't want to get my zero pay docked again. That's terrible.
Right, let me share this then. Okay, where are we? Window. I don't want that. Why can't I? Oh, that's interesting. Why don't I have that? Right, I tell you what I'll do. I know what to do. I've got a plan.
Okay. You got a
Right.
plan? I
do.
like a man with a plan.
Yeah, there we go. Happy days. Here we go. Right, so do you want to pop yourself on mute and we'll see you back here in 40 minutes?
I'm muted. I'll see you back.
See you back soon. See you. Right, here, guys. Enjoy this, and I'll see you back in about 40 minutes.
Had a jackhammer style of talking. She was very amped up. He had trouble talking at a similar pace. Their dialogue, he was cut off a lot. Anyhow, this is how he didn't have a voice. He couldn't keep up with her rapid fire way of conversation. And so he was really overwhelmed. I know she led on more than one occasion and started it to keep him with her, because abandonment and having him leave was her worst nightmare. And I think he may have initiated it on occasions too. I'm less sure on.
And how did you come to the understanding that on some occasions Ms. Heard physically abused Mr. Depp?
Ms. Heard reported that.
What did Ms. Heard report to you?
That it was a point of pride, two things. It was a point of pride to her if she felt disrespected to initiate a fight, and her father had beaten her. She was not going to. And the second one is what she reported to me, which is if he was going to leave her to de-escalate from the fight, she would strike him to keep him there. She would rather be in a fight than have him leave.
Mr. Depp told you that Amber had hit him in the jaw. Did Amber respond in any way? Did she deny it? Did she admit it?
I don't think she denied it, but what I believe from my notes was that she galloped off in a new direction, and they continued to talk, and there was no more that Johnny Depp was going to say about what he was reporting. It was more that they started into a fight.
At any point during the first session, did Ms. Heard interrupt Mr. Depp when he was trying to talk?
Yes, she talked over him. She had rapid fire talking.
Did she interrupt him during your other sessions that are reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 2?
Yes, a lot of things trigger her. And if she's triggered, she would hit him first.
Did you have any understanding of what she meant when she admitted that she socks Mr. Depp?
Yes, because there were 3 lines above this that explained the progression a bit. And I've already said what it was. She felt she had to hit him back if he hit her. And so she always did.
And again, that entry is from a session where Mr. Depp was not physically present, correct?
That's right. This was, as I said, Ms. Heard talking on the phone to me. Mr. Depp's mother was in ICU. He had been doing he was fucked up, as she would say, on a lot of drugs. And she slapped him because he was being incoherent and talking about being with another woman.
Did she tell you that he had hit her first, or was she the one who initiated the slap?
She initiated that one because I think she felt demeaned and threatened.
Will she have advantage if she leaves him but files with police for abuse first? Was that a question that she asked you?
Yes, this was her talking out loud, trying to strategize for herself.
Then you write she threw can at him since home fighting, then she better. Who is the she who threw a can at him?
Miss Heard.
And the him whom she threw a can at was Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
She reported always hitting him back as a point of pride, but admitted that she eventually initiated the hitting herself. Is the she you're referring to Ms. Heard?
It is.
And is the him you're referring to Johnny Depp?
It is.
You write, she reported trying to initiate a fight with him one night by slapping him when she was offended by what he said. Is the she you're referring to there, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
And is the he you're referring to Johnny Depp?
Yes, it is. She initiated fights, she started violence, and he tried to de-escalate far more than I think she did. I know she led on more than one occasion and started it to keep him with her because abandonment and having him leave was her worst nightmare.
And how did you come to the understanding that on some occasions Ms. Heard physically abused Mr. Depp?
Ms. Heard reported that. It was a point of pride to her if she felt disrespected to initiate a fight. The second one is what she reported to me, which is if he was going to leave her to de-escalate from the fight, she would strike him to keep him there. She would rather be in a fight than have him leave. A lot of things trigger her. And if she's triggered, she would hit him first.
Did you have any understanding of what she meant when she admitted that she socks Mr. Depp?
Yes, this was, as I said, Ms. Heard talking on the phone to me. Mr. Depp's mother was in ICU and she slapped him because he was being incoherent and talking about being with another woman.
Did she tell you that he had hit her first, or was she the one who initiated the slap?
She initiated that one because I think she felt demeaned and threatened.
Will she have advantage if she leaves him but files with police for abuse first? Was that a question that she asked you?
Yes, this was her talking out loud, trying to strategize for herself.
Then you write, she threw can at him since home fighting, then she better. Who is the she who threw a can at him?
Ms. Heard.
She reported, always hitting him back as a point of pride, but admitted that she eventually initiated the hitting herself. Is the she you're referring to Ms. Heard?
It is.
You write, she reported trying to initiate a fight with him one night by slapping him when she was offended by what he said. Is the she you're referring to there, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is. She initiated fights, she started violence, and he tried to de-escalate far more than I think she did.
I know 6 weeks sound like a lot of time, but it's only 24 days and we've already done 3 days. So you have 21 days left. Stipulations is one of my favorite words. So you might want to consider looking back through all the evidence that you have and stipulate on a lot of information, because I promised this jury would be done by Memorial Day weekend, and we will be done by Memorial Day weekend. So when your time is up, your time is up. My law clerk, Sammy, is tracking everybody's time, how much time has been used by each side. So he'll keep doing that throughout the trial, and we'll let you know on a weekly basis how it's going. But if things don't speed up in the deposition, you're just not going to get through this. So I want you to keep that in mind, okay?
Hi, everybody, and we're back again with another recap from yesterday's trial between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And it was a very memorable day, it has to be said, for a couple of reasons. The first one being that the second half of the day was incredibly boring. It was just 3 hours of drudgery that I think everybody was just pulling the teeth out at. And to be fair, if you're going to rewatch that actual stream, I wouldn't bother with the last 3 hours. It was just abysmal. But prior to that, we did have testimony from Johnny Depp's sister that was finishing off from the day before. She held her own again this time, came off a little bit better, I think, as well. And ultimately that wrapped up rather quickly. We then got into a witness for Johnny Depp called Isaac Baruch. And what a star he was. He, within several minutes, had the entire courtroom captivated by his personality, his openness, his jovial behavior. He also came across as very credible. He knew the witnesses, including Amber Heard and Johnny Depp and all of the co-conspirators with Amber Heard. He knew them very, very well. He actually lived in the apartments with them. He told a story of how he was basically destitute, a poor artist doing his thing, but he knew Johnny for many years. And when Johnny bumped into him again, he moved him into this apartment the very next day. and then became a benefactor to him, a patron, and over a period of years had given him in excess of $100,000, including paying for some of his medical expenses and stuff. So at that time that he moved into the apartment, not long after, Johnny Depp moved in with Amber Heard, and then Amber Heard's friends moved in as well, and the whole place was like a community of friends. He was part of the inner circle. He saw what was going on. So from his testimony, he was actually very complimentary to Amber Heard initially. You know, he knew her very well. He knew her personality. He knew her sense of humor. He was able to just walk in and out of their apartment like it was, you know, walking into their shop. You know, he would come over, have food with them. They would come over and sit and have food with him and drink and all this kind of stuff. So very, very intimate, knew them very well. Amber Heard would put a makeup on in front of him. She would be wearing face masks in front of him. She wasn't bothered about him being there. He was part of the furniture. So a very, very good witness, very close to both of them. And it seemed like he has a lot of love for both of them still. You know, it's been 6 years since, you know, the alleged incident. And, you know, in that time, you know, he's perceived anger at that time because of what she had alleged has wore off. He just wants the best for them now. So when you listen to his testimony, it's very heartfelt, very free speaking, and under, you know, under the examination of Johnny Depp's team, you know, he obviously spoke exactly how you'd expect somebody to just tell the truth of what went on at the time. Now then, that was time for cross-examination, and this is where things go very, very, very bad for Amber Heard. Now, Elaine Breedhoft, she is the weak link of the four main solicitors or lawyers, whichever way you want to call them. She is the weak link. And it's quite clear now that she is either jeopardizing Amber Heard's on purpose. She's either jeopardizing her on purpose, or she's just completely out of her depth, one or the other. There can be no excuses for how poorly she is performing currently. She's annoyed the judge. She has annoyed the jury with her relentless stupidity, it seems. And I know I'm bagging on her right now, but truthfully, she is totally inept in this, and she's doing a wonderful job in helping Johnny Depp secure what I can only see as being a victory in this. Now then, she cross-examined the witness, and she left so many doors open for Isaac to say a lot of things that she didn't want him to say or the jury to hear. Cross-examination should be just very open and closed questions, because you want the witness to agree with you. So you're trying to say a question to them that they can then respond with yes, no, very quick, very concise, so that you're not getting into too much detail. So it's leading questions. You're allowed to lead the witness. You're allowed to ask leading questions to get a yes or a no or a confirmation so that you can use that later on in your own defense. Unfortunately, she didn't use many very leading questions. What she actually did was she just opened the door for Isaac, and he walked through it like a bull in a china shop. And he said some amazing things. I'm going to play you one of the clips that seems to be going around quite a lot, but basically, this was just the tip of the iceberg. He laid it on thick, and this performance, this is going to surprise you. Have a listen.
About all the about the phony pictures that were taken and put in tabloids, and about the fake narrative, and about and the way she's trying to got a fraudulent DV claim to extort and blackmail a man. Yeah, that kind of got me
pretty
frustrated, confused, angry, upset. Yes, which is why I said the best thing for us to do is not to talk to each other.
Okay. And,
yes.
And was it fair to say you're still angry with her?
Oh, you know something? It's 6 years.
But we just heard you give your version.
Am I angry anymore? I'm not, what I am is tired, and I want this all to end. Her to go heal, him to go heal. So, so many people have been affected by this malicious lie that she started and she created, and it's gone out the door and around the world. And so I can't even paint anymore. I've stopped painting for the last who knows how many years, and that's affected by stuff. I'm not angry at anybody. I want the best for her to take her responsibility, heal, and move on. And for Johnny, his family has been completely wrecked by all of this stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened for so many people to get affected from this. It's insane.
And Mr. Baruch?
How this happened.
So that really didn't go very well for Amber Heard, I'm afraid. Now, that would never have happened under regular witness testimony. That would never have been allowed to stand, because what would have happened was the Amber Heard's team would have objected to what he was saying. The simple fact was, this was questioning that she was asking him, and that allowed him to then say that. And as much as he did say that, it was still her responsibility to shut him up. She could have said and reined him back in and just stuck to the original question and told it, we don't need to elaborate, let's move on. She should have taken control of the situation. She didn't do that. She allowed him to rant. She allowed him to say all of that stuff that the jury would have heard. And bearing in mind that this guy had already made such a great impression on the jury. They were laughing, the gallery was laughing, he was funny, he was engaging, he had them eating out of his hand. So the fact that then he was allowed to say that on top of it, absolutely devastating for Amber Heard's side. And Elaine, what a piss poor performance. That was terrible, absolutely terrible. But we're in early stages of the trial still. I don't think we're going to get a better witness than Isaac, and I do believe he's still around. So the chances are of him being recalled to come back onto the stand are pretty high. I would think after this performance that that will happen. I don't know if Elaine will be the one to cross-examine him again. I don't think they'll want her to go anywhere near any of the witnesses from now on, because quite honestly, she's paddling. She has very little left. It's clear that she is absolutely the weak link, and it wouldn't surprise me if Amber Heard gets rid of her and tries to bring in some kind of new counsel, if that's possible. I don't know if you can do that during the trial. I don't know if you can get rid of somebody and then bring them in. I'm not that legally up to speed on all of that. But if I was Amber Heard, I certainly would do. I would get rid of Elaine and bring somebody else in, because what she's doing is she's derailing her entire argument. Not that she has much of an argument anyway. So yeah, very interesting developments yesterday. Isaac definitely the star. Nothing more really to say apart from that. I think it was just a very good day for Johnny Depp, and we shall see how it goes today. I'm looking forward to the body cam footage. I think that's going to come out in either today or tomorrow. It's definitely good. They were leading up to that with the last portion of yesterday's 3-hour drudge fest, just establishing, footage, times, dates, locations of the apartment and such. So obviously, this is going to be a big part of Johnny Depp's defense. The body cam footage, the police officer's testimony, Isaac's testimony that he's just done about not seeing any bruises on her, etc., and also talking about seeing the giant puddle that was outside her door of red wine, that the police officers didn't see on the body cam footage. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the next day or two plays out. But we shall see. I'll keep you up to date. I'll post a video tomorrow, if you don't watch the live stream today, to keep you up to date with what happened today. So bearing in mind with that, I'll see you soon. Take care.
And she finally agreed, after screaming abuse at me, that she would pay me $50,000 a year once I went to full-time. Occasionally she'd send a text message complaining about her mental state, but it's never clear exactly what was going on. I remember she would text me complaining about her mental state, and that was about it. Like I said, I remember that day very well. When I got there, she had a bunch of friends with her, and originally I thought she was alone. No, because it had become a pattern with her, and so I was merely placating her, I would say, and especially when I saw she was there with about 4 or 5 girlfriends and basically having fun, enjoying each other down by the pool. That's why she needed a swimsuit. And then they proceeded to hang there all day drinking while I sat around waiting with my son. Actually, I think it was a Sunday that day, I remember. We had to wait all day, and while they just hung around drinking by the pool. And then finally I went home, and finally she went back to her apartment, and then she wanted me to go back and pack her bag for her at about 10 o'clock at night on Sunday, and I said I couldn't go. By that point I'd already spent the whole day sitting there, so I said I couldn't go and pack her bag because I'd already put my son to bed, and she was very angry about that. I remember that.
Okay, so when you asked her if she was okay, you didn't actually care if she was okay. You said you were just placating her, right?
It was a standard procedure at this point. She was a very dramatic person. Over the course of the day, I observed Miss Heard enjoying the company of her friends for several hours. That's all I have to say on that matter. I don't recall exactly when it started, but it was usually her complaining and crying due to, I would say, insecurities within the relationship more than anything else. She would be very, very insecure a lot of the time, and she would call me up crying. I remember one time she called me when she was alone in New York City, and she was crying and walking around the street crying. And he wasn't there. She was alone, but I said to her that she needed to go inside because I was worried that the paparazzi might take a photo of her, and she was in a very dysregulated state. And so just out of kindness, I said to her it was better if she went inside rather than walking around crying in public. I remember that, but I don't remember exactly when that was. It might have been 2012 or 2013. As the job went on, we called each other less and less and did mostly text messaging. It was all text messaging we did.
Did you ever believe that Mr. mistreated her?
No.
So, and why not?
Just never any evidence of it at all. I was there almost daily in both her place and then eventually at his place in West Hollywood, and then ultimately at the lofts downtown. It was a daily basis experience, morning, noon, night, all days of the week. So, I mean, I never once saw any evidence of anything.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that Johnny had hit her?
No.
Did she ever tell you that Johnny had pulled her hair or pushed her?
No.
Let me ask it a little bit differently. You never believed Miss Heard that Mr. Depp had mistreated her. Is that correct?
At the time or after? I never believed it. In what context are you talking about? During my employ or afterward?
During your...
No, never. And there was never any damage to the apartment that I witnessed. There was never any aftermath of anything ever that I ever saw.
Now, you, of course, have no personal knowledge one way or the other whether Johnny was abusive to her, correct?
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily true, because if it was true, I would have seen the damage, even if I wasn't physically present in the moment of these alleged arguments.
And what's your basis for that statement?
Well, if someone's being beaten, there's generally physical evidence.
So your testimony is that if there was no physical evidence that you observed, then it couldn't have happened. the domestic violence by Johnny toward Amber. Is that your testimony?
No.
Well, I'm trying to understand what your testimony is. Maybe you could clarify for me, Ms. James. Is your testimony that you never saw firsthand evidence of Johnny being violent to Amber, that it couldn't have happened?
That's not what I said. You're trying to put words into my mouth. I don't appreciate that.
Did you, during the course of your employment, develop any personal knowledge of Mr. Depp's use of alcohol or drugs?
Not firsthand.
And what do you mean by not firsthand?
Well, I worked with Amber. I didn't work with him.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp using illegal drugs?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp abuse alcohol?
No.
Did you ever speak with Dr. Kipper?
No.
Do you recall ever forming any concern in your own mind about any of Mr. Depp's behavior in his relationship with Amber?
Never.
Nothing you heard, nothing you witnessed, nothing you saw during your time with Ms. Heard ever gave you an inkling of concern about Mr. Depp's behavior toward Amber?
Never.
Did Ms. Heard ever ask you to monitor press for her?
Yes.
What specifically did she ask you to do?
I had a newsstand guy that was instructed to hold 2 copies of every magazine she appeared in. Was a newsstand on Sherborne Avenue, just off La Cienega, and he would hold them for me, and I would go there once a week to pick up the pile of magazines.
I'm sorry, you got muffled out. You said, and he would hold those for me, and
Hold them for me, and I would go approximately once a week to pick up whatever magazines Amber was featured in, 2 copies of each, which I would then store in her garage.
Why would you store them in Ms. Heard's garage?
Because she didn't want Mr. Depp to see them.
Did she tell you why she didn't want Mr. Depp to see them?
No, she just got very angry with me one day because I hadn't quite made it downstairs to put them in the garage when she came home, and she went absolutely ballistic over that.
When you say she went absolutely ballistic over that, can you please describe what you mean?
Screaming, yelling, abuse.
Do you remember what she said to you?
No.
But it was abusive in your opinion?
Blind rage.
Over the 3-year period in which you worked for Ms. Heard, were you ever with Ms. Heard when she was getting dressed or undressing?
All the time.
How often were you present when Ms. Heard was getting dressed?
Every time she was getting dressed for a fitting, I would say 90% of the time I was there.
And just to clarify, was it just when Ms. Heard was in fittings that you would see her in states of undress?
No, it was also in her apartment. She had no issue with walking around naked quite often.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard putting on makeup?
Yes.
How often did you see Ms. Heard doing her makeup?
Just when she was getting ready to go out somewhere for a party or something.
And when you interacted with Ms. Heard, and I understand it was quite frequent and regular, did it appear to you that she was wearing makeup?
She usually never wore makeup unless she was going to a special event.
And when she did go to special events, would you describe her makeup as heavy?
It would depend. It would, a makeup artist would do it, or if she would do it herself. If she did it herself, it would be light and usually adding lashes, and that's about it.
And I believe you previously testified to this, so I'm sorry for asking you again, but while you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever see any types of injuries on her?
No.
Did you ever see any cuts?
No.
Did you see bruises?
No.
Did you see swelling?
No.
Redness in her face?
No.
How about Ms. Heard having black eyes?
Never.
A broken nose?
Never.
Missing hair clumps? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Ms. James.
Never.
How often did you see her cry?
Hard to put a number on it. Sometimes she would cry on the phone. I think at least once or twice she might have cried on the phone. You know, and then as far as seeing her personally crying, you know, she was a pretty dramatic person. It's hard to really put a number on it.
How many times do you believe that you saw her in person crying?
I would say twice, maybe twice.
Let's take that in bite sizes. The first time you saw Miss Heard cry in person, do you recall what she was crying about? Go ahead, Miss James.
Insecure emotions.
You remember her crying about being insecure. Is that correct?
Yes.
She felt insecure about her relationship. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
He didn't like being away from his physical presence.
Did Miss Heard tell you that she felt insecure when Mr. Depp wouldn't be present with her? Other than telling you she felt insecure about her relationship with Mr. Depp, what else did Miss Heard say about feeling insecure?
She told me she didn't like hanging out in his house with his friends because it was boring and they were all old men playing guitars and it wasn't interesting to her.
What was your impression of Mr. Depp?
He was very peaceful, very calm, almost shy, and very quiet.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp be rude to anyone?
He's such a gentleman. He's like a total Southern gentleman. So no.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp lose his cool?
No.
Did you ever see him scream at anyone?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp break something intentionally?
Never break anything, never throw anything, always completely passive.
Did Mr. Depp ever interact with your son?
Yes, he was very kind.
How often did Mr. Depp interact with your son?
Whenever they were in each other's presence.
Can you give me an estimate of how often that happened?
Oh, countless times. He would even teach him how to play guitar. He brought him back from vacations. He showed him his amazing makeup makeover when he was doing Black Mass. He tricked him. He leant over and was saying, "Do you know who I am?" Like the full makeup on his son's jaw almost hit the ground. It was really cute, actually. He gave my son a little pick as well, a guitar pick, which he cherishes to this day as well.
What was your impression of Miss Heard and Mr. Depp's relationship?
You know, it did not seem like a perfect relationship to me, based on a lot of insecurity on her behalf, which seemed to cause confusion in the relationship. Maybe the age gap was an issue because of their interests. I know that much.
Do you think that Mr. Depp was smothering of Miss Heard?
Oh, no.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Depp was jealous of Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever have interactions with Mr. Depp by yourself?
Sometimes, yeah.
And what were those interactions like?
Just friendly chit chat, which would stop immediately when Amber saw me speaking to him. She'd give me the evil eye, and I'd know to just quickly walk away.
In the 3 years that you worked for Miss Heard, did you ever see Miss Heard and Mr. Depp argue?
No.
In the 3 years that you worked for Miss Heard, did you ever see any physical violence between Miss Heard and Mr. Depp?
Never.
Did you ever see either of them being physically aggressive with one another?
No.
Did you ever see any property damage at Miss Heard's home?
Never.
Did you ever see any property damage at Mr. Depp's primary residence on Sweetser?
Never.
Did you ever see any property damage at the lofts or the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
No. No, never.
Over the 3-year period in which you worked for Miss Heard, did you ever hear from anyone that Mr. Depp or Miss Heard had been in a physical altercation?
No.
When you say she was verbally abusive to you regularly, can you explain to me how she was verbally abusive to you?
Screaming, screaming over the phone. She screamed at me once in person, multiple times screaming at me over the phone. Barrages of abusive text messages, day and night, a lot of them in the middle of the night. I think you're aware. I think between 2 and 4 a.m. the barrage would start. That's what I'd wake up to. All incoherent, not really making sense, just basically someone to lash out at, you know, no apparent reason to it.
You testified previously that you observed Ms. Heard be verbally abusive to her sister.
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
It was ongoing kick the dog kind of relationship with her sister. So it's really hard to pinpoint any specifics, but yeah, her poor sister was treated like the dog that you kick, basically.
You previously testified that Ms. Heard, you observed Ms. Heard be verbally abusive to her mother.
Mm-hmm.
What specifically did you observe?
Well, there is a video that online where you can see her being abusive first and foremost. So it's not even based on what I'm telling you. It's what I've seen, the interactions between the two of them when her mother was still alive, and the fact that her mother was terrified of her.
Did her mother tell you she was terrified of her?
She personally told me she was terrified of her.
Did you ever witness Ms. Heard tongue lash her mother?
Here and there, yes. Especially when it was build up to a stressful event or something like that, yeah.
You said you felt that Ms. Heard was verbally abusive to you. Can you provide me with any specific examples of this behavior?
Well, I thought I did earlier, but yeah, it was so random and ongoing. You would never know when it was going to come left of center. I do remember on one occasion when we were moving from part to full-time, and then the salary negotiations became a real bone of contention. And I specifically remember standing in her office where she leapt up out of her chair, put her face approximately 4 inches from my face. She was spitting in my face and telling me how dare I ask for the salary I was asking for, which was in fact approximately half of my regular annual salary. I was offering her that as a favor, and she felt that gave her the right to spit in my face. And there was a witness in the apartment at that time, by the way.
Ms. James, while you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever observe her drinking alcohol?
Yes, I did.
What alcohol did you observe Ms. Heard drink in your presence?
Red wine.
Did Ms. Heard ever appear intoxicated to you?
Yes, she often did.
While you worked for Ms. Heard, were you aware of what, if any, prescription drugs she was taking?
Yes, because I had to pick it up and I often had to deliver it to her. To set.
Anticipated.
It was my job to pick it up and deliver it to her, also bring it to her if she was doing a photo shoot or, on set or something, if she'd forgotten it.
What prescription drugs do you remember picking up from Ms. Heard?
Provigil.
Any other prescription drugs that you remember picking up from Ms. Heard?
Accutane.
To your knowledge, did Ms. Heard ever stop taking Provigil or Accutane while you were working for her?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side effects from Provigil?
She didn't say it, but I observed it.
You previously testified that you observed Ms. Heard having certain side effects from Provigil. Yes?
Yes.
What side effects did you observe Ms. Heard exhibiting?
Manic episodes, similar to if someone was on some sort of amphetamine drug. Moving very fast, not making a lot of sense, hyper-organizing, hyper-tasking, just very, very hyper. Yeah.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she had ingested illegal drugs?
Yes.
What drugs did Ms. Heard tell you she had ingested?
Mushrooms, ecstasy, and cocaine.
Based on your personal observations, did it ever appear to you that Ms. Heard was under the influence of illegal drugs?
Yes.
Why did it appear to you that Ms. Heard was under the influence of illegal drugs?
Disoriented, partying with friends, lots of heavy drinking, laughing, dancing, playing, all the sorts of things that go hand in hand with imbibing in drugs.
Would Ms. Heard's treatment of you change when she was intoxicated?
Yes.
How so?
She became more and more belligerent and abusive.
Did you see Ms. Heard wearing a bathing suit in May of 2014 at the Chateau Marmont?
Yes.
Based on your recollection, did you see any bruises on Ms. Heard's body?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any red marks on Ms. Heard's body?
No.
How would you describe the general atmosphere or mood of Ms. Heard and her friends at the Chateau Marmont?
To be honest, it seemed a little conspiratorial to me. Yeah.
How so?
Like a strategy meeting or something, and combined with a pool party. Hard to describe. It was very confusing. Originally, I thought I was going over for some major emergency, but then something else completely different was going on that day.
What made you think something completely different was going on that day?
Well, because originally it made it seem like she was having this major emergency and she was completely alone and she needed me very badly to come as quickly as possible. But when I got there, she was surrounded by people. Savannah, Io, Tillett Wright, and Rocky specifically, Raquel Pennington.
Did you observe Ms. Heard showing what appeared to be injuries to any of her friends at the chateau that day?
No.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's friends' behavior?
Friends hanging out together by the pool, having cocktails and spending the entire afternoon hanging around together.
You did testify earlier that one of the reasons you thought their relationship wasn't perfect was insecurity on Amber's part, though, right?
Yes.
So you developed an opinion that insecurity on Amber's part affected their relationship, but you did not develop an opinion that substance abuse or any actions by Johnny affected their relationship. Is that right?
That statement was based on communications directed to me from Amber, basically.
What communications specifically?
That she was sad, she didn't want to be away from him, blah, 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 that sort of thing. It would happen all the time.
Very damaging stuff indeed, has to be said.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I remember that testimony. That was very good testimony from Kate James, ex-personal assistant of Amber Heard.
Indeed, and there was a lot of good stuff that was in that. To be fair, I think I clipped out a lot of the good bits. The most important things that I think will be used in summing up. When it comes to tying everything together, a lot of what was said there will be brought in and painting a pretty damning picture, I have to say, of the allegations that Amber alleged, right?
Yes, it is. Especially in her demeanor and how she was acting, but also very clearly that she had seen her in many states of undress and that there never appeared to be a mark anywhere on her, ever. And she said ever several times, never several times. In regards to acting asked about Johnny's demeanor. Was he ever aggressive or did he ever act out? Never. She said it several times. Never. This is a personal assistant. He said, well, how do you have personal knowledge? I'm with them all the time, every day.
How do you think?
Yeah.
They're 24/7, basically. I see her undressed all the time. How do you? What else do you want me to say? Might have well been a spy camera on the wall.
Exactly.
So Johnny's back in 4 minutes' time, and he'll be continuing his testimony. Sorry, go on.
Sorry. My sound is good. I just switched over the headphone again.
Ah, good. Right, so I've not got that echo. That's good.
There is an echo?
Yeah, there has been at times. I can hear you've got the audio within the background.
Okay, let me just see.
No, not now. You haven't got it now, but you had it before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have the headphones on before. That's probably what it was.
Put your headphones on. What's wrong with you, woman?
Well, I was eating a cookie and it got in the way.
How does a cookie get in the way of your headphones? You don't eat through your ears.
The mic hangs down from the headphones, like right there, and I didn't want, Hey.
Right.
Hey.
Turn the headphones around. Well, yeah, Johnny's back anyway. He's back. Where were we up to anyway? We were up to the finger. The finger's been chopped off. It's been operated on. He's got MRSA, not MRSA, MRSA.
Right. I think we're going back to New York again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So where's this going to take us next? Because I think he has two. Is it two operations he has on it?
He had 2 operations, I believe, after while he was in New York. But the next episode of violence that we should actually from Amber's statements would be the penthouse incident, wouldn't it?
Oh, and then it's not long after that they break up, basically, right?
Oh, I think they broke up right then when the poop hit the bed. That was it.
The poop.
After all this, I don't mean to make light because he's been through a traumatic thing, but that's what it took for Johnny. It was when that happened that he walked out.
So, have we got a picture of the poop on the bed?
I do not. I wish I did.
Is there a picture floating around of the poop on the bed?
I'll Google search for you. Let me see.
Because we are led to believe that it was either a very small dog that did a two-pound shit on the bed, or a dog that weighs about 2 pounds does 2 pound shit on the bed, or it was a human that hadn't had a crap for a couple of days. So, I don't think it was the dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
He should have sent it away to be forensically tested. That's what I'd have done.
I'm trying to look under images here. Let's think.
Should be back any second now, actually. Let me get this.
Well,
don't tell me they've got one. Don't tell me they've got one. Have they?
Yes.
Is there a dog? Right, show me the picture. I need this picture. Or you show it. You share your screen or something or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it big and I'm gonna try to show this because there's a couple of them.
Oh dear me.
Let me just.
Well, they've just returned, so you're gonna have to do it during the break.
Okay. All right. There's poop for the break, people.
Oh no, poop for the break. Can't believe it. Stay tuned to this channel so that you can watch shit in about 30 minutes time.
As Reggie's co-host brings the shit. Okay.
We will be analyzing it in detail. Don't you worry.
not I. That's not my job.
Amber's always the last to stand up. Always the last to stand up when the jury comes in. It really wanks me off that. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I think Johnny Depp's team are doing a very good job up to now. Very professional. Totally.
Yeah, I think
totally different.
Yeah. Your next question.
Right, I'm going on mute, guys. Enjoy.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a document that's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 146, and I believe this was entered into evidence previously. So if we could publish it to the jury as well, please. Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
I believe that's, well, it's definitely me. After receiving kind of a roundhouse punch from Miss Heard. I believe that this is, it's March. I believe that this is from what's been called the staircase incident. Am I correct?
So you said you think this is from March of 2015?
I'm just looking at the top.
Do you remember who took this photograph?
Mr. Bett, Sean Bett.
And relative to when you had injured your finger, when was this photograph taken?
Sorry?
Relative to when you had injured your finger in Australia, when was this photograph taken?
The injury to my finger was sustained I believe it was a couple of weeks or so before this, because we were back in Los Angeles for the surgery and rehabilitation of the digit.
So I know you can't see your hand in this photograph, but what would your hand have been like given its injury at this date?
Well, it was still a very it was a very fresh wound. When that amount of when the tip of when your finger is severed, that's not going to heal up for a very long time, and so my finger was still a very fresh wound. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that this might have been around the time of the pin in the pin that was put into my finger to keep it together, I guess.
And what type of cast would you have had on at this time?
It wasn't a cast per se, as it was bandaging. When the bandage was out to sort of here, that was extra padding for the tip of the finger protection, and also because of the pin that was in there. So, as I'd said before, there were when Nurse Debbie would ask, give me, on a scale of 1 to 10, your pain. When the fingers started to feel differently and hurt a lot more, and it became like a 12 out of 10 pain, that was yes, that was right around then, and the reason for that was because of the infection. The MRSA had already been working its way for a number of days.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury the circumstances that led to you having the bruise that's reflected in this photograph?
Again, there was another confrontation, another confrontation, another argument about something or other, and we were in penthouse 5 area, which was where Ms. Heard had her office at the top of the stairs. And so the stairs came down, and then there was a landing, and then another set of stairs went down the opposite direction. And this took place on the landing, where she was coming out, trying to trying to get to me, trying to hit me, trying to do anything she could. And then Whitney, her sister, was there, who who stepped in the way. And interesting thing that was interesting now is that Whitney stepped in front of Amber and was facing Amber to stop Amber. And when she was in between us, Amber snuck in she got the roundhouse in and just nailed me on the cheekbone.
Do you recall what Ms. Heard was upset about at this time?
I do not. I really don't.
And was anyone else in the in penthouse 5 with you and Whitney and Ms. Heard?
By that time, Mr. McGivern had been called. I believe that actually Debbie, as I remember, Debbie Lloyd was at the front door of penthouse 5, standing by the door. Mr. McGivern was kind of at the bottom of the last group of stairs. And then the thump happened, and I got myself out of the situation, and I walked down the stairs to Mr. McGivern just to say, let's get out of here, And I remember that something was thrown from up there. I don't recall what it was, but something was thrown at me. It seemed like it was like I don't know if it was a bag of like pens but it was from her office area.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. And for the record, this is an audio recording, and it's quite lengthy, so we intend to play certain portions of it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, other than we'd just like to know what minute, second portions they're going to play.
Okay, but the entire audio is in evidence, correct?
Yes.
And no
Yes.
objection? Okay, all right,
And
343 in evidence.
If you'd like me to read the specific minutes now, or we can provide it to council afterwards.
Hey, if you want it now, or as you go, okay.
We intend to play minute 25, 37 seconds through 26, 28. 1 hour and 57 minutes, 21 seconds through 1 hour, 58 minutes, 54 seconds. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 52 seconds through, 2 hours, 38, 52 seconds through 2 hours, 39 minutes, 43 seconds. And then 2 hours, 46 minutes, 1 second through 2 hours, 47 minutes, 20 seconds. Those are 4 clips.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to publish that in jury? I guess it doesn't matter. It's just audio. It doesn't matter.
to say something to you, that it was okay. That's the promise you gave me a little while ago. I'm telling you, if you lost memory last night of kicking me out the door with the fucker hitting me,
Again,
and
sorry.
and your memory is gone from you kicking the bathroom door and hitting me in the skull as I was bent
Again,
down.
I am
Wait,
sorry.
if you have those memory fucking divots.
I was upset. There was a lot going on,
okay,
and I was
but
on an Ambien. Like,
Okay,
why?
but wait.
Like, why are you obsessing over the fact that I can't remember it the way you remembered it? I said I was sorry. I didn't deny
know
it.
that. I'm not talking about that. What I want. No, it's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me. To
to
avoid
escape
working it out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
Those are different.
whatever
That's
the
different.
fucking else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door
No,
based
I'm
on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
No, I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who. I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
You told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, fuck it. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
No,
hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
Physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Holy
Could you
shit.
please explain to the jury what they just heard on those audio recordings?
What was displayed on the audio recordings was very much the tone and the aggression and the attitude and the need for a fight from Ms. Heard. That was, I don't know if that was some need for attention, but I don't. That was a sound that I had gotten very used to. The squabbling, the you know the raising of the voice to essentially excommunicate anything that I had to say about the situation. But then, and I do remember that incident. I believe that's from the when I was in the bathroom, and I was in fact taking a shower, and this was in penthouse 3, and she came banging on the door, banging on the door, banging on the door. I didn't answer. I was in the shower. I couldn't deal with it. I didn't want to deal with any more of that sarcastic, demeaning, aggressive, violent, toxic spew. And so I was taking a shower and I didn't want to answer the door. She kept banging. And then I finally got out of the shower and I opened the bathroom door about just that much, just so I could have a good hold on the door in case she tried to burst in. And I was right, she did. Bathroom doors go in. She was pushing all her weight on the door, trying to get in. And I was pushing back because I didn't want to let her in, because I obviously didn't want the confrontation. She was not in best of moods, you can hear. So when I was pushing the bathroom door, trying to close it, and was almost closed, she suddenly kind of yelped in pain. And she screamed out, "Ow, my toes or my foot or something." And so in that second, I thought possibly her foot had gotten caught under the door, which would of course, not feel great on the foot or the toes, so I thought she was maybe injured. So I knelt down to have a look. The door was still, it was still pretty well about that much open. And when I knelt down on my hands and knees to look at her foot to see the injury, she kicked the bathroom door into my head. Yeah, she kicked the bathroom door into my head, and I was completely taken aback by such a corrosive, horrific move. So I stood up, and I believe I stood up, and but at this point the door was open. I stood up and I said, I think I said, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? And the next move was just a bang, and just she clocked me in the jaw. And that was another shocker.
How
So
long after that did you start recording?
Sorry?
How long after that did you start recording that audio recording that we just heard?
That audio recording was about her trying to make less of what had happened. In fact, trying to make less of what had happened by repeating some story to me that didn't make any sense. And it certainly didn't make any sense since I was there and I was the target. So I wanted some confirmation from someone with some semblance of a mind that could understand what was happening. I wanted Mr. McGivern to come up, and I asked her to tell him what had just happened. And her answer was essentially, I don't know what he's talking about. Nothing happened. He's fine. And once again, I told Mr. McGivern, time to leave the premises.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you now what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 162.
Okay.
Those audios are so damning to Amber, aren't they, right? She admits everything on it. You run away, I attack you, I punch you, I hit you, I start fights. You're a baby.
You can take this down. Thank you.
It's rather
Can you
cruel
pull up
the way
Plaintiff's
she
Exhibit 162,
refers to him.
An intrigued feline says, keep in mind we're only hearing the plaintiff's side. Well, yeah, except it was Amber's words, right?
That is a that's a photograph of the blade of an old, like a Bowie knife. That's the photograph of the blade with an inscription on it to me from Ms. Hurd, who at the time I referred to as Slim.
Your Honor, we'd like to move Exhibit 90, Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 into evidence.
No objection.
I noticed that the the speeding up Johnny Depp cutting him off, which is pretty
Mr.
good.
Depp, what does it say on this knife?
Hasta la muerte,
And what does that mean?
until death.
And then what does it say after that?
XX Slim.
And who is Slim?
Ms. Heard.
When did Ms. Heard give you this knife?
Well, it was a present from Ms. Heard. I believe it was sort of around 2015.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 93?
93?
93, yes. Mr. Depp, what is this a photograph of?
That's the knife in full view. That's the full side of that knife.
Plaintiffs would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 93 into evidence as well.
All right, 93 in evidence, you can publish to the jury.
Mr. Depp, do you recall the occasion on which Ms. Heard gave you this knife?
I don't recall exactly the occasion, whether it was my birthday of 2015 or if it was a Christmas gift.
We can take this down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd now like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65.
Are they going to get to the text messages where Amber says she wants to do him in with the knife?
And I believe this has already been offered into evidence.
Yes.
If so, if we could please publish to the jury. Thank you.
All the scratches.
Mr. Depp, what's reflected in these photographs?
There were some scratches. Another altercation, and there were some misheard come at me with her nails or hand scratching at me.
And who took these photographs of you?
Once again, I believe this was Mr. Pett, Sean Pett.
And when were these photographs taken?
Seems to be Christmas, or 10 days before Christmas, the 15th of December 2015.
Mr. Depp, do you remember what led to you having these scratches on your face?
This was yet again another confrontation where as was my regular practice, there had been an altercation. She was she had some rage issue with me, and I remember that I was trying to go to my corner, as it were, which is I was going into my office in penthouse 3, which is upstairs. And as I was approaching the door to my office, Miss Heard ran out of the master bedroom, or bedroom, and started just throwing wild punches at me, at the back of my head, at the side of my head, at anything that she could connect with. And I had to, I would have to show you sort of how I tried to avoid the attack.
Please do.
If it's all right, John.
Yes, yes, sir.
If I'm walking this way to the door of my office, the bedroom door is where you are. I'd walked across the mezzanine there, and as I'm approaching the door, suddenly I'm just getting clobbered from behind, and one's natural primal instinct is to kind of duck and cover. So I ducked and covered, but they didn't stop. So I came up this like this, sort of protecting my face, but at the same time, with her arms swinging wildly, I put my arms out and I was able to get her into a bear hug or something, just to stop her from hitting me anymore. And while holding her in that position, she was still trying to, she had her legs, she could kick, she could knee me. So she was still jumping, kind of very angry, very animated. And yeah, it was unpleasant.
What happened at the end of that situation?
Because of the grabbing of the arms and holding them to her side so that I didn't receive any more blows, and she was still fighting. I believe there was some kind of contact with our heads, our foreheads, as would happen if you're trying to calm someone like that. And then that was when she accused me of headbutting her, of giving her a headbutt and breaking her nose. But there was no blood. There was no. I didn't hit her nose. If there was anything at all, it was a bump of. Well, I'm trying to restrain her. She's trying to get out of it. There's going to be some contact here and there, accidental contact, but not a headbutt.
How did you escape this altercation?
After she'd made the remark about the fact that I headbutted her, which was just impossible, she split. She huffed off. I let her go. She huffed away, and she was gone for about 7 or 8 minutes. And then when she came back, I was in the bedroom of penthouse 3, our bedroom. And she came back about 7 or 8 minutes later. And she had a Kleenex or a tissue to her nose. And she pulled it away from her nose and she showed it to me. And there was red. There was indeed like red color on the tissue. But me, I know that there was no connection to her nose. No part of my body made connection to her nose or eyes or anything like. So she said, she took it away and she showed it to me. She said, "Way to go, Johnny, you broke my nose. You broke my nose." And I knew I hadn't, so I said, you go into sort of placation mode, which is, oh my God, let me see. Are you okay? What happened? Let me see. And she wouldn't let me see anything. And so I just tried to calm the situation as best I could. All the while, I was waiting for her to dispense with that Kleenex because I didn't trust it. And so I waited. And when she dropped it into the wastebasket in her bathroom, or in our bathroom, and left the room, went somewhere downstairs, I think, I don't know. And then I pulled the Kleenex out of the trash bin, and I inspected it pretty closely and realized that it was nail polish. It was nail varnish or polish.
Mr. Depp, shortly after December 15th, 2015, where did you and Ms. Heard go for the holidays?
It had been planned for a while that we would be going to the island, and we would be going to the island with my kids, Lily Rose and Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend at the time, there's a friend of Amber's called Alice Temperley, I believe her name is, and her boyfriend Greg Williams, who's a very well-known photographer, and both very nice people, and their kids were going to. She told me they were going to be come to the island, and I thought, okay, great. And so yeah, that's where we went for the holidays.
And what happened on the island in December 2015?
Many things. But,
was there any violence by Ms. Heard against you?
Oh, yes, there were a couple of incidents that were, again, just each time one of these incidents would occur, it seemed to get worse and worse. That is to say, as opposed to fists or anything like that. I'd set up on the back porch of the house. I'd set up an area with an easel and oil paints and a can of mineral spirits, linseed oil, brushes, everything. So she wanted to paint. So I had set it up for, and for some, and again, I remember sitting at the table where most of the paint brushes and the can and all that stuff was. And the argument, again, escalated, and she simply reached down and grabbed the can of mineral spirits and chucked it at my face. She threw it at my face, and it struck me right at the bridge of the nose, sort of the forehead, bridge of the nose area. And it hurt.
Who else was around when this happened?
Well, thankfully, my children and Lily Rose's boyfriend were over towards the cafe. At that point, I didn't know that anyone else was around or had witnessed anything. I thought it was just Amber and I, but apparently there are 4 staff who work on the island.
I don't think it's hearsay. I don't think any statements yet. You can go ahead and continue your answer, sir.
Okay.
You wanker. Fuck off.
Sorry, the staff that work on your island, Mr. Depp.
Yeah. So there are indeed 4 staff who work on the island and live there all year round, who take care of everything, and 2 of them happened to be in that area and witnessed the violence.
I'll sustain as to, unless you can lay a foundation, how he would know that
Certainly.
if it was not hearsay.
Mr. Depp, how do you know that these staff members witnessed part of this altercation?
These people, as I said, there's staff on the island, though I consider them family and very dear to me. And I believe it is mutual. I've known them a very long time. They were visibly shaken by what they'd witnessed.
Objection.
Again, if you can lay a foundation, if he saw them there, or if this is something. they
Mr.
told
Depp,
them.
did you see any of these individuals shortly after you had this altercation with Ms. Heard?
No, that's not the proper. Did he see them as actually there? If he didn't, if it was something they told him, then it's hearsay.
Mr. Depp, did you see any of your staff members at the house when you and Ms. Heard had that altercation?
Once Miss Heard had stormed off, I sort of sat there dazed and confused for a few minutes, and then I walked around the house and I saw Tara and
That's fine. Okay, I'll sustain the objection. We'll move on.
You mentioned Tara. Who's Tara?
Tara's the manager of the island.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to discuss April 2016 now. When is Ms. Heard's birthday?
22nd of April.
And in 2016, how was Ms. Heard celebrating her birthday?
We'd set up a dinner for her, which was, she wanted to have a dinner with her, with all her friends, and Josh, Drew, Rocky's boyfriend, who was some sort of chef, he asked her what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
I'm not just sure it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He got it.
Okay, all right, well then.
I'm learning.
There you go.
Let me put it a different way.
Yeah, let you put it a different
Mr.
way.
Drew, who was a chef, which I don't believe is hearsay. Mr. Drew had made Mexican food, Ms. Heard's favorite. Is that better?
And what were you doing that day before Ms. Heard's birthday celebration?
I had been in a room for many, many hours with a group of accountants, new accountants, and they were going through essentially the situation that I was in financially, which was a real shock to me. I had no idea, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I prefer to think of the work as opposed to how much I'm getting paid. So I had no idea how much money I'd made. I just didn't. I just figured if I was working, it was money, so everything would be all right. they informed me that I had been, well, that quite an inordinate amount of sum of money had been was gone. It had disappeared, and after having worked 30-something years in the industry, I'm sorry, I could hear Ms. Brett.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was pretty shocked at where I was to learn I was exactly financially. And it was a very long meeting. And I knew, of course, that Ms. Heard's birthday dinner was to start at, I believe, 8:30. And I texted her a number of times from the meeting saying, this is probably going to go long, and I think I might be a little late. I'm sorry, but it's, you know, important, and I'm going to be a bit late for the dinner, and I apologized all over the place. And so when I left and picked up something at the house, which I believe was her gift, on the way downtown, I received a text from Miss Heard asking me to bring, asked if I could bring some wine and some weed. And I texted back, sure. And then by the time I got to, arrived at Penthouse 5 for the party, I was about an hour and 40 minutes late, maybe, something like that.
Before you arrived, how many drinks had you had?
Oh, I think I'd had a glass of wine with, there was one bottle of wine that Ed White had brought to the meeting that we, between, I don't know how many, 5 or 6 of us, we had we had a glass of wine.
Could you tell the jury who Ed White is?
Oh yeah, sorry. Ed White was my, at the time he was my new business manager, and he was quite a he was quite a professional, you know, nearly forensic business manager, and he had shown me things that from my former business managers that were quite disturbing.
Hearsay.
I believe he said he showed him.
Yes, yes, I looked at papers. Maybe they're hearsay papers. I don't know.
I believe he was being shown financial.
Sit down, Elaine. Sit down, Elaine.
Also saying this, any hearsay that might be
Understood.
Next question.
Mr. Depp, when you arrived at the party, how did Miss Heard greet you with it all?
Very cold.
What did she say to you?
Not much. Not much, except occasionally she would tear herself from the conversation that she was in and just to lean towards me. I was sitting to her right, and I would get a quick earful of, I can't believe you've done this to me on my birthday. I can't believe, I'm so embarrassed. You know, which I found odd because I'd kept her informed all day, and the last text that I'd received was a request for wine and marijuana. So when I got there and received that attitude, what could I do? So I just made the best of it and talked to her friends, and because they were all her friends except for, I believe, Nurse Erin. Erin was there, I believe.
What's Erin's last name?
But Erin Borum, Nurse Erin, who had been the nurse assigned to Miss Heard. So I just had conversations with the various people there. Her makeup artist, Melanie Iglesias, was there with her fella, and I remember speaking French with them. And I didn't really eat, wasn't feeling it.
Did you have any drinks once you arrived at the birthday party?
Wine.
How many glasses?
I don't, maybe two, because they were like large, the large sort of Bordeaux glasses. So yeah, maybe two glasses of wine by the time it started to wind down.
How many drinks did you observe Miss Heard consume after you arrived at the party?
I really couldn't say, because all I saw was just she was drinking wine.
And did it seem to you that she had been drinking wine prior to your arrival?
I was sure, since I was an hour and 40 minutes late, that Miss Heard was well into the wine before I got there. Yes, certainly.
How did the party come to an end?
It was kind of, one person would say, well, I better get out of here. And then two more couples or two more people would say, yeah, time to go. And then it just wound down. There was Mr. Drew, Miss Pennington, Whitney, possibly Whitney. And that was about it. It was sort of left there.
And what happened after the guests left the party?
She was free to commence with the usual verbal barrage, and at that point, there was so much in my head from the meeting. I thought it was a bit much that Miss Heard had. I'm sorry, it seemed quite brattish, it seemed quite childish that Miss Heard was holding such a grudge against me for having been late to her 30th birthday party, when she knew very well, she was well informed that I was in an intense meeting that had a lot to do with not just my life and my future, but my children's. And I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if houses were going to start going away. I didn't. So it felt. I'm sure, of course, she felt something, but it felt unfair. It felt small comparatively. If your loved one or your husband has had some very serious issues brought before him. So when she engaged in her normal kind of banter of trying to poke at me and get me to react. I literally just got into bed. I remember the television was on, and I was reading, and I suppose Miss Heard was down in her area, taking off her makeup and changing into sleep clothes, whatever, and she entered the bedroom while I was laying on my side of the bed, reading, and she was still rattling off all the wrongs I'd done to her in that particular day, and how unreliable I am, and what a horrible person I was. And I did not engage verbally, nothing. I sat there or laid there reading my book, and when she didn't get a jump out of me or a jolt out of me, she got out of bed, she walked around the bed, she came to my side, and again, you've got a person who is throwing multiple shots at your face, at your head, at your neck, at anything she could hit. So I got up out of bed and I grabbed her by the shoulders and I sat her down on the bed. And I said, I'm leaving. Please don't get off the bed. Please don't follow me. Please don't try and stop me. I'm leaving. And she got up off the bed and she squared off at me in the doorway of our bedroom. And I said, what do you want to do? Hit me again? Would you like to hit me again? And I said, go ahead, hit me. Bam. And then I just said, is that what you wanted? Would you like another? Bam. There's the second one. And I said, good, now you're done. Grabbed her by the shoulders, walked her to the bed, sat her down and said, don't follow me. Leave me alone. I'm out. I'm gone. I went, I grabbed a few things, and I got out immediately, and I went to my other house on Sweetser. As Ms. Heard she was leaving the following day for Coachella, which is Coachella is like it's a big event, a concert, many bands, and out in the desert. She and her friends were going to Coachella for the weekend, and that was it. That was it.
Mr. Depp, after April 21st, 2016, when was the next time that you actually saw Ms. Heard in person?
I left Miss Heard, I left Penthouse 3. I left at 4:30 in the morning. It was actually her birthday. It was 4:30 in the morning, April 22nd. And that's when I left. And from that moment on, I did not see Ms. Heard until May 21st.
And why was that?
I had received some news that was as absurd and grotesque and cruel. And then I was shown a picture of what the problem was. I had gone to Mr. Bett and said, she's at Coachella. I think it's a good time to go downtown so that I can get some of my things, and get them out of there, especially the things that were precious to me, children things from friends, Brando, Hunter, Thompson, whatever, things that were important to me. And he said, I don't think now's a good time to go. And I thought, it's the perfect time. She's not going to be home for 2 days. And then he showed me a photograph on his telephone of
Objection, Your Honor. False from your side.
It's a photograph, Your Honor.
As being relayed to him by Mr. Bett.
He says he looked at it on his phone.
I'll overrule the objection as the photograph.
What was the photograph of Mr. Depp?
Overruled, fuckface.
it was a photograph of the bed, our bed, and on my side of the bed was human fecal matter. So I understood why it wasn't a good time to go down there. My initial response to that was, I laughed. It was so outside. It was so bizarre and so grotesque that I could only laugh. So I did not go down there that day.
Mr. Depp, how was your mother's health during this time?
Not good at all. My mom was in Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and she was on her way out. She was dying.
How often were you going to see her during this time?
Excuse me?
How often were you going to see her during this time?
As much as I could under the circumstances. When I did go and get to see my mom, she was pretty much incapable of speech. Her speech had left her. At that time, she seemed to. Her eyes were still open. She could kind of react with her eyes, but she couldn't speak. And then, not long after that, once her eyes closed, she lay there for the duration of her life, which ended on the 20th of May, the night before I saw Miss Heard for the last time. Well, essentially.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Depp, but how did your mother's death affect you?
As would anyone, I suppose. There was one thing that I couldn't fathom was, I mean, I brought my kids to see Betty Sue in the hospital, and at that time she was not functioning. She was not responsive. She was alive still. She was fighting still inside, but she was lying in the bed. And what, excuse this analogy, but all I could think of was how if she's conscious of if she's conscious of everything that's going on around her, but has no ability to speak, has no ability to move. I knew that the one thing, as far as Betty Sue was concerned, the last thing that she would have wanted was to have ended up lying there on a, what it was like, there's my mom lying there on a deli platter. And it was a horrible image. But I brought my kids in to say goodbye, and we all spoke into her ear. And then she passed away later. So it was painful, but there was some side of it too, at least to me, that in a way it was, I was happy for her.
Why was
Because
that?
I can't imagine Betty Sue or my mom. I can't imagine anyone lying there in quite possibly was a kind of a locked-in syndrome. And if she's surrounded by 10 people looking at her lying there on that deli platter, if you will, I was happy for her that she was out of pain, out of frustration, out of, I was happy that she'd moved. Not happy, I was relieved that she was no longer in that situation. Though, when those you love leave, we're the ones stuck with the pain, with the grieving. But I was glad that my kids got to see her and give her her send off, I suppose. And but it was it opened my eyes quite a lot to a number of things.
And what were some of those things that your mother's death opened your eyes to?
That life is a bird song. That what feels like 100 years is in fact a second, millisecond. Nobody can count those things, you know. So I had made peace with Betty Sue because I understood where she came from, and I understood how difficult her childhood was, and I understood that she had not had the proper training or proper teaching or the proper background to be anything other than what she had been when we were younger. I forgave her for all that, as one should. So I was, it opened my eyes to the fact that yes, try in relationships, whether friendships, whether courtships, whether marriage, whether this, whether that, try your best, try. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And more importantly, if you're going to get out of it, if you're going to make an end, which I had decided that it was, somebody had to call it, and I decided that I would call Amber and tell her that my mom had died that day. And then I very calmly said, look, I've made a decision, and I think it's the best thing. I'm going to file for divorce, but I'm not going to I'm not going to cite irreconcilable differences. I'm not going to cite any violence. I'm not going to. I'm going to state this. We simply, the two of us, we simply don't want to feel as though we have a collar around each other's neck and a leash attached to it, and then this piece of paper that proves that that's true. So what I thought was best was, we want to end this in love and take the idea of ownership of one another out of the picture. And that's how I approached Miss Heard with that. And
So why did you go over to the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Miss Heard had requested that I come over to have a talk, to explain. She wanted to explain things, and so I went there. But and I also wanted to gather up some of those things, precious things that you live with. So I went over there to have a discussion, what I thought would be calm understanding. And I figured she understood as well as I did that there was no way back. And I also felt that she would understand that it was the best thing for both of us, and there was nothing there should have been nothing to fight over. It was clear. I told her that I would take care of her and all that, and then she she was telling me about she brought up the situation of her fecal matter on the bed, and and she tried to blame it on the dogs. But
Why didn't you think it could have been the dogs?
The dogs they're teacup Yorkies. They weigh about 4 pounds each. The photograph that I saw, and I mean, I lived with those dogs for many years, and so did Hilda Vargas, um, my she's a woman who's been with me for 30 plus years, from the very beginning, and she was the one who photographed it. It was clear she knew the dogs as well as I did. And that was none of that did not come from a dog. It just didn't.
Mr. Depp, could we back up a little bit? Who went over to the penthouses with you on May 21st?
I went to the penthouses with Jerry Judge and Sean Bett, and I had asked them on the just in case, please pay particular attention and stay as close to the door, stay at the door, or if you got a split, come back quick. If they went down to the security shack or whatever it was, don't linger, get back. Because if you hear anything, if you hear screaming, you got to get in there. So leave the door unlocked and spring in there if you hear something.
Why did you want them to be able to get into the penthouse quickly if they heard anything?
Just based on my past experiences with Miss Heard, when you say something that she either didn't agree with or swore up and down that it was a complete falsity and there was something wrong with me, I'm crazy, and the escalation. If anything was going to start to escalate, I did not want to be there. So I had them waiting by the door to get in there in case anything went down.
So when you walked into the penthouse, what did you see?
When I first walked into the penthouses, you walk in and then make a left, and then you're in the kitchen area, and then beyond that was the living room. I saw Miss Heard sitting there on the couch, and I went over to talk. I went and sat down on the couch. She was sitting on the couch. Was kind of a square or a half square. She was sitting on one side of the couch. I was sitting on the other. That's when she was trying to explain a few things about Coachella and then the fecal delivery. And saying that it was the dogs, and I could not agree with her. I'd lived with those dogs. I picked up their fun. It was not the dogs. And so what happened was I said, let's call Kevin Murphy.
Who's Kevin Murphy?
Kevin Murphy he was in Los Angeles. He was the house manager over the places in West Hollywood, and he was also taking care of the penthouses downtown, if any work needed to be done or this or that, and he would schedule the girls who would come in, the ladies like Hilda, to do their work. And he'd had a conversation with Ms. Heard.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's move beyond the
All right, let's move
conversation
on.
that Kevin
Certainly.
Murphy had with Ms. Heard. So after you called Kevin Murphy, what happened?
I asked Kevin if Amber and he had spoken about the incident. He said, yes, they had. Okay. And it appears that Ms. Heard had told.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
This is apparently a statement by Ms. Heard.
That he heard from Kevin Murphy. That's what the testimony is.
All right, if you want to reframe that, that's fine.
Okay. After you when did you hang up the phone with Kevin Murphy?
Right about the time that Ms. Heard was screaming obscenities at him and calling him a liar and that he was a scumbag. And I told her, I said, listen, don't speak to this man that way. Do not disrespect this man in that way. And then Kevin Murphy just hung up. And so at that point, she was riled, of course. And I went upstairs to gather belongings. When I came back downstairs, she was on the phone with Io Tillett Wright, and they were making a wonderful point of just how funny it was that I thought that some human being had actually dropped a grumpy, pardon the term, onto the bed, and they were yucking it up. They were laughing about the whole thing, and it was, you know, it was a tough couple of days, and I really didn't feel like I deserved that kind of treatment. And I went over and I said, let me talk to her. I grabbed the phone and I said to Io, you can have her now. She's yours. She's all yours. Right? And then I took the phone and I just bang like that onto that side of the couch was 8 feet long. The other side of the couch is about 6 feet long. I flopped it onto the couch and I was walking towards the kitchen to exit, and then suddenly Rocky Pennington ran in to the penthouse and started, leave her alone, Johnny, leave her alone. And I was by the refrigerator at this point. I was 20 feet away.
Where was Ms. Heard at that time?
She was still sitting on the couch. And that's when the screaming, the screaming started with, like, again, I'm 20 feet away. She's still got Io on the phone. She's got Rocky there. Stop hitting me, Johnny, she's screaming in her best freaked out, upset voice, high pitched. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Jerry Judge and Sean Bett entered the room. And as they entered the room, and she was quite surprised to see them, she said, that's the last time you'll ever hit me. That's the last time you'll ever do that to me. And again, I'm a good 20 feet away by the fridge. And then Jerry said, boss, I think we should just leave. And then we left. That was the last time I saw Miss Heard until she asked me to break the restraining order. Or not break the restraining order, break the restraining order and talk to her in July later.
Mr. Depp, where did you go after you left the penthouses on May 21st?
I went home
To which home?
Oh, to Sweetser.
And then where did you go? Where did you go after you went home to Sweetser?
I was due to. I had to go to. I had to catch a flight to New York, where we were doing. I was this group, the Hollywood Vampires. we were about to set out on a 2 or 3 month tour of Europe, and we were rehearsing in New York, and then we played one show in New York as a warm up gig, and then we were on the plane, and we started the shows in Europe, and I was on the road from then, which was May, on through July, August or something.
Ms. Myers, is this a good time to take our afternoon break?
I was just going to
Okay,
suggest that. Thank you,
good.
Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, guys, listen, before you disappear, everybody stay around, just hang about just for a second. Don't run away, don't leave. I have a tweet out, it's about 10 minutes old. Anyone on Twitter, please go and retweet this, because I really would like this image to do the rounds a little bit. Please, if you're on Twitter, go and follow this link right now and click the retweet button. That's what we need. So we've got 15-minute break. That's what we have. And 15 minutes from now, we'll be back to hear some more of this. This is, wow, this is
something.
intense,
I know.
isn't it? This really is. In fact, I'll show you what it is. I'll show you what the image is that I've got. This is the image that I've posted on Twitter. So this is what I'm asking you to retweet.
Oh my gosh.
Here's Amber. And we have had another one. Stephanie has got in touch and she sent me via email this one. So take a look at this one. Here's Amber.
Oh my God, you all with the stink face. Oh my God. Oh,
we both had the same idea, didn't we? Just have the same idea. I love it. Great minds thinking out. Stephanie, well done. That's amazing. Thank you so much for getting in touch and sending me that. I will tweet that out later, I promise. By all accounts, though, this is exactly what it seems like Amber is, right? You know, it's a here's Amber. Never mind, here's Johnny. It'll be here's Amber. What do you think?
Oh my God. I can't stand that face. I really can't. You're giving me nightmares with that one, with the stink face, with that wrinkled up face like that. And there's also a whole herd. When you go into your Discord, if you look in the meme room, there's a whole herd of Ambers. They're waiting for you.
Oh,
so
my
be careful.
goodness.
Go when you go in there. You go in the meme room.
Listen, I don't want to say that Amber Heard's career is over and done with and no one's going to touch her with a barge pole, but I am just going to say this, that Amber Heard's career is over and nobody's going to touch her with a barge pole.
I don't want to say it, but I just said it. And I just repeated it again. Okay. It's like a sorry, not sorry. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, not sorry. You know, I mean, unless they can disprove everything that Johnny's just said right now, which
it's going to be difficult.
They can't.
Well, without actual, as I repeat again, like a broken bear record here, if they do not have any actual physical evidence to contra his actual verbal statements, it's going to be rough because he comes out very credible.
Well, not only that, he can, everything that he's saying here, he's saying it because he knows that he has not just the photographic proof, but the forensic proof, the forensic evidence, the specialist evidence, everything that he said in this right now, he has the proof to back it up. So he's not making it up. So unless Amber can refute all of this, which, you know, how do you refute forensics? How do you refute the police, 4 police officers? How do you refute body cam footage? How do you refute physical proof that your finger is in a damn splint with, you know, Mercer in it, and you're supposed to have grabbed her hair and punched her, right? That's what, or dragged her around, right?
Yeah.
That's what the allegation was. Grabbed her by the hair and punched her with it. How can he do that with a damn splint on his hand that's coming out here.
Right.
He can't.
Exactly. Exactly. And and where is the physical evidence of these broken nose, the broken ribs? Where's the pictures of these big black eyes that she had? I didn't see any. I mean, I saw a lot of pictures, but I didn't see that.
Right, let's see who's retweeted. Let me do a few thanks. We have a thank to. I'm just trying to find who's the first one to say retweeted. Mia Mina. Thank you so much for the retweet there. Maybe FP peer review with a thumbs up.
Yes.
Oh, my Beavers unit.
She did it twice.
Why do I love that name? I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of highly attracted to that My Beavers unit. What can I say? Juliana Miniazen, yes, retweeted too.
I didn't post it, but I did retweet it over there on Twitter, but I didn't post in the chat.
Awesome. I'll post it again in case anyone missed.
Yeah, I tried to retweet it just to get that face away from me.
You love the stink face. What can I say?
No, you love this thing. Not I. This is terrifying for me. Stick face is terrifying.
Right. So, listen. Let's have a brand off now. I'm not sure whether I'm actually going to win this, but I'll be completely honest. I don't know whether my image is good enough to beat Stephanie's. I actually have a feeling that Stephanie's might outdo me. So I want a number one if this next image that I'm going to show you is the best, and number two if you think the second one is. So whichever one you think. So this was my attempt that I did during the trial when we were listening. So this is my Here's Johnny. And then we've got an information. So number one, if you like this one, but number two, if you like this one. Which one
I don't know.
is the best?
Oh, now we're on the spot here. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm gonna maybe, I'm kind of wavering, more to Stephanie's. I mean, I've got to say it. Got to say it. I mean, I'm not totally. I'd like to say I was biased, but I mean, she's got a good attempt there. Has to be said.
I'm going. You know what? I can't be biased. I'm gonna be. It's very close. It's a tie for me.
Yeah. The only thing I would say is that. Yeah, the Here's Amber on this one is, it's kind of
nice and red. Here's Amber. Yeah.
It's on the bottom. It's in red. It's out of the way. It's not as juicy as my one. I think.
Yeah,
my one's more.
For some reason she looks angrier in yours. You made her angry. Like she looks angry. Like it's the angle or something. She's looking real. I don't know. This is not a face I want to run into.
Yes. Well, here's the thing, right? So, oh my God, all the things that she did to him. It's a lot of that stuff that came out, I didn't even know. And I'll be honest, I've been following this for a long time, but I guess, because he hasn't spoken about this, he hasn't opened up, he hasn't told us about what went on personally. So it's unlikely we would have heard that. We only know the physical evidence of stuff, from these big events. So hearing these little details, it just puts it all into perspective, just how terrible that relationship actually was.
Oh. Beaver, he's having a really tough day. Could you? Oh God, go on. Oh,
Can I just a shout out to Pika Pup the Benevolent. What about my attempt at the I'm Here meme? I haven't seen that. Have you sent me something on Twitter? Maybe,
are you on Twitter? Is he on Twitter? Are they on Twitter?
Hang on, let me check my Discord. Hang on, because he could have sent it to Discord. But Pika Pup is an incredibly wonderful human being. That's all I can say about that. Yeah, just an amazing person. So Pika Pup, tell me where you've sent that image, because I would really like to see it. I don't see it in Discord. He didn't send me an image of that. Should not feel ashamed. Yeah, exactly. Do you know something though, Adam? To be honest, I've talked about this in the past as well. Because my last relationship where I talked about the court trial that I had, and I won that. The other time that I spoke about, I've been in a relationship that was incredibly violent was when I was with a woman, pretty similar to what JD's like. And yeah, basically she stripped me of all my friends. She removed all my friends out of my phone. So I lost contact with everybody. Then she wouldn't have me working with any woman whatsoever. If I told her at the start of the relationship what women she asked me, she said, what actresses do you like? And I said, oh, I fancy this, this, and this. And the next thing, anytime a film came on with them on, she switched it over. Anytime any nudity came on the telly, she punched me if she caught me looking at it. And it just got worse and worse and worse, to the point where for 7 years, I didn't leave the house. 7 years, I never went to the pub. I never saw my friends. I just went to work and came home. I supported her and her family, brought up her children, gave them all the money. I had nothing for myself. I didn't buy any new clothes for 5 years. And I let that situation develop. And she took complete advantage. And I was broken. Seriously, I was a broken person when I left her. And I only left. It was a stroke of fortune, actually. I've talked about it, though. But I actually left because I got some confidence from some external sources that I just spoke to without her knowing that I would get a beating if she found out that I'd actually spoken to them.
Wow.
And it sounds weird that you look at a man like me and you think, how the hell is he getting beaten up? But
you can understand. You can understand. You get in these situations and it happens, and then it's very difficult to get out. But I'm so happy you did get out for your sake.
7 years. Well, I was with her for over 8 years, but for 7 years, I never left the house. I was.
Wow.
She went out every month religiously. She wouldn't have. I had no friends. I wasn't. I even. It was the first time I started to go online, actually, and I started this game, and I was just, it was the only outside source I had, so I was playing these games, and she would check my message. She didn't let me log off, and then she checked the messages all the way through, who I'd been speaking to, and if I'd spoken to a single woman on the game or a female character on the game, I got a beating.
Oh my! That's just terribly wrong.
I mean, I've probably said more than I said on my original video about this, but that's the genuine truth, So I understand what Johnny's going through here. Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. But I guess something to cheer you just a little. When Me Poo is trending on Twitter.
Who is? Sorry, what? Say again.
Me Poo.
Me Poo
is trending on Twitter right now.
What's Me Poo?
It's the hashtag for the poop on the bed. Instead of the Me Too, it's Me Poo.
Me Poo.
Yes. Yep, that's what's trending on Twitter right now. Yeah,
I need to see this.
Yeah, go look. Yeah.
Hold on, let's see.
My friend,
I've got trending. So when I look up trending, I've got Amber trending with Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
I stand with Johnny Depp, which has 15,000 tweets.
I'll send you the Twitter thing I just saw.
Me Poo.
It is. I'm telling you, it's Me Poo.
Oh, dearie me. I love it. Oh my God, I've had 18 retweets. That's amazing. Oh my God. I don't think I've had anything like that in the past. That's just crazy. That is fantastic. 18 retweets. Holy crap. That's amazing. Could we get to 20? Could we get to... it might find a life of its own. Who knows? It might find a life of its own. But, yeah, I mean, it does sound like a Here's Johnny movie, right?
Yeah.
With a banging in the door. They're banging in the door, trying to get into him in the bloody bathroom. What the hell? When he's having a shower? And then she goes and craps on his bed. Crapping on his bed? That's disgraceful.
I have put it in your Twitter DMs. It is trending in the United States. Number 11. I kid you not. It is. I wouldn't lead you astray.
She shit the bed. Let's be honest. She shit the bed. right? And
Yeah.
as
What
Johnny
she
said,
says, what she's saying in her defense, she says she's got fecal phobia, so it couldn't have been her. I'm like, really?
but get this, guys,
What
right?
the
Get
heck is
this,
that?
get this. Amber's there posing in a picture, right? So she's like that, posing in a picture, and guess what's behind her, guys? The bog lid is up on the toilet now, and the bog's right behind her. So if you've got fecal phobia, and you know this is what I've researched, they like to have the toilet lid down. You know, they don't want it up because they don't want the particles and whatever. They've got a huge fear of it. So the fact that that bog lid was bolt upright says to me that maybe she doesn't have fecal phobia. Oh dear me! Wait, I can't wait for them to show them to say that she has fecal phobia, and them to show them that photograph or those series of photographs with the toilet lid up, and say, "Well, you were the only one in the room, Amber. Why, when you walked in the room, did you take photographs of you with the toilet seat up? With fecal phobia? That's not going to go down well. Everything that she's alleged can be disproved. Everything."
Yes. I hear you. I hear you. She is something else.
Right. Let's. Well, we're in a busy, crowded place. I just a quick look around, and there's quite a lot
Well,
of.
you know, today was the day we finally started to hear the audio that everybody's been waiting for. You know,
Yeah,
the
we did.
audio is starting to come out. It is in evidence. Yeah.
Well, it was the start, and I like the little collection that they did.
Oh,
because.
Oh, do you want to see the dump? By the way.
Oh my God! Do I really want to see the dump? Go on, then. Put it on. Show everyone the size of this giant dump.
I'm gonna try. Okay, hold on.
Guys, if you don't like big dumps, don't have a look, because it would appear that we're about to watch. Well, have a look at a giant crap. Here we go.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
No.
Oh, I'm so sorry there. Okay, one last one. And then
No, I can't do it. No.
Oh, this is the biggest one.
No, that's gross. Oh my God. Good God.
God,
Stop
Randy,
it.
I didn't do it. It's just
Oh my God, get off the screen. That's disgusting.
Oh God, you asked for it. You said go. Oh my God. Oh, stop. Oh.
That's not even that's not normal. That's not a normal poo. I'm sorry, but that's
That was not a normal person who did that either. That would do something like that. Are you going to be okay? Oh no! I think we broke Randy. I'm so sorry.
Listen, I can watch anything, but that was grotesque.
Well, yeah. I can't. Oh my. Yeah, she's a sick puppy. Yeah, she's sick.
That came out of a little dog.
I don't think so. That was kind of gross. I have no idea. I just know it's disgusting. I don't know if it came out of a dog or her or what. But it was gross.
Sorry, guys. I don't normally behave like that. For whatever reason, that kind of, maybe it's because I'm hungry. I'm probably very hungry.
You're not
and looking
anymore.
at-
I can guarantee that. And Turtle Move says I should have saved that for Turds Day. I did. That's too funny. You guys are awful. Well, you all wanted to see it. You made me go to Google and find it and everything. Like, come on. I don't know.
Hey, do you know something? What I've just realized, the power of Twitter. Because right now, currently, I have 21 retweets on this, and
there you go! Yay!
If I have a check of the tweet analytics, let's have a look at that. 862 impressions, which is fucking amazing.
What?
Do you know what that
is
tells me?
amazing.
Do you know what that tells me? You know what that tells me?
Nope. Nobody likes Amber.
No. It tells me that tomorrow I can I can maybe ask these guys to retweet the stream and get more people over here to watch the stream. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we've been retweeting, a few times out there, but the more the merrier, the more people that retweet it. For everyone that retweets, that's like 10, 20, 30 other people that wouldn't normally see it.
Yeah, that would be great.
Idea.
862 impressions so far, which means that if you got 1% of those, 1% that came over, that would be 8 new viewers. And seeing as this is, we've only got 140 people watching, so 8 is quite a substantial increase for people that would retweet,
Yes, it is.
So the power of tweeting. I only started Twitter in January, and my first tweet about Johnny Depp, I believe, was in the first week of February. Because and I think since then, I'd say 90% of my tweets have been about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So considering that this is like a conspiracy debunking channel, it was pretty good, I have to say.
Yeah, I think the majority of mine have been about Johnny Depp in the last couple of days. Most of them are about the testimony. People are putting little clips. I'm retweeting them. There's photos. There's quotes yesterday from Johnny's testimony that were quite poignant that I kept retweeting. Yeah. But what do you think we're going to hear in the last part of the day? We don't have much of the day left.
Hold on. We are back.
Okay. I guess we're going to find out what the rest of the day will be.
Let's get it up to speed.
397 coming into evidence in its entirety. Okay, I was coming. It's 397 in evidence, and then you want to play that part. It's fine.
Well, those wishes don't come true. Those wishes don't come true.
You want to fucking say to me, you piece of shit? What else? You know what I mean? What else say to me? Cool.
I wish you the best.
Hey, why don't you fuck yourself? Go suck your own dick.
Oh.
I haven't heard this before.
Write your check for the extra.
No.
Is that okay? Stingy old fucking piece of shit.
You're the one that brought it up.
You did. You said don't drink my wine. It's mine.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't?
I said I didn't think you were looking for anymore.
Rewind.
Guys, do you mind if I rewind that? Because I've never heard that before. If I just rewind it about 1 minute and we can catch up. I really want to hear that again.
You're the one that brought it up.
Right, here we go, guys. Put your mics up. I'm going on mute. Well, put your volume up. I'm going on mute.
Well, those wishes don't come true.
Thing you want to say to me, fucking piece of shit.
Those wishes
What?
don't
What
come
else
true.
do you want to fucking say to me, you piece of shit? What else? You know what I mean? What else say to me? Cool.
I wish you the best.
Hey, why don't you fuck yourself? Go suck your own dick. You're used to it. Oh, listen. I'll write you a check for the extra sip I took. Is that okay? Stingy old fucking piece of shit.
You're the one that brought it up.
You did. You said don't drink my wine. It's mine.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't?
I said I didn't think you were looking for anymore.
Rewind.
Probably defended me pretty good in front of your Rocky and your pop and your mom. You.
Who the fuck is walking around and rustling papers when it's so low? What the? Not you, I know. I mean, it's them in the court. It's just frustrating.
Rotten bomb a bit.
I've tried so fucking hard with you. I've tried so hard.
Hey, if you ever run this shit, fucking something you're missing. You never know. Hope to God, Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut.
Hey, that's good. You gave me some shit about my kids, just like in London that you designed.
So, just for you with the loud volume there, I'm going to record this, and tomorrow I will upload it on to my channel, and I will increase the volume and get rid of the background noise so that you guys can hear it more properly. And I will also replay at some point tomorrow during the trial if you join us again.
Never again. Stay away. You don't exist. You will not be getting my words.
Mr. Depp, could you please describe to the jury what they just heard in that audio recording?
I don't know when. I don't know when that. If there's a date on that, but clearly there was some animosity and another clash, and misheard once again. Felt it necessary to bring my kids, my son into that argument and say that she hopes that my son's stepfather can teach him how to be a man, since I couldn't. And I believe she says something about more man in the stepfather than would be existing in my, I believe the term was left nut.
How often did Miss Heard bring your children into your arguments?
Too often.
And at the end of your relationship, how was Miss Heard's relationship with your children?
Non-existent. My children, my kids are far more intelligent than I am, and they broke. They wouldn't be around Ms. Heard, and they refused to be around her anymore. They didn't like the way she treated me, which was written in a very elegant letter by my daughter, actually, to Ms. Heard. I don't know if that's in evidence, but I remember my daughter sent a text to Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor. Just hearsay. It's one thing for the witness to tell his story. It's another thing for him to tell other people's stories.
All right.
We can move on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I read the email.
Yeah, I understand. Next question.
When did you learn that Miss Heard had filed for divorce?
Well, it was let's see, Betty Sue was the 20th. That night I spoke to her about the divorce. 21st was the kicker. I believe it was on the 23rd, and I had already left town for New York to prepare for the tour.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town at that time?
I don't know.
When did you learn that Ms. Heard had made domestic abuse allegations against you?
The 27th of May, which is in fact my daughter's birthday, I saw that she had gone to a court. It was, I don't know, some court, and there were paparazzi everywhere, and her, and a brown mark on her face. And it was also happened to be the day that Charlie and Alice in Wonderland 2, Through the Looking Glass was opening. And that's the day that she chose to get the, go to the courthouse and get a TRO, temporary restraining order against me. But I was in Europe already at that point.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 487. And just for the record, this is a very long document, and we will be showing pages 492 through 494.
There's no objection to the document 487? Sure. Okay. I see. Are you entering this in evidence now, or are you just showing it?
I can give them an opportunity
Okay,
and go
sure.
through it with Mr. Depp, if that's okay. Mr. Depp, do you recognize any of these text messages that are on the screen in front of you?
Vague memory of these.
And who are these communications between?
It looks like myself it's me in the green, and Ms. Heard's words in the blue.
And do your communications reflect that Ms. Heard understands that you're in New York?
I'm sorry.
What is the date of your text messages here on this page?
That's the 23rd of May, 2016. And hers are the 24th of May, 2016.
And based off of these communications, does this refresh your recollection that Ms. Heard knew that you were in New York on this date?
In her text, when do you leave? What was clear that I was leaving right away, but I'm not sure that I wasn't already, because I wasn't in New York City. We weren't playing New York City. We were playing. We were rehearsing in a like a casino, a big casino, and that was where we did our first show first show to practice for the the tour, the European tour. So I don't know if I was either leaving for New York, but I think I was already there because New York City, we weren't, I don't recall that we were playing New York City. So maybe I was suggesting going there. I don't know.
Could we please turn to page 494? And Mr. Depp, do you see the text message from Ms. Heard on May 24th, 2016 at 6:33?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you understand what Ms. Heard is referring to in this text message?
Is it all right if I just take a quick glance?
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. That's better. I remember, yes. I recall this.
And what do you recall about this?
That it made no sense to me. It just didn't make any sense to me, especially about, well, as long as you don't file, nobody will know. It just didn't, again, I'm not all that familiar with these types of things, but if it's two people in a relationship and the relationship is ending, in any case, the outcome is divorce. So I didn't understand these explanations of this can happen or it cannot happen, and I only did this because my lawyers said to. It just didn't make any sense to me, and it looked like she was kind of grabbing at straws, trying to figure out what, in fact, to do.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to just ask you about a couple statements Ms. Heard makes in this text message. She first says, just confirm that the cover letter is completely private and has nothing to do with any public record. Do you see that? The first sentence in the text message?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what cover letter Ms. Heard is referring to?
No, I don't.
And then she says, and only included the domestic violence / restraining order stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here and I didn't know what to do or why that happened and was scared. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what Ms. Heard is referring to when she said that?
No.
And then dropping down to the bottom, it says 2 lines up, I thought you filed. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard thought you had already filed?
No. I had on the night of the 20th was when I told her on the phone that I was going to file. For divorce, and in the way that I had explained it, to keep everything nice and calm and even. But on the 23rd, Chief filed, and so I hadn't had a chance to file.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 487, specifically the portions from page 492 to 494 into evidence.
So you just want page 492 to 494?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a 700-page document, so
Just page 4, well, are you going to ever put more of 487 in, I guess is the question.
I believe so, Your
So
Honor.
this is 487A?
Certainly, that would make sense.
Okay, so 487A, page 492 to 494. Any objection to those 2 pages?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those 2 pages are in
He said
evidence.
just for clarity, that two pages or 3 pages?
490, that would be 3 pages, if that's
No,
correct.
That's correct.
Okay, 492 to 494, okay.
And could that please be published to the jury? Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard did end up seeking a temporary restraining order against you, correct?
Yes, she did.
And what, I believe you already said this, but could you just remind the jury, what date was that?
The 27th of May.
And where were you when you learned that Ms. Heard had actually filed a temporary restraining order against you?
I don't recall if we had left for Europe as yet. That is the Hollywood Vampires for the tour. So I was either in New York State rehearsing and preparing to go to Europe, or I was already in Europe. I'd have to check the the tour dates.
Did you find out on the 27th or shortly thereafter?
No, I found out on the 27th. It was everywhere.
And what do you mean when you say it was everywhere?
It was multiplying and multiplying and multiplying throughout media, throughout social media, throughout so-called sort of straight media or whatever. And I was taken aback a bit.
If we could take this down and please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 411.
Back in your hole, Elaine. Pipe down.
Mr. Depp, is this some of the media coverage that you were referring to?
Many things of this nature, yes. Many.
And do you recall actually seeing this specific article?
I don't remember seeing this specific article, but there were already plenty, and certainly more than I was happy to go through. I think once you read one or two of them, the general idea is I mean, the point had been made clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's Exhibit 411 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 411 in evidence.
Poor Elaine screwed up again today. She actually said, objection to a paper that Johnny Depp had read. She said it was hearsay. Objection,
Could we please
hearsay.
take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 414?
Poor Elaine. She's got it wrong so many times, hasn't she?
Oh, Elaine. I don't feel sorry
Mr.
for
Depp?
Eileen.
Yes.
Do you recognize this article at all?
I remember yeah, I don't know if it was this one in particular, but I do remember seeing all the various reasons behind her reasons behind her needing to get a temporary restraining order, a TRO against me, which they just started to metastasize into these. There were abuse allegations, then there was alcohol, and then there was drugs and violence, and it just it was already right then and there before my eyes spinning out of control, and there was not a word that I could say.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 414 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 414 in evidence.
And if we could take this down now, please, and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409. And Your Honor, if I could move Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 into evidence as well.
Any objection with 409?
No objection.
All right, 409 in evidence. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this People magazine article?
Yes, I do.
And when did you see it?
Right when it was released, right when it came out.
Did you speak to anyone about this article?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak to?
Mostly friends and my sister Christy, mostly friends, and certainly the band. And my kids. I had to alert them that there might be some ugly things coming out, that were most assuredly going to put me in the position of some violent, drug-addled, alcoholic, just reprobate. And I wanted to warn them before they were approached with the People magazine cover in school by other kids. I wanted to be able to explain to them that this was going to be visible, and it's going to be everywhere. And I apologize to them that this was happening.
Had you ever been accused of physically abusing a woman before this point?
No.
How would you describe the impact of these allegations at the time they were made? And Arnold, if you could please take this down.
I felt ill. I felt sick. I mean, sick in a sense that there was no truth in it. There was no truth in it whatsoever. And the fact that it was coming down on me so hard, and so quickly, and how it gained momentum around the world. And then you notice people looking at you differently. And then you notice calls stop coming from agents and producers and that sort of thing. This was before, in fact, the Me Too movement had come around. This was a while before that, so I couldn't have expected the Me Too movement to happen, but once that happened, then it just went into skyrocket mode. So you're showered with
Interesting that he brings the Me Too movement in, because that will drag in the ACLU, right?
with you're running between drops of lava. You're trying to run between raindrops that kill you and destroy you. So I was very confused. I was very hurt because, as I said before, when you're in a relationship and you do give your truth to intimate truths to that person that you're with, and then they start to use all that information and stretch it out into something that is completely shocking, because as I said, it just didn't happen. And so I felt like it was incredibly cruel and treachery. I felt it was treachery. It was I don't know if she wanted me to just be erased or drop dead, or just let me stick around and allow her to ruin my life for a while, and go out of her way to shame me and hurt my kids and hurt people who I've known for many, many years. No, it was, I mean, to say that it was unfair is about the largest understatement that it's actually the smallest understatement. I mean, it controlled my every waking second, from the moment that I woke up until the moment that I dropped. Even on the road playing shows, you'd go out and you'd play for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and you'd do your best to get through that. And I can remember getting off of finishing the show, getting on the bus with the other band members and just going to the back of the bus and just you know, you had to get it out. So I just sat back and in the back of the bus and cried and hid it from people.
Mr. Depp, did you ever discuss Ms. Heard's domestic abuse allegations with any producers or directors in the movie industry?
Only if they fell into the category of friends. For example, Tim Burton, who was one of my dearest friends, and known him since we made Edward Scissorhands together in 1990. We've been very, very, very close friends ever since then. Yeah, just friends, you know. And then of course, as we were on the road, you know, the fellas in the band, you know, Alice Cooper is the singer of the Vampires, who's a dear friend, and Joe Perry from Aerosmith is in the band, and he's also a dear friend. And then a couple of the other members are just yeah, very close friends. And I was bereft of any. You just don't know what to say anymore. You just know what to. So I tried not to talk about it very much at all, but just to friends.
Mr. Depp, when did you and Ms. Heard divorce?
When was the divorce final?
Yes.
The divorce was final January 2017 on Friday the 13th.
And how were your divorce proceedings resolved ultimately?
My team of lawyers, which included two of my entertainment lawyers, a divorce attorney, and two more attorneys that were on, Blair Burke and someone else. I wanted to, for lack of a better word, I wanted to fight it. I wanted to fight it because it was there, because there wasn't an ounce, not a grain, not a molecule of truth to it. So I wanted to fight it. They
All right.
He was speaking about what he wanted to do in the context of the divorce.
I understand. I think the next one was going to be they said, I don't know. So,
Okay.
you can do your next question.
Sure, certainly. Did you pay Ms. Heard any money in connection with your divorce?
Yes.
And how much was that?
Her settlement, she wanted $7 million.
$7 million.
Settlement wasn't. Yes, $7 million.
7 million.
And
Where did
was
that
there
go?
a joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released?
Yes, that's where I was getting. The advice that I was given was to not to fight.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who wrote the joint statement?
No idea. Lawyers.
Did you approve the joint statement before it was issued?
I'll put it this way, I wasn't given much of a choice.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 408?
Have you heard how Rottenbum gets involved whenever it's anything really damning? Objection, objection. Wanker.
And Mr. Depp, do you see the second paragraph from the bottom of this page? Is that the joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released together?
That's the joint statement that was released. Yes.
And could you please read that joint statement for the jury?
Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. Amber will be donating financial proceeds from the divorce to a charity.
What happened after this joint statement was issued, Mr. Depp?
What happened after that? I
Sorry, but
I suppose, the next move was to start making payments to Ms. Heard. There were scheduled payments. And then at a certain point, Ms. Heard had made statements to the press saying that the 7 million was going to be, the 7 million was the settlement, and that 7 million was going to be split up between two charities. One was the ACLU and the other was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, which in fact was a breach of the agreement. Neither one of us were supposed to speak about details, money, anything of that nature. So when Ms. Heard breached that agreement, that was when I asked Ed White, my business manager, to send the first payments directly to the charities in Ms. Heard's name. And after I did that, Ms. Heard Ms. Heard was very, very angry that I had made those first payments.
I'll bet she was.
And she went into a kind of a tirade about how I should be charged double the 7. I should be charged 14 million, so that because she thought that I was looking for a tax break.
Mr. Depp, between the time that the joint statement was released and the time that the op-ed came out, how many movies did you work on in that time period, if you can recall?
When did the joint statement come out? Was it, I'm sorry.
Could we scroll up, please?
You're right, just Rhonda. Yes, he called her bluff, all right. And she erupted.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'll withdraw the question for the moment. In the time leading from the divorce through the, in the time period between when your divorce was finalized and the release of the op-ed in December 2018, do you have an estimate as to how many television or movie projects you worked on?
I don't exactly. I don't exactly. I believe there was another, maybe a smaller tour with the vampires, and I can't. It's. I don't remember. It's hard to remember. I've done too many movies.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can we please move into evidence exhibit 408?
All right, any objection to 408?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we don't have any objection to the joint statement that was read, but the rest of the article contains hearsay statements.
All right.
We can redact that
Okay,
and put it
so
in
you owe me a
tomorrow.
redacted 408 with just the statement then? Is that what you're talking about?
Just that second line.
Okay. All right. That statement will be in evidence once we get it redacted. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
If we could please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1.
The juice is coming out, guys. The juice is coming out.
Mm-hmm. And that was all good for Johnny.
The juice.
Depp, do you recognize this document?
Excuse me. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is Ms. Heard's op-ed for the Washington Post that I believe came out in December of 18. I recognize, yes, I certainly remember this.
And have you actually read this op-ed?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think of it, its contents?
Well, it was a hell of a start, I'd say, in terms of the title. If you could, can we scroll down a little bit, just for a second?
I love how Johnny milks it. He knows what this says. He's just he's milking this.
Because I'd like to make a
Sure, they're giving him opening.
point. Reading it and reading the words that she had written about what was obviously it was obviously referring to our relationship. It was obviously referring to me 2 years ago. It all matched up, and so it was clearly about me. And then I read the rest of the article where she talks about, if you could go down, scroll down just a little bit. After the imagine a powerful man as a ship. Because she goes into, she talks about, in this section of the piece, she talks about the plight of women, not just in Hollywood, but in general in the world. And there were many things that I did not disagree with in terms of this part of the article. I understand anyone's passion to right the wrongs that have been done for countless years against any being who's suffered at the hands of domestic violence, be it women, men, children. That's something, of course, coming from my background, that I am very, very against. any bullying of any human being, any forced violence, any injustice committed against any human being. So all this part of the article was strangely, I mean, I understood it very well, and I can applaud some of this. I can absolutely say that I believe that it was very well done with regard to violence against women or violence against anyone. It just seemed kind of the strange other side, like a like a two-headed coin.
Mr. Depp, did you experience any consequences after the release of the op-ed?
Absolutely.
And what
Yes.
were those?
Oh, I believe it was, I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean films franchise, which I learned about reading in reading one of these type of some magazine, the article where Sean Bailey was quoted, which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with the Disney people, even to the point of where they were asking me to come.
That bitch just laughed then. She did, didn't she? She fucking laughed and put her hand over her face. What a cowbag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she
Back
did.
and write Pirates. Sorry.
What Disney executives told him is hearsay.
We can move on.
If you
Your
want to,
Honor.
if you want to just restart.
So, let's see. So I can read it out of someone's article, but not from the man's mouth. Is that what happens?
Next question.
Mr. Depp, what to your understanding is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point,
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never,
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
never, certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything. Because when the allegations were made, when the allegations were rapidly circling the globe, telling people that I was a drunken, cocaine-fueled menace who beat women suddenly in my 50s. It's over. You know, you're done. So, what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me? put it to you this way, no matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for the media. Once that happens, or once that happened, I lost then. That is to say, I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is gonna just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did in the way that it did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. I think I assume you'd rather start tomorrow morning, is that correct?
I'm perfectly happy to start now, Your Honor, or tomorrow morning, whatever you want.
Why don't we go ahead and start a little bit today, just because time is not on our side. Okay? All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Here we go, Mr. Rotten Bum. He can't wait to get his word in edgeways at the end, can he?
He's too eager. He's making me nervous.
He's going to go for the jugular immediately, right?
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roddenborn.
I'm happy that in the last little bit we've gotten to the reason why we're here, and I'd like to start with that. If you could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, Michelle. Next page. Your Honor, I believe this is either in evidence or has been stipulated as part of the opening.
I assume no objection to two.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
This article, this opinion piece in the middle of the page there, Mr. Depp, this is the opinion piece that Amber Heard wrote in the Washington Post that was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
Doesn't that say December 19th on it? At the top of the page, doesn't that say December 19th, 2018?
Go ahead and
I
blow that
believe
up,
that the
Michelle.
2018 was the online, is it not?
Okay, so December 18th, December 19th, this piece in the middle of the page is the opinion piece Ms. Heard wrote, right?
Could you make it a little bigger? My eyes
Sure.
are getting smaller.
And this is what you're suing her over, correct?
I'm suing her over defamation and the various falsities that she used to bring my life to an end.
And you understand, Mr.
Many
Depp,
things.
you understand, Mr. Depp, that you cannot, you are not suing her for any damage, alleged damage, or any accusations she made prior to writing this article. You're aware of that. You'd agree with that, right?
Could you say that again, Mr. Rottenborn?
You are not bringing a lawsuit against her, bringing her into court in Virginia for anything that she did prior to writing this article, correct? You know that you can't do that, right?
I have to say that I, as I said at the top of this, I've never seen this version of the op-ed piece. The version that I saw was the other one that I identified that was on the 18th. This is on the 19th. I believe the 18th.
And
was
2 years
quite
before,
possibly, sorry, was quite possibly, maybe that was the online version that came out first.
2 years
So,
before
there's a
either the
very
online or the
different-
print.
I'm sorry, I was just
No,
going
I
to
think
finish my
you answered
answer.
my question, sir. Thank you.
Oh,
2 years before the online and the print version came out,
mhm.
in 2016, Amber obtained a domestic violence restraining order against you from a California court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in obtaining that domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, she accused you of domestic abuse, right?
Yes, sir.
And Michelle, if you could blow up the third paragraph down, please. And in the opinion piece that's before you, published in the Washington Post, she wrote, "Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse." Correct?
I can't say correct. She wrote it.
And the
Or
piece
somebody did.
doesn't contain your name, correct?
No, it does not, no.
And other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations that were made 2 years prior to the publication of this article, the opinion piece doesn't contain any details of your time together, correct?
Oh, I think that her, I think it's very easy to write a piece and put the finger on someone without saying their name. There are sneaky ways of writing things. And as I've seen also what the ACLU and their team had to say, they clearly described to Ms. Heard that.
I'll move to strike this as hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, I'll do that.
And I appreciate.
Sorry, it's evidence.
Next question, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I appreciate you've gotten a lot of chance to talk, and I'm trying to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time. So I'm going to ask you that question again, because I think it's a pretty simple yes or no question, which is,
You'd like it to be, sir. Nothing simple in this case.
Other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations made 2 years prior, this opinion piece does not contain any details of your time together. Yes or no?
It contains fragments. This piece here, I don't know, is this word for word with the other piece?
And the article discusses proposed legislation that which you just talked about, correct? You'd agree with that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And it discusses Amber's experiences after she had separated from you. You'd agree with that, right?
2 years ago, I became the public face for domestic violence. 2018, 2016. It seemed to me that the puzzle was going to work no matter your angle, sir.
Okay. So I'll take that response as a no, that this piece does not discuss this piece does not discuss anything prior to Ms. Heard separating from you, and it only discusses her experiences, her biographical experiences after she separated from you. Correct?
I can't say that.
Okay. Now you're claiming that due to Amber's allegations of abuse, you can't be in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm saying that after everything had basically hit its media targets and the hit pieces kept coming, it would be, I mean, I would be a real simpleton to not think that there was an effect on my career based on Ms. Heard's words, whether they mention my name or not.
You became aware prior to the publication of this op-ed that you were likely out for Pirate 6, that Disney was considering dropping or dramatically shrinking your role, correct?
No.
Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 113, please? Let's go to,
Is he going to try and say that we're going to make a Pirates without Captain Jack? Captain Jack was.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but it's the next one, so it's.
Okay, 114.
Captain Jack was the Pirates of the Caribbean.
He's so hostile.
Sorry, one more. Let's 115, please.
And Johnny's keeping his cool, which is good for the jury.
Yeah.
He's so eager, this rotten bun. He's so eager. This is going to rub off badly with the jury, I think.
I hope so.
Mr. Depp, do you
Personal
see
dramas, yes.
Sorry,
Do you have the questions, Ronnie?
I did. I was just giving him time to read. Do you see the date of this article beneath those bullet points is October 25th, 2018? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that the headline, "Hide the Rum, Johnny Depp is out
Objection, Your
as
Honor.
Jack
This is
Sparrow
hearsay.
in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean"?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay objection.
I was asking if he became aware. I'm not offering an article for the truth.
This
It's
is
his
an
awareness.
article from the Daily Mail, Your Honor.
Right. I'm asking if his awareness that he was likely
I'll
out.
allow that question.
Thank you. So, Mr. Depp,
Yes.
were you aware that as of October 25th, 2018, about 2 months before this op-ed was published, that it was being reported, as it is in this article, that Johnny Depp is out as Jack Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean film franchise as actor battles financial issues and personal dramas? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me given that 2 years had gone by of just constant worldwide talk about me being this wife beater.
Understood, but
so I'm sure that Disney was trying to cut ties to be safe. The Me Too movement was in full swing at that point.
Right, and to the extent they were trying to cut ties to be safe, that was as long as 2 months before you wrote the op-ed.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'm sorry, the question?
To the extent that Disney was trying to cut ties with you, as you say, to be safe, that was as much as 2 months prior to you publish or to Ms. Heard publishing the op-ed in the Washington Post, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
October is 2 months before December. That's correct. But it's odd that they were going to release me from my role as Captain Jack Sparrow, but yet kept me on every ride across the world. In the Pirates of the Caribbean rides, I'm in the Los Angeles or the Hollywood one or whatever it is, 3 or 4 times. Shanghai, I mean, all over the world. So they didn't remove my character from the rides. They didn't stop selling merchandise of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling dolls of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling anything. They just didn't want there to be something trailing behind me that they'd find.
And you aren't aware, you said Pirate 6 in your view is dangling. You're not aware of if or when Pirate 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and 1 million alpacas Nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film.
That is true, Mr. Rottenborn.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did in the year or two prior to the op-ed, correct?
I have to tell you that when I'm working on a film, I do my work, and when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to, but so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
And you spent a long time talking about the impact of the abuse allegations made in Ms. Heard's obtaining the temporary restraining order or the domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, right?
Sure.
And you testified that you wanted to fight it, right? But the fact is, you never fought the allegations in court in 2016. It was only after Ms. Heard published this op-ed in 2018 that you fought them. You never tried to fight them in 2016, did you?
I was advised by my attorneys not to fight.
In fact, you signed not only we read a statement, but let's pull up. Let's pull up DX 1458, please.
This cross-exam again is very hostile. What's with the hostile nature of all of this?
And Mr. Depp, you see that this says marriage of Depp, correct?
I see that.
It's a legal document. Can you scroll to the signature page, Michelle, please? This was a document that you signed as part of your divorce proceedings, correct?
That's my signature indeed, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of this document.
Any objection to that document?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1458 in evidence.
May we publish, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Depp, that is your signature on the right, correct?
Yes, it is.
Dated August 15th, 2016, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And this is this is a document you signed, right?
For the third time, that is my signature, yes.
You go to paragraph 27, please. Paragraph 27.
Okay.
And this paragraph is a joint statement that both sides agreed to release. And if you look in the block quote there, it contains the quote, or it contains the statement, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Did I read that right?
You did, Mr.
Let me take
Rottenborn.
that down, Michelle. And that was a document you signed in August of 2016, correct?
Is that the same one that I signed 3 times before? Yes,
Yeah.
that's the fourth.
Well, I wanted to make clear that you
You've
signed
made it
that in
clear.
the summer of 2016, 2 years before Ms. Heard published her op-ed. I don't have anything else for the day, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to, okay, all right, we'll go ahead and take our evening.
If that's okay.
That works for me. I was going to stop you at 5 o'clock anyway, so
right.
that's fine. All right, ladies.
Yeah, me. Well, Johnny is kind of kind of a hostile. He's got a bit of hostileness to him, but what can I say? I mean, He's
Well,
obviously
it's rotten. It's
he's
rotten
obviously
bone.
pissed off.
I mean,
He's pissed off with the line of questioning. It's ridiculous, isn't it? He looks very chuffed
well,
with himself,
rotten
though,
bone.
doesn't he?
He does, because rotten bone's trying to put words in his mouth, and he's like, nope. Like, nice try, dude. No. But rotten bone goes up like a bully right there.
I need to take our banner off. Let me take our brand off so you can see this guy's face. He looks very pleased at the end of that trial, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Because
he thinks he's won the case right now. I'm telling you. Look at him looking directly at Johnny with a big smile on his face.
In all honesty, that statement from the divorce that he did give in to Amber and allow that statement is a problem, because she did make false allegations against him, and he's saying they weren't false.
Yeah, but I think, you know, I mean, signing a piece of paper, she went against the piece of paper, right? You know, she posted an op-ed, you know, so she's making claims against that. So Johnny,
and they do have the text messages that actually infer that she was blackmailing him into it. Did they not just say, we don't have to go through with this if you just don't do this and if you just don't do that? I do believe I just saw those get into evidence today.
They will all come out, believe you me. The blackmail stuff will all come out. We'll also get the, you know, this piece of paper that they signed. If Amber could go against it and, you know, no big deal, Johnny can then say, you know what? You know, I signed that under duress. I was protecting her, because this is the whole thing. The very first time he met her, he was protecting her when she took she was supposed to go naked, and then he said, oh, she can only wear the red bra. So he protected her back then. He protected her every time she was allegations. He protected her in Australia. He protected her everywhere. And even after the divorce or at the divorce, he was protecting her. Does this dickhead not realize that this seam of protection has been weaved through the entire case so far? And of course he's going to sign it. You know,
Get it now. Yeah, I'm hoping the defense will readdress it. I wish they had brought it up first with an explanation before he came in there with it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, but you know, on the redirect, I think they'll clarify stuff over there, which probably works better. I think, you know, on the redirect, because I mean, yeah, I think the redirect works better.
Well, they can definitely pound it back on the redirect, but I actually think foundation is always the best play.
Getting in first, getting your kind of. I would kind of agree, but they can still pull it back, which is good. Anyway,
which is good. They will.
We've got the blackmail statements and the letters that Amber sent to Johnny, which is sure to show up probably tomorrow, I would think. You know, bearing in mind that he's just brought up all of this. And, you know, if Johnny had no choice, he essentially pretty much said that, didn't he? When he said, have you signed this? And he said, well, yeah, I kind of had no choice, right? I did hear that, right? That's what he said. So by saying that he had... So when he said he had no choice, you know, the jury were like, well, how did he have no choice? He signed it. Well, wait till you see the blackmail letters. Then it'll all make sense, Mr. Rottenborn. And I like that Johnny kept calling him Rottenborn, because I know that's probably getting under his skin.
Well, I think after a long day of testimony, Johnny was a bit tired, and Rottenborn celebrating a little too early. He's dealing with a tired Johnny, and tomorrow morning he won't be. So we'll see.
Yeah, look at that smile on his face, the little git. Anyway,
yeah, I can't stand that smug bully Rottenborn.
So yeah, I like the fact that Johnny said, yes, I've signed it. And then he went, yeah, 3 times I've signed it. Yeah, yes, this is the 4th time I've signed it. It's like, how many times do I need to tell you that I signed this piece of paper? And also kept calling him Rottenborn. That's good, because regardless of him winning it, I mean, I know that, you know, if I was in Johnny's seat too, and that guy was across from me, I'd keep calling him Rottenborn as well. I would every time he spoke to me, I'd say, yes, Mr. Rottenborn. Because I know that it's bound to rile him up on the inside.
No, exactly. But it was a long day of testimony.
Yes,
and there was a lot of foundation. They still have a lot.
And have you give a thumbs up before you go? Don't bugger off and not give a thumbs up here, guys. We've been here the whole time. Give a thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't, and come back tomorrow.
Right.
That's the main thing. You know,
Yes.
before you disappear.
Mhm.
We're not leaving right now, but just before you go, don't forget to do all that good stuff. We need it. So, what do you expect for tomorrow? What do you think the plan is?
I expect a well-rested Johnny to face the defendant's attorney again. I expect that they will then start attacking the incidences one by one, and probably try to make it that more happened than what Johnny is saying.
Well,
but
yeah,
I expect him to hold his own, like he did
Mhm.
today when he told the story. I hope he sticks to every part of it, and we'll see. Okay.
See, Johnny's used to doing long hours. He's used to being on set for many hours each day. So this is probably an early session for him. But he has been, well, you could say performing, essentially, all day long. All day long he's been on the stand. So tomorrow, refreshed, ready to go. I don't think he's got, I think he's got a very good chance of defeating this rotten born.
Well, I hope so. Based on that smug look right there, I hope he just makes him eat it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks
We'll
right
see.
now that he thinks he can dismiss this on the free speech stuff. That's what he's thinking. He's thinking, oh, it's free speech, it's protected speech. No, and what he's just said then to get that in, he thinks he's already won the case. So he's not bothered about what comes out, in the trial. He just thinks he can win it on the free speech argument.
Well.
So that's why he was specifically saying before 2016, your case is nothing to do before 2016, right? It's nothing to do before that. So basically, any of this stuff, in his mind, if it would be irrelevant because whatever they're talking about happened during their marriage, right? So it was before 2016.
Yeah. A lot of it is
Sorry, 2018, not 2016, 2018.
But what they're trying to do is say, well, if Amber's going to call me an abuser, well, I'm going to prove she's an abuser. And what he's trying to do is say it doesn't matter because she wasn't calling you an abuser. She didn't say anything about you. That's what he's trying to infer.
And to be fair, I mean, it all comes down to the fact of when these photographs turned up, right? Did they... let's say the penthouse photographs turned up in 2019. I don't know when they were produced, but if Johnny signed that in 2016, that all the allegations are, everything that we've heard before, no big deal, nobody's doing it for financial gain. But then in 2019, these pictures arise that show that the penthouse was trashed. Well, Johnny didn't see that because he didn't do it. So he had no idea that those photographs were even taken. Then he signed something without knowing that she staged an event, took photographs of it, and then produced it at a later date.
Right.
Without him even knowing. So he signed something on false pretenses. And I'm sure that that Johnny's team will look at that and be like, well, yeah, it all depends when those photographs of the penthouse were first released, because if they weren't known to Johnny before he signed that, then if they can prove that was staged, then that whole statement that he signed, that that paragraph 18 or whatever it was, means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, well, he may not know about the photographs, but he definitely knew about the police visit and all, because that all became part of the TRO.
Yeah, but the police turned up and the police left. So as far as he knew, police turned up, police left, police turned up, police left. But the next thing, she's alleging that the whole place was trashed and there was a stain of red wine all over the place. And
the truth is, she was living with him 2 years ago. She didn't need to say his name. She was married to him 2 years ago. They do not need to state his name to think that he would be the abuser. So
yeah, exactly. And in this case, in this jurisdiction, it's just by inference only. So as long as you can tie it to listen, all those other articles that popped up afterwards, naming Depp, is proof that the inference that it was Johnny Depp was not just cottoned on by Johnny Depp, but cottoned on by the entire world. So that op-ed that was written, it's not just inferred, it's been picked up by every single person in the world that can put two and two together to link it to that frigging witch that was saying that it was him, right? So that's the inference there. There's the proof there. That's done and dusted. And that piece of paper that he signed, like I say, if the photographs miraculously appeared after he signed that, which I think they would have done, right? After he signed that piece of paper, then that piece of paper is worth nothing.
Right.
Right. So what's the plan for tomorrow? What are we doing tomorrow? What time are we going live tomorrow?
I don't know. It's your show. I think we're going to be here, though. I'm definitely going to be here. I'm not going to miss this trial tomorrow. Like, especially not with Johnny coming back to face rotten bomb.
So Sandy says that she's not love bombing me. Okay.
No, not at all. Not at all.
That's a shame. That's a shame. I could do with love bombing.
I think she actually is. You know, I see little hearts over there on her face. But you know.
I do. Hi, Sandy. Right, listen, I need to go to bed. I need to get some kip. So final thoughts. What's the plan for tomorrow? 1:30 UK time. So what time will that be for you?
That will be 8:30 in the morning again. I will be here.
8:30 EST?
EST. Yes, it will.
Okay, so stay tuned. I will have a I will actually get the video ready for in 5 minutes time, basically. So if you check the channel, you'll see when I'm due to go live tomorrow. So yeah. So don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe.
Yes,
like
I'm gonna go
stream.
I'm gonna go take a quick shower and a quick nap, and then I'm gonna meet Charlie Welch over on my channel to do Am I the Asshole at 8 o'clock.
All right. Plug it. Give your entire channel name. Your entire
I want to
channel
get Charlie
name.
on. The entire channel name is Clairview, VIEW. And Charlie's going to be over there. We're going to be doing Am I the Asshole Reddits for about an hour.
Post your link to his channel in the chat.
Yeah.
We only need, listen, guys, we only need 30 subscribers over there to get to 1,000.
Beaver's got that link going, man. She already got that link on.
Right, I just shut you up there because I need to spam this for her because otherwise she'll keep gabbing on. So please go ahead and subscribe to the wonderful Claire over there. She needs 30 subscribers, and then she can monetize a channel and start making a little bit of money here and there whenever she goes live. She has tons of content out there. She's non-stop. She's constant. So please help her out. Right, I will unmute her now.
He's like, shut up, Claire. Yes, please get me monetized so I could get a button so I could shut Ranty back up too. Like we could have a button. I can buy my own button.
A mute war. Right, guys.
All right.
I'll do.
I will. Thank you.
I will do I'll do a roundup video of this tomorrow. So I'll try and get all the good bits, the best bits that were with her today into tomorrow's roundup video, and then I'll see you all tomorrow, right? Yeah.
Yes, we'll see you all tomorrow. Hit that like on the way out. Get him to 200.
Yeah, hit the like on the way out. Yeah, and every single person that subscribed and left a super chat and became a channel member, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. It keeps me in beer.
That can't be
What
true.
can I say?
My link be broken. Don't say that. No.
Oh no, hang on, wait. I need to. Oh, I can't do it from this stream. Yeah. So yeah, thank you so much for everybody that stopped by, and yeah, we'll see you all tomorrow for another round of Johnny Gets Rotten Bummed. You didn't hear that, did you? You didn't hear that, did you? What did I say?
No, I
what
didn't.
Did I say?
You said
no,
rotten.
You didn't.
Born.
You're right. I said Johnny Gets Rotten Bummed.
Oh, jeez. That's how rude. How rude. It's Claire's View over there. Just type in Claire and View, and it'll pop right back up if you can't get the link. Okay.
Claire with an E. Claire with an E.
Yes, it's, yep. There it is.
Right. So anyway.
Thank you, Blue Feather. Yep.
See you later,
all right,
guys.
We'll see you tomorrow. Good night,
Bye-bye.
everyone.